Okay, I believe I've gotten everything working. I'm still in the process of changing up a few things because obviously still have to set up my new computer. And even though I've already got it working to where I can stream, there's a lot of like smaller changes I've had to make. Like today, I changed one of my monitors to a different computer. So now I think I should be able to read chat a little bit more easily. Because the other stream, I kept having to like look over like all the way on my second computer. So now I've gotten this computer just down to like basic things like YouTube comments, not like live stream comments, and like follow the arrow CurseForge page and whatnot. So for keeping track of things like that, I'll have that all on this computer. Also for like Photoshop and video editing, I'll have to figure out what I want to do for video editing, but getting that set up on the new computer is going to take a really long time. So I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But at the very least, I have Stream Chat now on a monitor connected to my main new computer, and that should make it a lot easier. Hey Single Die, hey Pixelina, and hey Werewolf. Oh yeah, so first thing I wanted to say, I was looking over the chat history from the other day, and I completely missed Rufus subscribed with Prime during the stream, and I don't think I saw that. I don't recall reading out Rufus's name. If I did acknowledge that subscription, then you get a second thank you. But I felt really bad because I'm like, I don't remember actually reading that out. Sometimes I'm just like trying to catch up, especially tapping through YouTube and Twitch. At some point, I'll need to figure out how to get things working on like a combined chat. I know some streamers have a way to do that. I don't know how to do it easily, so I don't know. It's just one of those things where the amount of time that I'd have to spend setting it up, I don't know if I want to do that right this moment. In the meantime, I can still, at the very least, read between both. Hello, Dumpster Dragon. Good to see you. And hello, Quicksap. Misery said Harldan cam stream. Yes. Yeah, so that's another thing. So I did a camera stream 2 days ago. One of the first in, I think, over a year. But this is the first time, I think, ever where I have done 2 camera streams in a row. Now, I did see the mic problems are still persistent. Ah, fuck. Is it the thing that, like, Goose sent the other day of it's, like, crackling? It might be Dornagal, because Dornagal causes issues as well. So, let's go... Maybe if I go and, like, chill on Isle of Dorn or something, then it'll cause less problems. I also, like, maybe I can just turn down some settings in the game. I did turn the settings down fairly low. Yeah, I think everything here is... It's honestly pretty low still. I mean, it's just World of Warcraft is such an abysmally optimized game. It's really crazy. This thing just completely fucks your computer. And my new computer is, like, not bad, honestly. What's the shirt of the day? It's an Undertale shirt, yeah, so... what I was saying before, so I'm gonna try to do Facecam on like the vast majority of main channel streams, any important streams. I think going forward, I just want to do that more often. If it's like a very short stream and it's like second channel, I probably won't bother setting it up, but I will try to do that. Hello, Seraphina. No more poot. Yeah, so okay, so I'm wearing an Undertale shirt today. I didn't even really put much thought into the shirt that I was wearing because I just wear like comfortable shirts. I don't really think about it too much. So the last stream I was wearing a Better Call Saul shirt, which I like it. I think it's a good shirt. But somebody pointed out that at a glance, it looks like Donald Trump, which like, yeah, okay, I guess I could kind of see that. So that was unfortunate. I can understand how that may have been misinterpreted. Thankfully, I think most people looked closer and realized that it was a Better Call Saul shirt. I mean, it's like a picture of Saul with like call underneath it. Like, I don't know. I guess if you don't know what Better Call Saul is, maybe it's easy to misunderstand what that shirt's supposed to be. So I'm just, now I need to think about that, apparently. That's another bit of anxiety I need to go through before every single stream, so lovely. But I still managed to bring myself to actually do another Facecam stream. 2 in a row, so there we go. Of course it was Putin. I don't think anybody else got confused and thought it was Putin. I know you're probably just joking. What's it called? Google says to use a multi-chat app. Yeah, like, I'm aware of the options that I could do to, like, get that stuff set up, but it's not like, easy, right? It's not just like, snap my fingers and then boom. There is some setup required for anything like that. It's not like I have no idea how I would even start with that thing, but there's so many things like that where people are like, oh, just do XYZ thing. And then there's like a lot of work required to just do XYZ thing. And it's like, I could. It's not that I don't know where to start. It's just I only have a limited amount of time to do anything, right? So, like, a good example is earlier today, because I saw, what was it? Owner said, want to buy Europe-friendly stream times. Honestly, hey, here's the thing. I have done some Europe-friendly streams before. My sleep schedule is constantly in flux. Sometimes I will stream at Europe-friendly times, sometimes I will stream at NA-friendly times, and sometimes I'll just stream in pure demon hours that isn't friendly for anybody, but it just happens to be when I'm awake. It really just is what it is. And I do appreciate that quick set, by the way, I know you're trying to help. But you can see here, I've added this stuff here, the different routes, because a lot of people got really confused, and this is like partially my fault, partially like I was just trying to get the add-on out, right? But I had a placeholder like test thing for Alliance 1 to 80, so a few people saw that, got confused, they're like, why is it gone now? And people keep asking, obviously, when is the 10 to 80 route going to be finished, and et cetera, et cetera. So I figured, okay, what if I just put it in here? So you can see here, if I click on Alliance 10 to 80, it says this is still a work in progress, yada, yada, yada. So it gives like general information, but then more importantly, it includes a clickable URL link to the YouTube guide. Because a lot of people I've found don't know that I make video guides, right? It seems crazy to me, right? Because obviously I've been making video guides for like 5 years, and I only just made the add-on. But the add-on has kind of gone way beyond the reach that I initially thought it was going to, which is cool. But that means a lot of people don't even realize there is a 10 to 80 route. They're just like, when is the add-on going to have it? Like, well, the route, it's the same thing. Like, it already exists. All I need to do is just add it in terms of, like, the arrow thing. But for people who just don't know what to do at all, then there you go. There's my video. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So I spent a lot of time earlier today getting this all set up. There's one for Horde. For 1 to 10, it's even more complicated. So I talked about this a lot on stream yesterday, and I kind of summarized my thoughts in different things. You can, like, see I talked about allied races, the level 1 housing skip. This is for, like, speedrun options, if you're human or undead, etc. Exile's Reach, blah, blah, blah. And then DK's, DH, and Evokers. And then also for 70 to 80, I have an explanation on the thing I showed a few days ago, where you do the crafting. Here's the link to the guide, etc. I should note, if you look at your add-on right now, this won't be in here. So initially, I was hoping to have this published today. There's a bit of additional work on the Sojourner routes that I was trying to do, but I didn't really have time to finish that all before starting the stream. So what I'm probably going to do is after finishing the stream tonight, if I'm really tired, I'll just go to sleep and finish it tomorrow. I probably won't stream tomorrow, and I want to make sure that I get all of this stuff finished. And then at some point tomorrow, I'm going to finish up the additional work on the Sojourner modules I was doing, so hopefully Zul'jin should be done. I'm going to get like a few things added to Zul'jin, or to Voidstorm and Harrandar, and once that's all complete, there's also a few like smaller miscellaneous quality of life fixes, which my goal right now is, because like I have a big list of requested quality of life changes. Like if I go into my Discord, which also 3 messages. Oh yeah. So if I go into like my add-on feedback channel, I've been compiling a big list of like quality of life things. There's lots of different ones here. Now, obviously sitting down and getting through every single one of that would take me ages. And I think with things like that, where it's just this colossal wall of eventual like upgrades that I want to make, if I try to just do it all in one sitting, I would drive myself insane. So my current goal is to basically every single little update, take like 2 of those things off the upcoming fixes list and just figure out how to add that. And then make sure that particular thing is good. And then over time, with every single little update to the Sojourner routes, I'll also be like chipping away at those different little fixes. And then eventually, all of them will be done. So that's the idea. And so this stuff that I've added here, these little bonus placeholder modules, they won't be in until tomorrow. But, you can see I spent some time working on that, etc. So I have that all good to go. But yeah, so I was hoping I'd have time to finish that before streaming today, but I didn't want to delay the stream by too much. So here we are. But that's how we get here. Also, real quick, so before I continue, Are the audio issues fixed? Is it like a Dornegal thing? Because obviously Dornegal and a lot of the major cities, honestly, since Valdrakken, have been just completely fucking the game. So if I started streaming right after you got up from your nap, see, yeah, so one person's poor streaming time is another person's perfect streaming time. But yeah, let me know if the microphone issues persist. Still a little crackle. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what else I can really do. I do think part of that probably is just because I'm like in a different position. I think what I'll need to do is like mess with my microphone settings. Very small crackles and pops. Yeah. What I'll try to do is obviously if it's like really, really, really bad, let me know and I'll see if there's anything major I can do. First off, let me just go into NVIDIA broadcast real quick. And I'm going to slightly turn down the noise removal just to see if that is causing any issues. So we'll play with that. But yeah, I will mess around with that after stream at some point and try to see if I can get it consistent. Belsun said, "Hello, have a great stream. Thank you." Let me try to catch up on everything. I still need to, by the way, set up my priest. Yeah, I didn't do... Yeah, there's a bit of setup I can do. We did grab the Reshu wraps on the setup stream, and I have some consumables that I can send over, but I've done very little stuff to set this priest up. So we will have plenty of time to, like, you know, get this rolling. I mean, the usual pre-stream yap, that's how it goes. Thank you, Misery. Seraphina said, "I'm considering leveling my rogue some today since you're kind of bored and you don't have anything else to do anyway." Rogue is definitely a tough one to level. I need to test rogue again at some point because I've heard that it's gotten better. People have said that Outlaw feels a lot better now than it used to. Outlaw used to be by far the worst leveling spec in the game. At this point, obviously, Augmentation exists. That's almost certainly worse. I still don't know if Outlaw is better or worse. I think it's still not great. But my gut instinct is now that sub would probably be the best spec, but tough to say. I do need to retest that. Makeup and stuff, no more glaring forehead. Was my forehead glaring? I don't think that's... I mean, that just has to do with, like, the lighting camera settings. I also did slightly change the position of the camera, so it might just be that, like, the light is bouncing in a slightly different way. I have no idea. I don't think... You didn't mention that. But if there was, like, if my forehead was glaring yesterday, I wish somebody mentioned that. How old is my mic? I don't... It could... I wonder if it is, like, a connection thing. It's not that old, actually. It's, like... It's a Blue Yeti, and it's fairly recent. And also, like... I mean, I haven't had any other issues with it, especially while doing, like, video recording. I haven't run into any problems. So I don't think it's an issue with the mic. It's probably either some settings to do with it, or it might be that I haven't, like, connected it properly. It's technically, like, connected to a forwarder, and I could just plug it directly into the computer. Maybe that would fix it. I don't want to mess around with that just yet. Anyone who was complaining about the add-on? Well, so... That stuff, I don't think people were complaining about per se. The reason I put that stuff in there is more just because people were confused. And, I mean, it's understandable that people just might not understand. Use the add-on for all your alts now and you've had no issues. Glad to hear it. Even if you go to sleep right now, you'll probably catch up and watch the tail end of the stream. I don't know exactly how long I'll be streaming today. We'll see. The plan is definitely just to level the priest. I'm not going to do... any bonus stuff. I didn't get to finish leveling my monk or druid the other day, so I'm still sitting at a 10% bonus, so we still only have the evoker and then my demon hunter from before. So I'm gonna definitely get through this full leveling run, but probably after we're done with this, I don't think I'm gonna do too much extra. It's not gonna be a super duper long stream, especially because then it'll be like 5 a.m. And it's not like I just woke up. I have been awake for a while trying to get some stuff done, so... We'll see. Use the guide, it's very good. Glad to hear it. Time to do some Dornegal crafting for your rogue. Yeah, definitely. If you're doing 70 to 80, absolutely worth doing Dornegal crafting. It was bad earlier, then it got better gradually, though it did get a bit worse when I moved. So, yeah, okay, that, I do think that probably has something to do with it, but as long as it's still, like, understandable, I think that's fine for now. About to have your stream up while doing some big feral keys. Nice. Gotta love people who play feral, even though it's not, like, the meta. If you love a spec and you want to just watch it pop off, that's always fun. Can't wait for the flood of comments messages complaining about Dream Surge is not working. Ah, yeah. Well, see, I did say that, yeah. I mean, obviously, when... what's it called? When I finally do the fully updated, 10 to 80 route, like, this stuff will be included. But you can see here for crafting, I do say, in the guide, I discuss a mechanic called Dream Surges, etc., but I do specifically say I've added some extra info to the add-on that go into a bit more detail on a few minor things that have changed. So I do explicitly say, like, watch the video. That's definitely supposed to be the main thing. Like, I don't talk about crafting. This is all, like, extra information about how things have changed since this was first added. Of course, obviously, the final iteration of this, when it's, like, fully implemented, isn't going to discuss Dream Surges. That just won't be included at all. You weren't lying about enchanting being a bit expensive. Well, I would say most of the enchanting materials aren't that bad, right? Because it's... it shouldn't be that bad right now. Hopefully there's no crackle, but it's what it is. Let me look at my... This would be easier to do here. Shopping list, yes. Leveling shopping list, and then... It's Storm Dust. Storm Dust. And then what else? Gleaming Shards, Leyline Residue, Viridescent Spores. Gleaming Shard. Leyline Residue. Okay, Viridescent Spores are a little bit more expensive than usual, but overall it's not too much. The main thing that I remember is certain things, like, is Crystalline Powder... No, that one's cheap, but I think it's the... There's some recipe that I previously recommended including. Yeah, it was this Illusory Adornment. One of these... Where is it? Formula. Crystal. Am I blind? Maybe I'm blind. It's not even on here. Right? Wow, so there aren't even any for sale right now. At least that I can see. So, back in the day, because I think it dropped from Delves or something, when I originally made the guide, there were like 1 million of them on the auction house for like 5 gold each. So it was a very cheap craft to add, and the materials for it were dirt cheap. Nowadays, it looks like the recipe just can't even be found, so most people won't want to do that. Yeah, so just ignore the recipe then. There are other things that you could get, right? Like, there are... I don't know if I have enchanting on this character. I don't, because I didn't level it through normal means. I did this through Leatrix. Yeah, so ignore the recipe then. There are plenty of other recipes you could use. The only reason I included that one is because previously it was just 5 gold, right? So in some ways it was actually cheaper to train that before than like the 100 gold training things on the vendor. So why would you not do that one when the materials are dirt cheap? Nowadays, obviously, the recipe is really expensive, so that's just not worth it. I specifically added it because it was cost effective. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of those things where, yeah, it's tough. I would say for 900 gold, it probably isn't worth it, though I guess at least it's available. It's surprising that it's not even available right now in Europe. You had no issues leveling on your rogue? Wait, what, since when? Outlaw is perma the best spec to level as? That's definitely not true. Definitely not. No. I mean, rogue is just bad for leveling in general, right? I can understand not having issues, like, if you are an experienced rogue player, you might have an easier time, but, like, rogue has always just been objectively a weaker class to level as than, like, Guardian Druid, Monk, Warrior, Paladin. I mean, there's just so many things that are better than rogue for leveling, period. That's just kind of objectively true. I would say it may have been the case, definitely not the case, that Outlaw was always the best spec to level. That's just objectively false. It could be that when I was actively testing it, Outlaw just happened to be in a very bad spot. And to be clear, I talked to a lot of other rogues at the time, and they all agreed with my assessment. Like, main rogue players who I knew, who I rated with, said, like, yeah, Outlaw feels really janky. I know that Outlaw has changed at least a bit in terms of, like, how its kit works. So it's possible that the way they've changed things up makes it so it's no longer that bad in a leveling context, but its kit simply, when I tested it, did not function for leveling, and it has a lot of big problems. The main reason why Subtlety was better than the other specs, and I believe still is because Subtlety has a lot of, like, passive healing and shielding in its kit. There's also another thing where, like, Shadow Dance doesn't drop combat, whereas Vanish does. So if you're playing a rogue spec that has to vanish to get a lot of its damage, you simply can't take those abilities, because then you drop combat and the mobs run away, so it just doesn't work for solo leveling. So it was just a very problematic class, and by association spec, period. Assassination felt a little bit better, but Assassination, again, is very reliant on its, like, stealth burst windows, and using Vanish and then getting, like, the big burst out of stealth. And while that could work if you started out of stealth, that's also very impractical, right? Because you don't want to be, like, this isn't Classic, right? You're not running from, like, you know, point A to point B in stealth. Like, you don't want to pop stealth and run up to a mob over there and do your opener. You want to be able to hop on your mount, do a little bunny hop in the air, and then drop out of the sky and pull all the mobs like that. That is significantly more efficient in the modern era of leveling. So having to do a little bunny hop, and then, oh, the mobs are all around here, well, I have to drop off to the side, enter stealth, and then run over here. I mean, if you do that on every single pull, you're just going to lose time. Now, if you're an experienced rogue player, you could maybe do that, and it's, like, fine. It doesn't feel that unintuitive, and, you know, you can still level comfortably with it, but objectively speaking, it is just a slow class to level with. And Sub kind of bypassed that. Another big thing is, this might have changed, but the last time I extensively tested rogues, both Outlaw kind of had Pistol Shot from an early level, and that was the only way that you could round up mobs. But Pistol Shot, like, was limited in terms of how much you can use it, and you wanted it for damage, so using Pistol Shot to round up mobs, which you have to do, right? Like, if you're doing a big pull in an area, you don't want to, like, single target down one mob at a time. Like, again, this isn't Classic, right? That works for rogues in Classic, that does not work in retail for fast leveling. You walk into an area, you pull, like, 10 mobs together, and you cleave them down. That's how you level. So, as a rogue, having to round up a bunch of mobs, Assassination literally couldn't do it until, like, level 20 or something like that, which doesn't matter, obviously, if we're talking about higher level stuff. Every single spec feels a little bit more balanced when it has access to its entire kit, but you can't really factor that in when you're making leveling tier lists, etc. So Assassination just felt, like, kind of unplayable for an extensive period of time. Also, okay, OBS is giving me a bit of an error. I hope that's not actually causing problems. If there's issues with the stream, please let me know. But yeah, Assassination had a lot of issues with its kit at lower levels. I'm sure it was, like, I think it felt, like, fine by the end when I played it before. But obviously, if it's basically unplayable for the first 30 levels, that is a significant problem against it. Whereas Outlaw had, like, Shuriken Toss or something, which was a semi-spammable thing, and it had decent AoE at low levels. Again, this may have changed slightly, so it's entirely possible that now they feel a little bit closer together. I do need to retest it. Rogue is definitely one of my least played classes, because I know it sucks, and frankly, no matter how good it is when I retest it, it's not going to end up being a good class. It just might be slightly better than I remembered, but it's function, like, its class kit. That much I know enough about to know it hasn't significantly changed. Its class kit has not meaningfully changed at all since the last time I talked about it, so it's still just a very flawed playstyle, regardless. So since Dream Surge was nerfed, do you recommend doing something else? No. At this point, just ignore the fact that Dream Surge used to be in the guide. Just do your crafting in Dornegal. It also saves you travel time, right? Like, the reason it was worth going out of your way to do Dream Surge is because it wasn't like that far away. It was easy to do with taking a portal, and it gave a significant bonus, like 50%. I think technically speaking, if you have the Spires of Iraq Tavern set up, I think that works. But is it worth doing that? Especially if you don't have it set up. Is it worth getting that set up? Absolutely not. It's a fairly minor bonus, and that would be a lot of travel time just to do the enchanting stuff. So at that point, in just time efficiency, much better to just send the crafts and then do some other questing. Let's see. Magister of 12th Law said, OMG camera reveal has happened at some point. Yes, it has. I've done facecam stuff for, like, a while. Like, I did a facecam video years and years ago, sparingly. I did, like, 2 facecam videos, like, 3 to 4 years ago, and then, like, 2 years ago, I did, like, 2 facecam streams split up by, like, multiple months. And then otherwise, I just haven't really used it. It's something that every now and then I decide I want to try using again. But like I said, this time I'm trying to like commit to actually using it more frequently. So we'll see. Seeing Dornegal so empty is weird. Yeah, it definitely feels odd. There's like this kind of uncanny feeling going to like old capital cities. Honestly, I'm surprised there's so many people here considering it's like demon time on Europe. And also old expansion hub. Hello, Rips Lockhart. Good to see you. I think I've caught up though. Hey, Lub. Good to see you. Okay, now I can do my prep. So yeah, I gave myself a bit of gold, so that should help. I meant to... I'll keep this necklace just in case, but realistically speaking, if I'm going to use a necklace now, I don't really care all that much. Yeah, let's just go ahead. I'll drop this in my bank. I'll drop this in my Warbands bank, and then this stuff... I don't know which flask I want. If I end up using crit or mastery, I'll take those out, but... I need to figure out what I want to run on disc. And the other thing is, so I'm going to probably end up running a really weird disc build, because remember, we're trying to level. So I'm not necessarily going to be running like a normal meta disc builds that you would expect to see, because I'm going to be trying to build disc entirely for damage. Now, there might be some overlap, because obviously the way that disc works, you know, your damage is converted into healing, but stuff that is primarily taken as a healing talent, there could be a very, very, very strong healing talent, and I might not run it because I'm taking a very, very mediocre damage talent. But in the context of leveling, because I'm going to be doing solo leveling, like questing, right? I'm not going to be dungeon spamming, whatever. So in that context, just having more damage is more important. I should be able to keep myself alive relatively easily with just passive atonement healing, so any, like, big healing CDs I don't need to concern myself with too much. So... first things first, I'm going to look at anything that I can use right now. Anything that would be an upgrade that isn't too expensive. Let's see. It doesn't seem like there's much. Of course, that's an Agi. Agi. I also... Right, okay. I forgot. When I did some Calamitous the other day, when we were leveling the Evoker, and I got a decent amount of BOEs, and I think some of them were cloth, so I should check that, just in case. In Warbands, it would be in this tab. Right, so this ring will be really good. That is level 83. I'll put that there, though, and yeah, these shoulders will be absolutely massive. There's also, this will be very good. Do I have an offhand, though, to go along with it? Not yet. But I can... It's kind of interesting because I'm tempted to, like... When I level Resto Shaman, I already have a shield and a dagger. Maybe I should... Yeah, but I have a second dagger, actually, so that should be fine. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and find an offhand to pair with that. I might not be able to get a weapon upgrade for my priest at this level. If not, that's fine. At least I know that when I do get to level 83, I'll have something ready to go. I can also check, because offhands wouldn't be shown here, right? So... I would kind of want to run a staff, but it's just... Yeah, they're way too expensive. I don't want to spend that much gold on what is ultimately a fairly marginal upgrade, especially since I already have a weapon prepared for level 83. Let's see, I should also... I think I left a tab open that was making my screen super bright, so that was probably causing some issues. So that should balance out the lighting a little bit. Is this live? Yes, this is live. What does PBE mean? Is that like pre-recorded broadcast or something? But no, this is live. Cloth, okay. So, what can I wear right now that is not extremely expensive? That is... So, I'm only going to buy things... First, I'll check level 81, because we can get all of the really good stuff. Why... Oh, right. Level 81 to 81, so it's not showing me endgame stuff. There we go. So I can do this, and I should check what I want for stats. Okay. So, I'll pop open Wowhead. I'll at least check to see what the Disc Priest guide says. Also, I'm guessing... Yeah, okay, so Jack writes the Disc Priest guide. Good. Okay, so it's still haste over crit for Void Weaver. Haste allows you to apply more atonements. Okay, so it looks like mostly it's just haste, because obviously I remember that being very good for Void Weaver, because you get the big orb going, and then crit just for damage. And then obviously it's like versatility for M+, which doesn't matter, so... really, I think it's just haste and crit is what I should prioritize for maximizing damage, and then mastery and verse I don't really care much about. Especially mastery I wouldn't really care about much at all, because that's going to be, I would imagine, entirely healing focused, right? Yeah, you're healing and absorption, so mastery would actually be, I think, my worst stat, period, right? Because that gives me absolutely 0 damage, which we do not like. So I should focus almost entirely on other stats. So that's crit haste. So we'll go ahead and grab that. Then if I go back... wow. Wow, that is pricey. What is wrong with, like, prices on Europe right now, man? God damn. There aren't even 178 item level pieces? Ugh. Okay. Well. Okay, both of them are versatility. Fuck it, I'll take a versatility headpiece. It's better than nothing. It's not mastery. Are these... At this point, if I'm not getting, like, perfect items, I may as well just take the cheaper ones. So I'll just go down, take these. We get haste versatility, sure. Let's take a belt that is crit versatility, sure. Alright. Then miscellaneous. We have necklace. Crit haste, cool. And then for ring, can do... What is this ring? This is crit haste. Okay, so that is actually quite a good ring for my stats. Crit haste, alright, perfect. As long as I don't have any mastery on these pieces, that is ideal. And then, let me grab these. Yeah, I think this is fine for now. And then... What enchants do I need? I think boot enchants, there's usually a cheap one. Oh, chess piece, right? There's supposed to be a chess piece, so... Where is it? Are there just none? Huh? I'm not crazy, right? There is a crafted chess piece. And it just doesn't exist on this server. Hello? I'm on a big European server, right? Like, why? What's going on here? Twisting Nether. That's a big server, right? That's like one of the higher pop Europe servers. No? Realms. Yeah, okay. It's one of the big ones. Alright. I'm gonna check this random... I made a few alts in, like, the other big servers, just level 1s to check the auction house, or, like, level 10s. So... Okay, well, that didn't help at all. Terran Mill. So, I'm gonna check the other auction houses. Surely you took it. Look, I would gladly fight you if you actually came back to retail WoW. But I know you're busy playing the, that new one. Whatever, it's Forever? Is that the one? Level 81. Okay, it has... Are there no... Okay, yeah, I'm not crazy at least. There are chess pieces. So there's leather helmets, bracers, boots, and chest. Oh, is there's a belt instead of a chest piece for cloth? Huh. Okay. Interesting, I guess. And yeah. See, I never knew this, because so far I've basically only leveled plate and leather characters. And I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure plate is the same. Yeah, plate is a chess piece. What does mail have? Mail has also a chest... Why? 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 Why did somebody at Blizzard decide, you know what? We're going to make it so cloth players, they only get a belt. They don't get a crafted chest piece, which comes with more stats, by the way, so it's a better item to have. They get a belt slot instead. Like, if it was a different piece for every single armor type, I might understand. But it's the same thing for plate, mail, and leather, and then... Cloth belts? Huh? Alright, well, mystery solved, at least, but I'm just baffled. Why? Why is that a thing? Hello? Crafting is pretty worth it? Oh yeah, definitely. And no, for all the other armor types, the blue chest is just at level 81, like everything else. So, yeah, it's just Blizzard being weird. Mostly you're working again, so you've topped out what you can do in Forever for now. Yeah. I know you get really busy this time of year, so fair enough. But when the season ends, I do think you should give WoW another shot. Also, right around when the season ends for you, I think the new patch will be coming out, like end of summer, so that would work out quite well. If you wanted to give it another shot. Let's see, current expansion only. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to spend that much on it. Helmet. For Blessing of Speed. And then... would just be Ring. And then... probably just a Haste enchant. As much haste as I can. Then Eversong Diamond. I was gonna say, maybe it's worth getting the max mana one if it's cheaper. Turns out it's not cheaper, so okay, I'll just, you know what? We'll take the primary stat. I can't click. It's hard to move this mouse. It's like a different muscle memory. And then gems. Gems. I want... check that out. Current expansion. So I want a cheap gem. Is it worth it? It's going to be on an item that I'm going to use for the entire leveling process. So, like, I don't think spending, like, 1,000-esque gold is worth, but... Could I get, like, a quick amethyst? Or no, quick garnet. Would be that, or... What's the other one? Okay, deadly peridot is much more expensive, so quick garnet it is. That's probably fine. I'll put that in the necklace, and I'll put the other one in the ring. And... Oh yeah, for this ring, I'll need something too. Let's just take another quick garnet, and then I need to get another ring enhancement. Finger. And we'll go with yet another haste. Cool. I think that's everything. I guess shoulders, because those shoulders will probably last me most of the leveling process, so that is worthwhile. Yeah, and then, I mean, this is dirt cheap, right? So, can't hurt. For weapon enchants, I think we saw earlier that weapon enchants like World Soul Aegis is absolutely dirt cheap. And this is, yeah. I mean, it's just free shielding and damage, so there's no reason to not buy this. Courtly robes are for level 90. Well, yeah, so there's only however many slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 level 81 slots for every single armor type. Now, I thought it was the same, but apparently it's not. So instead of a chest piece, cloth has a belt. They have the same number of slots, just different item. Because there's no, like, level 81 leather plates, etc. belt. So they get a different armor slot for some reason. I don't know why. You know, my gut says it would probably be easier to just have it be the same for all armor types, especially if you're making it different for one. I genuinely don't know why they did that. I have to imagine that they just meant to do it for multiple, and then they just kind of forgot that was something they planned on doing, so they only made it different for cloth, and then they just copy-pasted for the other armor types, because it just makes absolutely no sense. There's no, like, logical reason to do it for one and not the other, right? Like, there's just absolutely no reason to do that. So it has to be something like that. They meant to do it for multiple, and they just forgot that they started that process and didn't continue it, so. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's Blizzard. That's just kind of their MO. Yeah, probably an oversight, for sure. GTA 6 is supposed to come out when work is done. Oh, really? Is that this year? GTA 6 finally coming out? Fair enough. I know a lot of people are excited for that. And then what else? So now I want to look at stuff that is currently usable. So currently usable cloth. What could I buy? Anything that is cheap. I was going to say I could buy a belt before, but then I guess it's a good thing I checked, right? Because, like, now we know, well, the belt is one of the slots that you already have. 1k gold, though, I think, considering my gear on this character is actually significantly worse than, like, my evoker from before, I actually do think 1k is a small price to spend for a sizable initial upgrade. Same for, yeah, like these gloves, especially if they have decent stats. If I can get one, it looks like they only come with crit mastery. Maybe I actually just don't buy it then. Just save my golds. And this is... Okay, it is fixed stats, but it has higher haste, and obviously chest is a more valuable slot. What about helmet? That's a little bit more expensive. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I think I'll save for the other ones. Not worth it. But then also for miscellaneous, what do we have? Cheap offhands. Crap stats. It's unfortunate, but... I mean, I would say 1k is acceptable, especially because, like, what's my current weapon is crit haste, but obviously, your weapon in especially as a caster, is like a pretty big part of your stats. So I think having something good here will make a pretty sizable difference. Jeez. Neither of these are intellect. Okay. Sure. I mean, this like one-hander has almost more stats than the staff alone, so probably worth it. Sure. It also means that I can put World Soul Aegis on it, which is like something worth noting. Now I want to check level 83. Oh crap, I forgot to sort by usable. So, really cheap, wow. Okay, so like the mid-level, I wonder if the reason for this is because I got this stuff, like I got this pair of shoulders, while farming Calamitous. So I think because you can get a lot of these level 83 items while doing Calamitous farming, I wonder if it's just like dirt cheap because there's so many of them. Interesting. It's definitely, I think in this case, since my initial gear is so bad, I do think it is worth getting, like, spending that few thousand gold to get the initial upgrade. Just because those first 3 levels, like, I'll be doing all the delves, right? So having a slightly stronger bit of scaling for those initial delves will make it significantly easier. And honestly, that's, like, the most challenging section of the questing process. The only question here is, like, do I... I guess for anything... Boots and bracers I already have. So for the robe, I think I save a little bit of gold and just buy, 53 gold. So, like, obviously you're going to buy that. But then, like this. So this is 300 gold. This is 400 gold. At that point, I think we just spend a little bit extra. The display tooltip is different. I wonder if it's just a visual bug. We'll have to see what shows up in the mailbox. And then what else? So, belts we have. Pants. Okay, so this is like 500 versus 1,000 something. So... the gloves are kind of really expensive regardless. Pants, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy these pants here. And then, can I get Spell Thread? What is... I already bought low-level gloves, right? Spellbinder's trouser, beacon knife. Did I not buy... Hold on, let me check. If I didn't buy lower level gloves, then I will buy level 83 ones. It looks like I didn't. Okay, then I'll buy the level 83s. I couldn't remember. So I'll buy this. Buy this. Yes. And I'll just vendor that. I can put, I'll have to organize this a little bit just for my own personal sanity. This is 83, 83, 83. So, let's put the 81 stuff first. Okay, yeah, so then this is all level 83. And then I don't think beyond that, because I think level 85 is the next breakpoint. So if I do level range 85, yeah, it's every 2 levels. And definitely, like, level 87, I don't want to invest any golds. There are, honestly... like, this is so cheap that it might be worth it. Yeah, okay. Sure. I'll take 30 gold for a sizable upgrade. The other ones are... yeah, like, that I'm not going to spend gold on, but, like, 53 gold. That is just kind of impossible to pass up. But that should cover me for the remainder of the leveling process. I'm, like, obviously 88 to 90 are not real levels, so I'm not going to buy stuff at level 87 just for one level, but that at least will be some sizable replacements. And then, what was I going to do? For 83, I was going to buy gloves. Yeah, but I'll buy... 800 gold for a slightly larger upgrade. Considering I'm not buying the better ones, I think the price difference is not that significant. Sure. Fuck it. Do that. And then I'm gonna... Oh, I have my Traveler's Tundra Mammoth now, so I can just do that. And the gloves, yeah, go first. Alright, cool. Honestly, this is such a minor upgrade, but yeah, it was like 50 gold, so I think that's probably worth. And now, if I recall, the chest enchants are just really, really, really overpriced for leveling, so they're not worth it for like casual runs. I will check head. Usable current expansion. Yeah, I'll put Blessing of Speed on. I have one more helmet, so we can buy one of these. And then I enchanted that ring, right? Yes. So then all I need is Flight of the Eagle, and then I want to check Spell Thread. So... where was it being? Shoulders. Flight of the Eagle. And then, I don't remember what they're sorted under, but Spell Thread. Maybe it's not usable. Requires level 81, right, so that was the problem. So it increases intellect by... first off, I can buy that and put it on my current pants. And then... I would want probably stamina? But that's, like, really expensive. So honestly, yeah, I'm just not even going to bother with either of those. And I'll buy... It's just one more pair of pants, right? Yeah, one more pair. So I'll just buy a second Bright Linen Spell Thread. That's at least, you know, something that I can use. And then we'll do this. Oh, crap. Wrong shoulders. Those ones. Then current pants. And these pants. Alright, cool. Catch-up experience lost all XP value the moment it asked you to enter a follow-up dungeon. Yeah, follower dungeons are very, very, very bad for leveling. Definitely not worth. Honestly, I think if you're gonna level through War Within, just do Isle of Dorn side quests. Even if you're not doing, like, efficient ones, there's really no bad Isle of Dorn side quests. Obviously, the eventual route will tell you, like, the best way to go about it, and I did showcase it on stream, like, semi-recently, but there's no, like, wrong way to do it. So you should be fine, just kind of doing whatever you can. And I think we looked, and there weren't really any other great options right now, right? So we'll do this for now. I enchanted this weapon already. Bracers we get from crafting, so that's not a concern. Yeah, so this is pretty much, for gear, all I really need, which I'm spending a little bit more time worrying about it for this because I don't really know how challenging Disc Priest is going to be for leveling. I want to make it as easy as possible, and also this is like a really crappy geared Disc Priest. This is fresh Legion Remix conversion, so it's not like I have a geared character from, you know, War Within, which would make things substantially easier. Consumables, I have fried bonefish here. Let's put this stuff down here. Light's Potential, healing potion, this, and then flask. I would want... do I want crit or... Probably haste. Let's look at Blood Knight. Flask of the Blood Knight's 241. Honestly, whichever one's cheaper. Blah, blah. Whichever one is less gold. Blood Knights is less gold. Flask of the Blood Knights. Let's just buy 5 of these. Should be good. And I need to remember to learn engineering when I actually get to Silvermoon. I'll try to remember to do that. Alright, and I think for consumes, that is all I need. So now I just gotta figure out my talents. The logical reason is that Blizzard didn't smoke crack. Yeah, pretty much. That makes sense. Also, sorry, I haven't been checking Twitch. Oh, you meant test server. Okay, yeah, no. This is not a PTR run. This is live servers. I'm on Europe right now. Yep, yes, earlier said, why not choose cloth chest option in the AH to see if anything pops up? Well, I know for a fact that at this point, I don't know when you sent that message. At this point, I know for a fact it's just different. Because it used to work like that in War Within. But in War Within, there were, like, different armor options for all the different classes. And yeah, I am playing on Europe. Small indie company. Oh, Natty popped in earlier. Good to see you, Natty. My goat. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so for talents, normally when I do like leveling runs and stuff, I check like Warcraft logs or something to see like what other people are playing and kind of formulate a build based on that. But this time around, I am just going to check myself and kind of just homebrew something, because I know for a fact that whatever I find on logs is not going to accurately reflect what I need to be playing for disc leveling. So PvP talents, I mean, probably mind games, right? That won't hurt. Okay, evangelism is a damage cooldown. Okay, that one almost, like, certainly, yeah. Well, having reduced cast time would be nice if I actually thought I could apply it to allies. That could be pretty nice for survivability. Okay. Well, we've turned evangelism into a 10% damage cooldown, and now I could reduce its cooldown by 45 seconds. Yeah, that, like... So it's a... That would half the cooldown, right? Yeah. That's really good. Okay. That... I'm gonna tentatively take that. What else can we take? 10% spell damage? Okay. Yeah, that just seems very good. Okay, and I have to click to enable that. I mean, that's already 3 very good PvP talents. Is it... What else do we have? That's good. Wow, I did not realize Disc had such nuts PvP talents. Because, like, Holy Priest, which Holy Priest I think used to be the best priest leveling spec. I don't think it's bad now, but I have heard it has some problems. I wonder if Mind Games is worth it. So what exactly does Evangelism do in terms of our damage? It effectively just immediately radiances me, and then it just gives me 10% damage, and it lasts... how long does it last? Okay, so Dark Archangel is a separate buff. Wait, oh, and Harsh Discipline. So, I don't know where that is, but there's some talent that I have that's making it so Evangelism also just gives me more Penance Bolts, which is more damage. So... yeah, okay. In that case, I feel like Evangelism is doing way too much for us in terms of damage to not just take, like... It has half the cooldown. And, like, so Mind Games is... like, roughly 3.5k damage. It actually, honestly, it's not bad damage. It's tough, but I don't think it's, like, that good, right? Like, is it so good that I have to sacrifice, like, that much CDR in Evangelism? I don't think so. I think we just take the Evangelism CDR. My gut tells me that that's just a better option. You love getting your keys trolled? Yeah. It's one of the reasons I hate Pugging M+. At the very least, if one of my guildies trolls my key, I can just, like... I can make fun of them and tease them about it. Okay, so let's just... I'll ignore Voidweaver for now. I assume that the Spectre is probably going to be easier. Okay. So they removed Rhapsody, right? So Rhapsody used to be really, really nice for Holy Priest leveling, because it made Holy Nova do a lot of damage, but... that is... Oh, I like the look of that. Okay, we're definitely taking that. Yeah, I definitely want that. Shit. Okay. I guess I didn't realize Body and Soul is tied to this. So I need to take Body and Soul, which means I need to take Leap of Faith. So what do I drop? I'm definitely taking that, so I can drop... I guess I drop my Dispel? Yeah, okay, and it's a Purge. Maybe there's something else I can take. The only reason why this might be good is I could PI Valera. Is it worth it to PI Valera for a talent point? I don't know. I can drop that and take that. Okay, I don't need Reduce CD on Leap of Faith. Okay. Interesting. What's this? Run damage. I kind of like Petrifying Scream just as utility. I don't think I need Mind Control. Like, I don't really think Dominate Mind's going to be that useful for leveling. Honestly, a lot of times, stuff like this ends up being more annoying than it's worth, because you then have to wait for it to break to actually kill the target. So that's probably not that worthwhile. This is... I technically don't need this, because I need to take Shadow or Death. That's an obvious one. I don't know how much I care about that. Desperate Prayer is really nice. 20% of flash healing on other targets also heals you. Okay, well, I can drop that, and then I can take Inspiration. So, that's... I don't really know how important that is, but that's definitely, like, something. And I can honestly drop Desperate Prayer if I think that... Ooh, that's actually quite good. Protective Light. Increases the damage of your spells. Alright. Cool. There's actually way more... I didn't realize there were so many damage-focused talents here. This is pretty good. Increases the damage of Smite. Alright. Okay. Smite cast times are reduced. Well, I kind of need to take that, then. How do I justify taking that? You know what I could do? So, this reduces my magic damage taken, but I could take this to get Phantom Reach, and... I think, honestly, the 10% DR, like, if I weave in, if I get a Surge of Light, and I quickly flash heal myself, that gives me, I mean, a lot of survivability. It should be enough, and then I get 10% DR. So that should be good. The question now is, do I have enough talent points to place here? Because now, like, we have this floating point, right? Which is unfortunate. Yeah, so I don't really have enough to take all of this just yet. But that is really good. Honestly, you know what? I don't need this. So this is survivability. Now, 10% DR and Fade, that's good. Don't get me wrong. That actually seems like it would be pretty nice for leveling. So I could take that. And... then... pretty much this is all the damage talents, right? It looks like it. So then, I'm gonna get a few more class tree talents, and then I could take, like, nice-to-have things, such as Translucent Image, like the mobs stand in place. And I don't really think there's a lot of other stuff I could take. Twins of the Sun Priestess, I think this is just nice because if I accidentally target, like, the wrong enemy or something, I can always, or, like, a different ally, I'll always get PI on myself. So that's pretty good. I think this is fine. Yeah. This seems good. Level 80, that didn't take long? Yeah, 70 to 80 is very, very fast. I think the thing about the 10 to 70 guide, though, is keep in mind you can follow that at any point. So it's definitely, if you've already exhausted all of the really good parts of 10 to 70, then yeah. Chromie, or Isle of Dorn's probably going to be better than the later stages of the Chromie Time route. But for anybody who has like old characters that they're trying to get caught up, they can start from the very beginning. And I've structured the route so that you want to start off with the early stuff. It is still better. I just saw Rips Lockhart typed in Discord. Can't wait for the 1 to 60 vanilla hardcore speedrun leveling. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if I'll be doing that. I mean, I like vanilla leveling, but definitely, definitely not gonna ever try to speedrun that. Mind Games is a classic low-key. I mean, do it for the content. I really would like to take Mind Games, but, like, I'm not gonna... I think one of the interesting things about this, right, is I'm not playing Disc because I think, like, oh, it's a fun meme thing. I genuinely think, like, my hypothesis going into this is I genuinely believe that Disc is actually the best way to level Priest. I do think that is probably going to end up being the case. Especially, we're already, like, halfway through looking at talents, and there is infinitely more here than I realized. This did not used to be the case for Priest. They gave them way more damage talents in Midnight than they used to have. So I'm already very impressed at what I'm seeing. These are very strong PvP talents, and this combination is just, like, way too good to pass up on. And then, obviously, like, is Mind Games going to beat out flat 10% spell damage? No. That's just nuts. That is very, very, very good. So, I don't know. I also think this is kind of like a nerfed version of Mind Games. This isn't as strong as back when it was, like, a Covenant ability. This is so powerful. Especially in combination with this. That's really good. Is it bad if Valeera's doing more damage than you? No, I think Valeera is generally pretty good for damage. Especially higher level DPS Valeera is quite strong. What spec am I using Valeera for in Delves? Normally, so the general answer to that is if you have a leveled Valeera, run her as DPS. DPS Valeera is always the best if you have a high level Valeera. The problem with my Valeera is this is a new account, right? So she's level 10. So she's kind of useless. I don't really know what would be best here. When I was leveling my Devastation Evoker, I put her as healer because at the very least that's a little bit of self-sustained. But I honestly can't imagine that I will need any sort of external healing. If I start getting clapped, obviously I'll throw her on healer and then just call it a day. But I also don't think that she'll do that much as damage, so I might honestly put her as tank. Maybe? I don't know. Can't hurt. So, we'll see. And especially because, like, normally, if you think about it, like, if you're leveling as a healer, I mean, you normally shouldn't level as a healer, right? Outside of this specific case, I don't think it's worthwhile. But specifically in the case of Disc, you don't actually need to spend any time healing Valeera. All I need to do is, like, throw Power Word Shield on her, I get Atonement, and then I just go back to DPSing. And then I just passively keep her alive. So actually, yeah, I think tank might not be bad. I think if I had a leveled DPS Valeera, I would just put her on that and she would just kill stuff. But because I don't think she's going to do a whole lot, then tank Valeera might actually end up being better. We'll try it. There's enough value there that I can think of that it's worth at least testing. So, we shall see. Alright, what else? So, I will look at Voidweaver last, because I think this is like the final linchpin of... yeah, that I remember. I don't need pain suppression. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think I need pain sup at all. So if there's nothing else that I can put a talent point into, this is not terrible, obviously, having, like, a little external, but, like, why? Wow, that's a lot of damage. Okay. Obviously, I knew Ultimate Penitence was a nice, like, defensive cooldown, but that's actually quite good. So, okay, obviously, anything that does damage, we take. So, we have a chance to buff Penance, grants more damage, Shadow Word Pain spreads, like the Penance spread. Alright, definitely we take that. Shadow Word Pain does more damage, so we can drop that. That seems fine, right? So, what only does healing? Alright, yeah, don't care about that. Don't care about atonement. What is this? Just the Cat's Time and Radiance. Alright, well, we don't care about that. I will need... Okay, in that case, I'll take this. You know, do I need Radiance at all? I kind of need to take Radiance just to path here. Like, honestly, though... Okay, so this seems crazy, right? But what am I going to use Radiance for if I'm just soloing stuff? Obviously, at max level, I take this. But I genuinely think this is just better. Because it allows me to path here, and it does give me Pain Sup as like basically a personal defensive. And then this is just more defensive stuff while I'm hitting the enemy with smites. So that's damage, that's damage, that's damage. That's damage. Okay, we definitely take that. What do I... that's Harsh Discipline, so that's the thing I was thinking about earlier. Deals 5% additional damage and spreads to one additional target. Oh, okay. What's the difference? Shadow Word Pain spreads to a nearby enemy. I guess this just makes this stronger. Okay. I definitely want to take the 15% shadow damage. Just what can I take to make this work? Okay, well, I'm definitely going to take Mindbender. That's good. Damage of Smite and Penance is increased. Ooh, okay, alright. Power Word Shield gives you a haste buff. Okay. Penance increases the next absorb of your Power Word Shield. Alright, so I can drop that. That's pretty good. Right, well, I don't need that. That's survivability. I don't need that. That's survivability. Increased chance to critically heal. I don't care. Interesting. This is strange. So... This seems very good. This seems incredibly good. But... Can I afford to take it, is the question. So, what does my Apex talent stuff do? This is Powered Shield into Void Shield. Okay, so that's worthless. But this gives me 6% total damage. Void Shield reflects 25% of damage taken. Okay. Interesting. That's... That's probably worth taking. It's tough to say. I don't know how impactful this is going to be anyway. I mean, I take this for sure, right? Like, that is a no-brainer, 15% damage. Then the question is, with my remaining talent points, what is worth doing? Like, this is very obvious. Smite and Penance damage, obviously. Penance damage, searing an enemy. Sure, like, Penance is kind of our bread and butter. As much as I like 10% haste, like, this is a nice to have, and it's 2 talent points, which I think should be spent somewhere else. Greater Smite honestly seems very strong, but the question is this more worthwhile? Because I could take Borrowed Time and then Greater Smite, or I could go down here. The problem with Shadowmend is, like, this is just kind of worthless, right? So I could take this stuff. I don't know how impactful Shadow Word Death's actually going to end up being, because the bulk of my AoE damage is going to come from spreading Shadow Word Pain onto, like, multiple different targets, and then my Entropic Rift. So, this Yeah, the rift grows in size, and then when it collapses, it explodes. So this is going to be where the bulk of my damage comes from, and then I'm going to be trying to, like, cleave down all mobs at once, and then focusing an enemy. And, like, obviously, if this was easy to take, this would be pretty nice, but this is a lot of investment to get this. This is... Yeah, especially the problem is this is basically impossible to take, right? So I really like the idea of this talent, Inescapable Torment. Being able to, especially because this would trigger off Penance, which I will be using a lot. So if I'm running Shadow Fiend and Mindbender, especially this one is kind of mandatory because I have low CD Evangelism, but this would cause a lot of slashes to happen, which would be pretty nice AoE damage. But can I justify spending 2 points into, like, effectively nothing just to get this? I don't really think so. Because, like, what would it look like? This? I mean, that's not bad, but also, like, Expatiation is what I'm really interested in. And then, would this be better? Like, do I care enough about summoning this and getting, like, the slashes compared to just more smite damage? Because obviously this will upgrade then into Void Blast, which is going to be a big chunk of my damage. So that is consistent damage of just casting Smite increases the damage of Smite, which casting Void Blast increases the damage. That is, I think, more single target damage and more consistent single target damage than this. Yeah. And it also then lets me run the 10% haste. So I do think this is probably best. And then the question is, do I run this for 10% haste? Or, alternatively, I run Shadowmend and Death's Torment? Maybe? But honestly, I kind of think that's better. Especially because, yeah, I think the Apex talent is worth taking. So I can't really take anything else here. But this looks good. Overall, I think I managed to get almost everything that I really wanted on here. This is... we freed up one worthless talent. Okay, that's just a 2% DR. And... yeah, so... if I have one more talent, though... then if I drop this, then I can take Shadowman, Death's Torment, and 1 point in Expatiation. That's probably better, now that I can actually afford to take that. And then, is there anything else that I can afford? There's actually maybe merit to dropping this. Because... in a leveling context, how long does Shadow Word Pain last? 20 seconds. How often is a mob going to stay alive for longer than 20 seconds? And... like, in theory, I already get so many free spreads of this, so... worst case scenario, if I'm fighting, like, a Delve boss or something, where I have to refresh... Shadow Word Pain. I'm pretty sure this caps out at a certain point anyway. Like, you can't extend it indefinitely, at least if I recall, because I did play Disc before. So I think at some point I'm going to have to refresh Shadow Word Pain regardless. So, yeah, if this does give me another capstone talent, like, I don't need to take that. So that would let me take this, which that seems pretty strong, yeah. Okay. It's either that, or I then reconsider, could I now justify... no. I either want Expatiation or Inescapable Torment. I like this, yeah. The only dead node here is Shadowmend, which is mandatory for pathing. And then I think everything else is good? Yeah. The only... obviously, there's this stuff, but yeah, also mandatory for pathing. There's no merit to any of this stuff, because I definitely want all of these. Okay. Looks good. CHS said, "Hey Goat, is your old 10 to 80 guide still accurate?" Yes, absolutely. It's honestly completely still 100% accurate, because Blizzard forgot to change... what's it called? Like, or I don't know if they forgot or they just intentionally didn't change War Within. So Chromie time from 10 to 80 now is exactly the same as Chromie time from 10 to 70. The only thing is my 70 to 80 route will probably eventually be like integrated into the eventual 10 to 80 guide. For those last 10 levels, it's arguably faster, but you could also just use my 70 to 80 guide. That hasn't changed. So if you just look at both guides, you'll get all the info you need. But yeah, all of that is still 100% accurate. I've already done enough testing at this point to know, like, there's nothing that is unexpected that I haven't already tested with one of those expansions. There may have been more testing required if War Within worked the entire way through, like if War Within was added to Chromie time, because then I would have had to check whether War Within was worth doing, like, substantial chunks of for the rest of the leveling process. But if we only can do War Within for the final 10 levels, well, then crafting already takes up the bulk of that. And then it's like, well, you only have, like, up to 5 levels of XP to fill from War Within, and there's only so much really good stuff in Isle of Dorn, and you already hit level 80 before you've exhausted all of that, so there's just, like, no room to even include other stuff. My dogs are going crazy, so I don't know if my microphone's picking that up. The Bloodhounds of the Delves are always a problem for Tank Valera. Which Bloodhounds? Oh, you... Time to hit the hay, good luck. Well, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear what you meant by the Bloodhounds. But okay, so I think this covers it for the Spectre. I'll lock this in, just so that I don't, like, accidentally close the talent window and lose these changes. I have this still as a macro, but I'm going to drop this for now. I'll also put this... I'll keep Flash Shield here just so I don't fuck my muscle memory. And... yeah, so Holy Nova is like a damage cooldown now. I'm gonna put it there, so I don't forget. Shadow Fiend is a passive. You know what? I'll put it here. Okay. You'll wait for time walking your road for at least part of 80 to 90 because it's just boring? Yeah. Well, I would say, the better option, because, like, time walking, honestly, is not that fast. Turbulent Timeways might be okay, but Turbulent Timeways would still ideally just be do it to get the buff. If you really want to optimize leveling on your road without having to quest, because obviously solo questing is just a pain, I would say wait for, what is it? Wait for Calamitous to be up for Shadowguard points, and then just spam that, at least for some early levels. Definitely, the nice thing about whenever Calamitous is up, the other delves are also on good variants, usually. So you can just do those alongside it. But Calamitous, even on a rogue, shouldn't be too hard, because you can just, like, set Valera to DPS, or even, if you're struggling, put her on healer, and then just do, like, one gigantic pull, pop all your CDs, and nuke everything. And, like, that rogue can do fine. It's just, like, it sustains, like, pack-to-pack pulls. Rogue is, like, a little bit iffy on. But Rogue would honestly do Calamitous, I think, perfectly well. How far do you need to go into the campaign to unlock delves? The leveling campaign? I mean, the leveling campaign guides you along the process of unlocking delves. But, so, the thing with that question is, I don't, like, you'll have to explain what you mean, the context behind that, Tommy Kemeny. Because if you're wondering, like, oh, can I just unlock delves and start spamming it? Technically speaking, you can do delves immediately. There's nothing stopping you from jumping into delves on your very first character and doing them, right? Like, you can, but you shouldn't. The first time you level a character in Midnight, if you just started the expansion, follow my campaign guide, because you need to do the entirety of the Midnight campaign to unlock endgame stuff. And it will guide you through things, like you'll get directed to do a delve as part of the campaign, and it'll introduce you to, like, the different delve systems, you'll, like, set Valera spec, etc. But this is mandatory. You will have to do this once. You haven't done the campaign, but you won't have Reno? Eh? What? Eh? I have no idea what you mean. Reno's not a delve follower. Yeah, I'm not sure. How do I get 7080 and follow the arrow? I only see midnight guides. So I coded this earlier. This is going to be the next update. So at some point tomorrow, you will see this stuff. But obviously, like when I'm adding stuff to the add-on, like I code it on my computer and then I upload the file, right? So this is like a work in progress update for tomorrow. But there's a few more things I wanted to add to the update before I like officially posted it. But you're not missing out on that much. Like the reason I put these sections here is I haven't fully added them, right? Like, obviously a lot of work will have to be finished before I can get all this included. The reason why I put these placeholder sections here is because I get a lot of people who don't know that, like, my video guides exist, and they're clueless. They have no idea where to go. They're like, just put me in the right direction. So in the meantime, until I've got full follow the arrow routes for, like, 10 to 80, I have these, like, placeholder sections of, hey, I have a video guide that tells you what route to follow. Here's a link to it. Or for 70 to 80, I basically explain, like, you could follow Chromie time, but, if your character's bugged, here's the link to my guide, and then here's some extra information, etc., etc. So this is meant to be like a stopgap measure to help people who aren't really sure where to look until the full routes are finished. But again, this is currently only on my computer. The update will be posted tomorrow at some point. Thanks for the hard work. The add-on's a godsend. No problem. I'm glad you like it. But yeah, so that, and I'm currently updating the Sojourner routes for Eversong Woods and Zul'jin. And then by the time that I post the update tomorrow, I want to make sure that Zul'jin is completely finished. And then I also want to get started on Voidstorm and Harrandar. So there'll be at least a few quest lines done, maybe like 1 or 2, just to have them on the board for both of those zones. And then a few more miscellaneous quality of life features. What I'm thinking of implementing right now, just because, like I said, I'm trying to like chop it off one by one, like whack things off the list. Right now, I think I'm going to make it so... definitely I want to change it so you can fix the bounce color. That's something that I probably should have fixed before. I can add a percentage tracker. I think that should be relatively easy to implement. And changing the minimized option. So right now, when you minimize the add-on, it doesn't show any of the other stuff, but a few people said they want the option to like have the previous and next buttons, because that wouldn't take up too much space. So this won't show any of the other stuff. It like declutters a lot of it. The problem, like some people asked, can you show the notes with minimized? And then to that I have to say, like, that's just the regular setup, but with extra steps. Because, like, if you want to, there's already ways in the options. I don't know why I can't drag the options, but there's ways in the options to hide completed, hide upcoming, and then you can hide, like, a lot of stuff on here and change, like, the scaling and whatnot. So you can make it so if I do, what's it called? Hide completed, hide upcoming, and then I, like, shrink the panel. I mean, that is just minimized mode, but with notes. Like, you've accomplished that goal. So I think I'll at least put the previous and next buttons, and there's like 1 or 2 other things where if it doesn't show up in minimized mode, it can be a little bit confusing, because there'll be like a step saying click on this thing, but because I have it to be hidden during minimized mode, like it'll be a little bit hard to follow. So I'm planning to change that just to make it a little bit more intuitive. But generally speaking, I didn't expect so many people to use minimized mode. The reason I did this is some people wanted, like, just the objective tracker functionality of this. Like, if you've already done this route a million times and you already know the notes, like, you know what to do in every single section, like, this is not important for you, then this just saves some room on the display. So for those people, that's why I added minimized mode. I think that the reason some people have started using minimized mode more than not is because previously the current step would not automatically center itself when you switch to a new one. So now if I go to like Midnight Alts and I switch here, you can see it like always places itself like in the center and correctly spaces it. Previously that it didn't do that. That was a recent change that I added. So I think because that functionality wasn't baseline, but if you did minimized mode, then it kind of happened by default. I think some people figured minimized mode was like a more convenient option, but I'm hoping that now I finally fixed like the centering thing, and now it's like more intuitive, that more people will just use it the intended way. And the problem I've noticed is because so many people use minimize mode, which hides the notes, which kind of is the entire point of it, they would miss out on crucial context that was intended to help people doing it for the very first time. And then they would like leave questions on the CurseForge page saying like, I got lost at XYZ step. And I'm like, well, there's a note on that very step telling you exactly what to do. So I know they're probably using minimized mode. There's something like that. You just hide them and it looks perfect? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why the options are there. What about an opacity option? Like that? Or is there something else that you were wondering for opacity for? There's a lot of stuff in the settings that, yeah, like, you can do already. Settings are definitely one of those things where, like I said, I'm chipping away at it over time. But I do want to try and add small updates to that with every single little patch, just because if I keep delaying it and keep telling myself that I'm going to do like a big, you know, quality of life patch, there's a lot of stuff to get through. So I figure it's better to just like throw little quality of life settings in with every single update. Use minimize because you play on a small screen laptop. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I tried to make it so you can resize it down to a decent amount. Like, this should be small enough. The problem is, if I allow people outside of minimize mode, where, like, this is basically me taking off as much as I possibly can, and even then on some steps, like, I can't. Like, even on minimize mode, like, this is all relevant, right? So, if I shrink it any further, the UI elements clip into each other. And in earlier versions, I allowed you to shrink it a little bit more, but then some people would send me screenshots where like stuff was overlapping the settings button and they couldn't find it and whatnot. So I had to add like clamps on the minimum size because without that, it just gets really messy real fast. So this is, I think that this is just overall better. I haven't had any people complaining about like the size of the panels since I made those changes. So overall, I think it worked out. What was I going to do? Let me just real quick, because my dogs are barking really loud. I don't know if you can hear them. I'm hoping not. Usually, I go back and check, and most of the time you can. Okay. But yeah. Every now and then, my microphone picks it up, so better to just close my door so that doesn't, You can't hear them? Okay, perfect. Am I able to drop a pin on the map for the current step location? Yeah, that is... I think that's also on the list. Yes, I have auto-set in-game waypoints. Maybe I could do that. Yeah. That one actually shouldn't be too tricky. So, we'll see. I'll see how much I can get done. Top priority is the Sojourner stuff, so what I'll probably do is, like, I'll finish the Sojourner things, and once I'm happy with that, then there's also, yeah, so in addition to this, I didn't have time to finish this before starting stream, but I'm going to add a new section for, like, upcoming 12.0.7 changes, where so many people have been leaving comments on, like, YouTube and the CurseForge page asking about that, like, what about 12.0.7, are you going to update it, etc. So I think having that within the add-on itself, like, right below here, a route that just says 12.0.7 changes, and it's just kind of like this, but, you know, with question or frequently asked questions about 12.0.7 and like what the plans are for updates. That way, right there, like inside the add-on, people can get the information they're curious about. So I'm going to add that. Then I'm going to update the Sojourner stuff. And then if I have like spare time and it's not like super late, then I'll try to add as many of those fixes as I can. And then we'll ship the update. But either way, yeah, Pixelina, that's on the list. So if it's not in the next update, it will be in one of them soon. Brodiator said, love the add-on, thanks, no problem. I'm glad you like it. And... yeah, okay, so what was next? Hero talents. I keep losing my cursor. My new monitor setup is, like, kind of messing with my muscle memory. I'm trying to make sure that it's working correctly. Okay, so Entropic Rifts, obviously, that's mandatory. We definitely want Void Blast. That is very important. Okay, extending the duration. That actually doesn't matter. That's very good. Shadow Death consumes absorb shields. Okay, well, that's kind of useless. But, I mean, just... We kind of need to take it because Quick and Pulse is so strong. That's good. 20% move speed. That's useless. That's okay. Siphon amount equal to 4% of your health from an ally? What the heck? Okay, I don't... Definitely, so this column here I have to take, for sure. This is really good. But this is kind of trash. Like, this doesn't really do anything for me. And this is also worthless. So I already have a full column. So these columns can be partial, if needed. I guess at this point the question is... This I could definitely drop. Do I want this Void Wraith? Or do I want 100% increased Mind Blast damage? Tricky. I think this seems fine. And this allows me, like... So if I were to... Either way, my very next point gets it. So... This is only 5 seconds, though. Nah, I'm going Mind Blast damage. I'll be able to take this the next time I get a Hero Point talent, so it doesn't matter all that much. But I think this is fine. This feels good. Yeah. Either way, I was able to get most of the stuff that I wanted here. So, are there any bar changes that I need to make? Plea. That's new. Is there any reason to use this over Flashy? Like... Huh? I guess it's instant cast? But, like... Are there any Priest players who understand what this ability is for? Like, is there ever a situation to use this? Or is this just like one of those, you know, you start off with this ability at low levels and then they just never replace it and it's just kind of there? I'm just not sure. Also, that Focused Bowl seems like I'll get quite a lot of mileage out of that while leveling. Does Holy get that? I'm not sure if Holy gets that, actually. 17 Magisters bricked, but reran 16 and 2-chested. Nice. Well, I mean, at least you have an 18 now. So there you go. Never did keys past the 13. Wasn't your favorite for M+, but you like the raids. Yeah, M+ dungeons this season are, I think, a bit hit or miss. I don't hate it. Like, there have been M+ seasons that I just absolutely could not stand. Definitely, I think the raids... I always like the raids more, generally. Well, so, honestly, I don't think there's any use case for this as disc. Like, I'm more wondering if there is a use case for this as Holy. Like, maybe it's a Holy Priest spell, but you're saying... you only played Holy Priest, so you don't know. So if this is not a Holy ability that Disc just kind of has access to, because as Disc, I mean, you're never supposed to direct heal somebody unless you're throwing Power Word Shield or a Surge of Light Flash Heal on them. That much I know. Because I remember when I was first learning Disc, one of my priest friends who I was, like, asking for help basically said, like, if somebody is taking shitloads of damage, if you pain sup them and, like, they can live, cool. If you can Power Word Shield and Surge of Light them and they live, cool. If you do that and then they still die, then they're just shit. That's their fault. Don't worry about them. And I was playing with some really bad DPS because I was pugging, right? So I would get some DPS that would just run it down, take tons of damage, and I'd be sitting there trying to like slam heals into them. But because of that, I wasn't like, doing my atonement ramps and stuff like that. And the rest of the group is taking lots of damage. So my priest run basically just said, like, fuck those people. Like, if they are just taking tons of damage and dying, as a disc priest, you don't have amazing spot healing. You have some options if somebody gets, like, targeted by an ability, but really, you just do your thing, you pump out heals onto the entire group, and you are not a spot healer. So I don't really think that would be worth it, especially because it's such a low amount. Like, if it was close to flash heal, then maybe, but yeah, I don't think this has any purpose for disc. So if Holy doesn't use it, then yeah, I don't know. Holy doesn't even have it, though? That is so strange, then. There are a lot of abilities like that that are just kind of, like, leftover stuff. Also, I think this is the PvP talent wings, right? Inner Shadow. You just get, like, permanent wings just on your character. That's honestly kind of cool. I wish more PvP talents had special effects like this. Honestly, special effects like glyphs and stuff that do things like this should be just more common in general. But unfortunate. It's just an instant cast atonement application. Good point. Yeah. If this applies atonement, then I guess, yeah, I can double check, right? It does apply atonement. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Good call, Inside Suki. I could definitely see that. I mean, I haven't looked at the guide, so I haven't, like, read any... Obviously, the way that I'm going to be playing Disc for solo leveling is going to be a lot different than endgame. So it's entirely possible that even at endgame you don't use this, but that actually makes sense. If, like, in a raid environment. In a dungeon, I don't really think you need to do this at all. But if you're trying to, like, ramp atonement on 20 players, then having a quick way to, like... And that's relatively cheap, too, in terms of mana, right? So instant cast, decently low mana, very quick way to just build atonement on a bunch of people if you're trying to, like, ramp for a big burst of damage. That way, you can heal the entire raid. That actually, yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Whether or not it's actually useful for that, I mean, TBD, but I at least see the logic in that being the case. Okay, so what else? I think that's everything. The only other thing I was curious about, so I know Holy got changed this expansion a little bit. I have a tiny amount of coffee left over. I just want to see... So Holy Priest does have Shadow Word Pain. Okay, so somebody lied to me. Somebody told me that they took away Shadow Word Pain from Holy Priest. And if Holy Priest still has Shadow Word Pain, then it cannot be bad. The only reason why I thought Holy Priest might not be as good as I remembered is because if they lost Shadow Word Pain, then that would severely hinder their ability to round up mobs, because we were talking earlier about rogues, right? One of the biggest weaknesses rogues have is their ability to round up a lot of mobs. Well, priests are very good at that. Shadow Word Pain is a fantastic pulling tool. Stuff like Moonfire, Shadow Word Pain, what else? There's a few things like this. Honestly, Crackling Jade Lightning is not an amazing way to do it, but monks have so much mobility that they can just, like, round up mobs and then Jade Lightning the farm mobs. Heroic Throw can kind of work like that, but honestly, all of those are weaker than stuff like Shadow Word Pain and Moonfire. Those are definitely the gold standard for pulling mobs. So this is really, really, really nice. It was going to be taken away? Okay. So maybe that was like a beta change and then it got fixed at some point. Well, that's very good that Holy Priest still has that. So that means I would imagine, I do think Disc looks very, very, very enticing, and I'm hopeful that it ends up feeling very strong. But Holy Priest has always been a very powerful option for leveling, and I mean, if you still have the ability to round up mobs with Shadow Word Pain, then I can't imagine that it's going to be weak. So I suspect that I could level as Holy and still be fine. What I want to look is what's different. So there it is. Holy Fire replaces Shadow Word Pain. Ah. Okay. So I was not lied to. Blizzard just... Why? Why, though? Why is that necessary? This is like, they do this really dumb pruning stuff for absolutely no reason. Like, why does Holy Fire replace Shadow Pain? They are fundamentally two different... Well, okay, so that, actually, you know what? There we go. Holy as Penance? No, that's just a macro. So, for whatever reason, like, it just filled my bars based on, like, whatever. So, no, Holy doesn't have Penance. Okay, well, yeah, so that is very unfortunate. The idea of, like, not taking Holy Fire is very funny to me. But the problem is, so one of the main, like, you have to take Holy Fire, because that is actually really good for Holy Priest damage. I would imagine that it's probably still okay. The other issue, though, is, so the two things that made Holy Priest, I'd say, the three things that made Holy Priest, like, a very strong leveling spec, like, I put it high A tier in my old Dragonflight tier list, is Holy Nova used to have Rhapsody, which gave it, like, a ramping damage increase and healing increase. So at lower levels, you could just spam Holy Nova, and you would kill everything and heal everybody. It was very powerful. Now, this talent, Light Burst, seems pretty strong, but for Discipline Priest, which Disc doesn't want to use Holy Nova, like, frequently. It's never been a core part of Disc. But now, if Holy Nova is just a 30-second nuke, well, that's actually pretty good. So, whereas before, Holy Nova was a really good spammable ability, and that made it strong for Holy Priest, but, you know, Disc couldn't really take advantage of that, so it was a weakness. Now, Disc can very easily take advantage of this really powerful talent, but Holy can't, because Holy would like to be able to spam Holy Nova. It's their main way to do AoE damage. So, this now is a buff for Disc, and obviously Disc just having Shadow Word Pain, whereas Holy doesn't, is immediately a point in favor of Disc Priest. Like, that is just a massive difference. And Holy, so back in the day, Disc's burst damage wasn't really that great. It did, like, okay sustain on multiple targets with, like, Shadow Word Pain and stuff like that, but Holy Priest did more consistent AoE, like, about the same with Holy Nova spam, and Holy Burst with Chastise into Imperial Blaze, this is crazy strong. Like, this does so much damage. So, like, with Mop Remix, Holy Priest Twinks were, like, really powerful, and that's pretty much all you would do. You would spam Holy Nova, and then when Chastise came up, Chastise, double Holy Fire, and it just nukes everything. And Holy Fire does AoE damage, right? Yeah, so this is the thing. Burning Vehemence. Increases the damage of Holy Fire, and then it deals 75% of its damage to everyone nearby. So if you stack the mobs up, like, relatively close, you can do Chastise, double instant cast Holy Fire, and just nuke everything, if the scaling is correct. So Holy Priest used to be absolutely nuts for leveling because of that. Very strong at a lower level, especially when Healer already does a lot. So the reason why they made it so Healer damage scales really well at lower levels is because, generally speaking, they don't have many damage options, except Holy Priest has an absolutely massive nuke ability in their first section of their talent tree, so it's always been very strong. And I suspect for that reason, Holy Priest is probably still pretty good, up to, like, level 30, but Disc has a lot of really good stuff in the later sections of the tree. What I remember about Holy Priest is that even though it was mostly better than Disc for all the reasons that I discussed, Holy Priest fell off towards the end because most of these later nodes are healing focused. It has a very strong damage package early on, but then it's, like, not much. Whereas Disc as Disc goes through its tree, as we saw before, it collects a lot of little modifiers that buff its damage and give it, like, extra effects and whatnot. So by the time you get to the bottom of the tree, Disc has tons of things. It's basically like a DPS spec tree. You just ignore all the stuff that does healing. But Holy Priest only has so many talents that actually give it damage. So at a certain point, you're just going to run out of, like, things that you can do to modify your damage. So you'll hit a plateau, effectively, on Holy. So now that they've lost Shadow Word Pain, and also the Holy Nova Rhapsody combo is no longer a thing, that is really unfortunate for Holy Priest damage. And I think Disc has just gotten a lot. Void Weaver is also a very powerful damage hero talent tree, and I don't really think Archon is that great for damage. Because I think, if I recall, when I was looking at Archon, the way that it works is it's primarily, like, Holy Priest gets more healing from it, Shadow Priest gets more damage. Whereas Void Weaver gives mostly damage, as we saw, for Disc Priest as well, because obviously that boosts their Atonement healing. But this does give Halo damage, though, so that's something. Allies healed by your Halo. Yeah, so I think for Shadow Priest, this gives you, like, enemies damaged by your Halo receive increasing damage from you, whereas it only gives you healing for Holy. And what else? Yeah, this is Surge of Light. This is just Flash Heal healing. Healed for more. This reduces the cooldown on a healing spell. There's, like, some damaging stuff here, but yeah, you're going to get very, very little damage increase from this. Yeah, there's very little. Pretty much the only damage you're getting here is just whatever passive damage that Halo happens to do, whereas the entirety of Void Weaver is about building up Entropic Rift and doing a lot of damage. So that's a little bit unfortunate. I'm curious, is there anything down here that boosts your damage at all? Technically this, your Holy Word summon a Naru whenever you cast a healing or damaging spell, so you can summon the Naru with, like, Chastise and then duplicate your smites. So that is actually okay for damage. Reducing the cooldown on Chastise is pretty good, because that's the bulk of your damage. Cooldown your Holy Words are reduced whenever you cast relevant spells. So yeah, there is some stuff here. Nothing that directly boosts your damage, but by boosting the Holy Word Chastise into Holy Fire Loop, this does technically buff Holy Priest damage, but the problem with this is being able to round up mobs efficiently is just so incredibly important for leveling, especially, like, quest leveling, right? So if you don't have that ability, then that alone just kind of makes Holy... Like, honestly, I would say that almost kicks Holy Priest down an entire tier on the leveling tier list. That is pretty massive. That really, really, really hinders your ability to just do anything. Like, how are you supposed to do all the dungeon stuff that I did before? You can't, because you are reliant on other people to do the pulling for you. Because, yeah, sure, you have, like, Chastise, and you have Holy Fire as instant cast ranged pulls, but you need to use those when the mobs are stacked. So, yeah, that's really unfortunate for Holy. They don't even really have... Yeah, they have, like, no damage PvP talents. Like, we saw Discipline earlier has, like, basically perma 20%, or perma 10% damage, and then very high uptime, additional 10% damage with Evangelism. So, I mean, at the very least, I'm glad that there is a good healing spec for leveling, because Disc does seem... Well, I mean, we're about to test it, but this does seem quite strong. So, we'll find out. But as somebody who did really enjoy leveling as Holy Priest, it is quite a shame. Wait, this requires Radiance to work? No. Okay, it doesn't. So I still get 45-second Evangelism, even though this is not shown as working. So, okay, I don't need to talent into Radiance. It feels weird not taking Radiance, but also, like, I do believe it is probably correct for the purposes of solo leveling. Like, what am I going to use it on? Radiance Valera? I can just, power shield her. Do I have... I guess it's hard to tell if my mouse overs work. I think I have mouse overs all working. Yeah. Yeah, I have my mouse overs. I guess we'll test on Valera whether, like, any of this stuff broke, but I think it is all still working correctly. What's the stream about? And somebody said read title. Yeah. I mean, it should be pretty easy to figure out what the stream's about. The thumbnail says Disc Priest. The stream title, I do have it correct, right? Discipline Priest 80 to 90 leveling. Okay, yeah. I'm not crazy. I did correctly set the title. So, there you go. Let me make sure I'm caught up on chat, and then we shall get started. I mean, this isn't a speedrun, so, like, technically I'm not in any rush. But, yeah. Serafina said, I'm a bit tired, so I think I'll go ahead and sleep, but good luck with your leveling. Thank you. I mean, if you want to watch this later, the VOD will always be up on YouTube, but either way, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Akashio Bianchi said, Hi, I saw you have a leveling guide and add-on. I'm new to the game, like leveling your very first character. Is there a guide for leveling your first character? Campaign is kind of slow. Are you talking about 80 to 90? Or are you, like, because you said first character, so... first character is in first midnight character or first character ever, like 1 to 80? And the answer is I do have guides for both, yes, but one of them, that being like 1 to 80, I don't have in Follow the Arrow yet. Yeah, so I do have guides for that. So currently, if you download Follow the Arrow, like this won't display for you. But the next update I'll make is adding these sections. Oops. But so this video that I've clicked here, like you can find this on my channel. So, and like this is a YouTube comment, right? So you can find my leveling guide on here. Just look for this thumbnail. Obviously, there's one for Horde. This is the Horde one. Look for this video on my channel, and that is a 1 to 80 guide. That being said, honestly, if it is your first World of Warcraft character ever, I don't necessarily know if watching these leveling guides is your best option. The leveling guides, they can be followed, and I try to do my best to explain it in a way that like new players will be able to understand. So you could follow it. Like, it's not like it wouldn't work. But I do think that when you're first starting out in the game, trying to like rush and level up super quickly and like reach max level as quickly as possible, like you're honestly doing yourself a disservice, because this is a very complicated game. And it's much better, in my opinion, to just take your time, do whatever you think looks most interesting. Like, if you think one area looks cool, level there. Even if it's not super fast, who cares? Just get familiar with your spec. Don't, concern yourself with being super duper hyper efficient. Just enjoy the game. Because the reason why I do speed leveling is because I've been playing this game since 2005. So I've had years and years and years and years to get comfortable with playing the game. So at this point, when I'm leveling my, however many 100th something character, I'm somewhere in the hundreds of characters leveled over the years at this point. I don't even know anymore how many I've leveled. At that point, yeah, you got to do something to spice it up for yourself. So I like to do speed leveling, and that's how I got into this in the first place. I started doing speedruns, I started posting guides, and, everything took off from there, right? So that is why I do this stuff. And obviously for other people who've leveled a million characters, they want to follow the fastest route because they just want yet another character of X class to use at endgame. But if you're just starting off, honestly, don't worry about following these guides and being as fast as possible. Is the idea to do 2 priests, 1 for disc, 1 for holy? No, I'm going to play 1 priest. So the thing with 0 to hero challenges is I looked it up. I tried to see, is there a consistent rule set that everybody uses for 0 to hero? And no, I could not find anything. It seems to be most people, it's a term that people are familiar with, but everybody will usually do a 0 to hero, and then they will define their own personal rules for what they are doing as part of 0 to hero. Some people think that you have to create a level 1 character. Am I going to level up from 1 to 80? You guys have seen me do 1 to 80 leveling runs 50 bajillion times over the years. Do I need to do yet another one for the purposes of the challenge, right? So another thing is some people do only 1 character per spec as a way to spice it up, but why? The gearing process is not that significantly difficult. It's just time consuming. At this point, I've leveled and geared 4 characters for Mythic Raid on my main North American account already. By the 4th character, honestly, by the 3rd character, it was a pretty trivial process. Technically, I've done more because I actually geared 2 Death Knights and 2 Monks. So I actually geared 6 characters for raiding on my main account. Is that a challenge? Not really. The reason, so the way that I see it, and this is what I've been repeatedly saying in, all the posts and stuff about this. To me, I want to actually challenge myself. I am not trying to set up an arbitrary rule set and be oh, I'm trying to do this little gimmick challenge for the sake of it. No, I am doing this as a challenge for myself. This is something that I personally want to do. I want to learn how to heal. I want to be able to say that I can heal at a cutting edge level. Right now, I can tank at a cutting edge level, and I have not on every single spec, but I have DPS'd at a cutting-edge level on multiple specs, primarily Windwalker Monk and Havoc. So at the very least, I have gotten cutting edge as a DPS. right? And frankly, if you can get cutting edge as a tank, you can get cutting edge as a DPS. Like, it's not that hard. Obviously, learning the individual DPS spec will require some difficulty, but there are multiple DPS specs that I can play. But healing is a different beast. Like, tanking is obviously very different than DPSing, but if it's like, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. If you can kill a boss on cutting edge as a tank, you can do it as a DPS. You just have less responsibility and you just pump numbers. But like, I still do that as a tank. I still go for 100 parses, so like, it's just the same. But as a healer, you have a fundamentally different role, and I'm not comfortable with it. I've learned healing a little bit in the past, but there's a lot of specs like Resto Druid that I've never tried that I really want to learn. So I'm basically forcing myself to learn all of it. I want to, by the end of the season, be able to say I can comfortably play every single healing spec, and I can comfortably raid heal at a mythic level. I don't know if I'll be able to get cutting edge on a healer by the end of this season. I just don't know if I'll have time. I am doing this like fairly late in the season, but at the very least, if by the end of this, I've at least achieved my goal of getting Keystone Hero on every single spec, and I feel confident in my ability to play all of them, then like next season, then I can jump right into trying to apply for guilds on Europe as a healer. Obviously, once my North American prog is done, like that is still my top priority. But then I can just jump straight into raiding and start learning that. And like, that is my personal goal. That is just something I've wanted to do for a while. And then I just figured out, what if I just turned it into like a streaming series? I basically, instead of just doing this in my free time, I just document the process. And I think some people might find this useful, like the experience of trying to learn a brand new thing, especially a lot of brand new things all at once. And even though I have already made like a gearing guide, in fact, shit, I forgot to do that again. I want to make sure that my gearing guide is easy to find for people, because, I mean, hey, I put a lot of work into that. I want to make sure it's, people are able to use it properly. So I made an 11-hour catch-up gearing guide. Effectively, what I'm doing right now, I have a European alt. This is my European account. The characters I'm leveling right now, this is on my EU account. So my main account is on North America. Yeah, so if any of you have not seen it, comprehensive gearing guide. I keep meaning to pin this, and I'll then immediately forget to do it in the next stream because I am dumb. Pin message, and then there we go. And then I'll go over to Twitch. That's pin message. Oh, right, yeah, because Twitch is fucking stupid. 1 second. Do I have this yet? So Twitch is dumb. Jesus Christ, Twitch. I fucking hate Twitch so much. Like, I multi-stream on here because, like, obviously I know some people prefer Twitch, so, like, is what it is. I think it's important, but I absolutely abhor Twitch's user experience. It's just such a completely dogshit website, and I'd much rather just only stream on YouTube. Like, yeah, now it's just bugged. It's not loading the page for me. Hello? Okay, I can't. Oh. I tried to do the thing where I pinned the message for the... Can I... Maybe on my other computer I'll have more success. And then, okay, yeah. I don't know why it's not loading on my new computer. But you have to manually select an option. It's not the default option for some fucking reason. When you pin a message on Twitch, the default is expire after 20 minutes. You have to manually select only unpin this at the end of stream. Why that's not the default and you have to manually change it to expire, I don't fucking know. Why anybody would want to, by default, add a manual expiration. It's just stupid. Just absolutely dogshit website. I hate that this is like the main streaming website. It's fucking atrocious user experience. Twitch can eat a fat one? Exactly. But yeah, so, okay, I pinned my gearing guide. If you have not seen that, that is, yeah, 11 hours. It is an 11-hour gearing video. What I think, obviously the video didn't perform quite as well as I would have hoped, but what I think a lot of people don't realize is if you're watching this stream, you will probably like that video, because that is an 11-hour gearing guide, and I did like spend a lot of time editing it, but I took basically the entire process of what is effectively, what by a lot of people's definitions would be a 0 to hero Prot Warrior run, where I created a brand new fresh Prot Warrior, got it to level 90, and then I documented the entire process from fresh level 90 all the way up to literally cutting edge. I showcased the entire process of gearing my character, analyzing my performance, and like trying to get better and stuff like that, and like all the, you know, the hurdles and hiccups along the way, and basically turning that into a learning experience of like, this is something that I encountered, you will encounter this too, this is how you deal with it, etc., etc. And then obviously giving some like more advanced tips from, if you're trying to get into Mythic raiding, this is what you should do. And I documented that entire process, condensed it into an 11-hour video, but this is a month's worth of footage condensed down into 11 hours. So it's effectively just an abridged 0 to hero for Prot Warrior, but in a guide format. So that has all the information that you could possibly need if you're trying to get into the game, into endgame PvE, that is. But one of the reasons that I think it would be interesting to stream the series is because now I can show you all of the steps, you know, in the moment, you know, even the leveling process, right? But then when I get to max level, I can show like how it actually feels to go through the delves and stuff. Whereas like in that video, I explain the delves and I give like a brief overview and I show like some examples, but obviously I'm cutting out like hours and hours of delves. But in here, you'll get to see like exactly how challenging it is on a fresh character. So I think this is kind of like showing my work almost. Like I'm doing the entire thing again, but also with a spec that I'm not comfortable with, because obviously Prot Warrior I've gotten cutting edge with before, so it's not like that challenging for me per se. So now I actually do have to learn this stuff from scratch and then repeat the process, but multiple times, again, on a fresh account. So have I made a level 80 speed set? Not a speed set per se, but I did buy, like I got some, I should have, one thing I forgot to do, actually, almost forgot. I forgot to put enchant on my Rushy Wraps. But I have put, like, some enchanted BOEs on. And I've gotten some stuff. Obviously, for speed runs, for, like, the really fast runs where I'm trying to optimize it as much as possible, I make, like, speed sets and whatnot, and I try to get, like, really fancy with it. In this case, it's a combination of, this is not a speed run. I'm going to level quickly. I'm going to speed level, but I'm not trying to get, like, a super-duper ultra-fast time. I'm just trying to level at a relatively brisk pace while yapping on stream. And then also, because I don't have, like, infinite gold on this account, I'm trying to conserve some of my gold. I would not like to use any more than I really have to. For 200 gold, that's fine. Growing rapidity. Let's see. That's so cool. You're just starting to level every race to 80 on Alliance. Never played Ally before. Oh yeah, so if you didn't know about my guides, then definitely should be useful. Let's do someone who had 3 mages for every spec. Damn. Dark Souls no-hit speedrunner. Yeah, I mean, some people like doing fancy challenges for the sake of it. And they can be fun, right? There is a time and a place for, like, I created this, like, crazy arbitrary rule set for myself as a way to, like, have fun. And, like, and that's fine, right? And to be clear, people who want to have their own challenge format of, like, they want to do their 0 to hero as, like, I start at level 1 with absolutely nothing on a brand new account and I have to get, like, this arbitrary metric on it. If that is what somebody else defines for themselves as something they want to do, absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think that's fine. The only issue I have is people thinking that every other person who does a challenge similar to that needs to follow this strict rule set. And if they don't do that, then, like, that's not a real challenge or whatever. Or, like, obviously, I'd like to think that this is a real challenge. I find it challenging, right? And I'd like to think that if I find something challenging, it's a real challenge because, well, I'm pretty good at this game. So, to me, learning how to play every single healer is something that I expect will be quite challenging because it's not something I'm comfortable with. Obviously, like, I could sit here and say, like, I think learning every single tank would be quite easy. I don't, for the record. For a new player, I think that would be a challenge. But if I were to do, like, 0 to hero on every single tank spec, first off, I'm already, like, almost done with that on retail, or on North America right now. I've almost already gotten Keystone Hero. I've gotten cutting edge already on tanks, but like I could do that in no time at all because I actively play tanks all the time. But it's a lot harder when it's something that you don't actually play all that often. It's good to have it out there. It gives you, I think credibility is what you meant. It's okay if it's not high views. Yeah, to be clear, that video did not bomb. So many people have asked me, when am I in Europe? Autocorrect, yeah, no worries. Heard Holy Priest is good for a speed set. I could see that. D. Sully said, I just haven't had a chance to watch yet. Yeah, I think that's fair. Obviously, sitting down to watch an entire 11-hour video, it's definitely an investment. And the thing about that video, two things. One, like I said, it did not bomb because the people who watched it watched a lot of it. The average watch time, for like my analytics, I can look at that. Average watch time is amazing on that video. So even though the views are not like as high as some other videos that, you know, I usually consider to be a good view count, the actual like watch time and by association like the ad revenue and stuff from it is within like a reasonable margins where I don't feel bad for making it. The other thing is I can continue to refer back to it like now. I can say like, hey, I already have a detailed gearing guide. And then as I make like smaller videos talking about new things that come out, I can say, hey, here's this like new feature that you can use for gearing. But if you want to know everything else about gearing, go watch my super detailed 11-hour guide. So the idea should be that it will be a staple reference that I can go back to over time and send people to. So yeah, I do think it is definitely good to still have. You want to gear a Mystery Monk, you'll need better gear for your DH, so you will. Yeah, I think the other thing about that video is, like, halfway through, I pull, like, a little gotcha, and I'm like, you clicked on this video because you just wanted to get higher item level, but I tricked you. The video is actually just about improving as a player in the game. And basically, the second half of the video has nothing to do with gearing. It's entirely about, like, you know, external things that you can do to improve in, like, a raiding environment. Like, you know, log review, simming your character, and I show like how to do all that, like how to actually import your SimC string and what to do, like what is relevant stuff to do. Because even people on my Mythic raid team, I've helped people. Like when my guild was progressing Lura, I had to sim multiple people on my raid team's characters for them, and I realized when discussing this with them that a lot of them, these are Hall of Fame raiders, by the way, still don't know what they should be doing when simming their character. Like they're not doing it properly. So there are so many people out there who could be getting so much valuable information if they just learned how to use raid bots. So I have an entire section in the video dedicated to that. I have an entire section about like how to read logs, what is actually important to look at in logs, because obviously parses are meaningless if you don't know how to read them. So I talk about what are the important things to look for, how can you look through logs to find like important information that you can use to improve, that kind of thing. And that is just as important as getting higher end level. So that video is definitely like a timeless type of guide that won't just be outdated the moment new things come out, because I did include a lot of information like that. Do I have a level 80 to 90 leveling guide video yet, or just the add-on? Just the add-on. The thing with videos is once I make the video, I can't update it, right? I can't add to it. So I have the add-on, I have the speedrun, and whenever I'm pretty sure that nothing will change for the rest of midnight, then I will make a video guide. But we already know that stuff is going to be changing in 12.0.7, so I'm definitely waiting until like 12.1, 12.1.5-ish until I make the final video guide. In the meantime, obviously, that's what the add-on's for, right? All of the smaller changes the add-on will instantly get. But the final video guide, that will be later, when I'm confident this is the final thing. Are the healers in Europe built different? Sorry, I wanted to respond to my friends. Didn't want to let them think I was ignoring them. You're starting your alt leveling journey and your stream popped up. Yeah, there you go. Perfect timing. My friend said, you're raiding with 2 guilds now? Question mark, question mark, and paying for 2 subs. And I said, technically I'm paying for 5 subs. I have multiple alt accounts on North America. And then I'm saying I raided in 2 guilds in Undermine and got CE twice. Once as... Actually, and progged CE twice. Once as Prot Warrior or as Prot Ally. That was both guilds on NA, but one was a morning guild. So this should... why am I surprised you did not chill out the slightest? This is one of my friends from Legion Rating, by the way. Streaming and videos, huh? Like educational or just for funsies and commentaries? Usually both is the goal. Are there any classes and specs that you particularly enjoy at low levels, like 1 to 40? It's a good question. Honestly, Holy Priest would have historically been my main answer. I would still imagine that Holy Priest is probably pretty good at lower levels, but... I don't know, I'm trying to think if there's any other spec that I especially like while leveling, but not at max level. Can't really think of any others. For the most part. Also... Okay, so Inner Light, it's switched. So Inner Shadow... Does this automatically default back to Inner Light? I'll have to keep an eye on that, because I thought I swapped that to Inner Shadow before, but it swapped back. Huh? I don't think my friend realized that I do YouTube now. Because they said, have you created your channel yet? I think they interpreted that as like, I am just starting to make YouTube video. I don't think they knew that, like, I mean, I guess I haven't really talked to them much. Since Legion, I think I did at least a year or so ago, but I guess, did that not come up in conversation? Oh. That's funny. Either way, I think I've caught up on chat, and other than that, I've gotten everything set up. So we can start the guide. Talk to Liadrin. But yeah, so let's get this sorted. Speak to Liadrin, select the I have heard this tale before. Okay, yeah, already did that. Cool. And I did enable war mode, right? Yeah, so we are chilling. Alright. And I'm just gonna follow the exact route, exactly the same, as before. And this time we're just doing it as disc. And yes, I am live streaming right now. I don't think my friend realized that I am currently streaming. It's okay though. Okay. But yeah, what was the other question? Any other classes or specs? I think, obviously, I enjoy all tanks while leveling. I think Guardian Druid is definitely one of those specs where I still enjoy it at max level, but I especially enjoy it while leveling. It's just, it feels a lot better at lower levels compared to a lot of the other tanks. Because Guardian Druid, you get your entire kit pretty much instantly, and every other spec, you kind of have to wait until a higher level to fully come online. Or, you're just like Demon Hunter, and you never come online. Tier 2, probably best. Okay, so, Moment of Truth. Tank Valeera. Will this be any good? And probably still Mantle of Stars. I think that there's a decent enough chance that I will have to use this, and then we definitely run Mandate. Okay. My mouse overs work, right? Okay, yeah, so mouse overs on Valeera work. I can also buff. Do that. And which variant is this? Also, what? Okay, so European delves reset in an hour and a half, I believe. So, are there any delve variants that are like 100% garbage today? Yeah, so like Perhelion Plaza, I shouldn't do this, and I should wait until the European daily reset, and then if this ends up being holding the line, then that would be worth it. But otherwise, it is just not worth it. I definitely should do Darkway. I think if I'm gonna wait for that, there is probably merit to where I should wait to do Collegiate Calamity. Definitely wait to do Shadow Enclave, though honestly there's a good chance that it takes me an hour and a half to even get there. But both, whatever this rotates to, both other variants of Collegiate Calamity are going to be better than this one, so there's just no point in doing this now. As for Harandar, though, this is fine. Yeah, Lightbloom Invasion's honestly not bad, and Sporosaur Special is actually quite good, so I definitely don't mind doing these right now. My level's too low. Okay, I'll just remember to use that later. So, alright, how do I approach this as Disc? I guess first, just run around, Shadowward Pain, literally everything. Valeera is already dying. Okay. Maybe we don't run Tank Valeera. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe she's just better off dead. Do Ultimate Penitence. Okay, this is actually really tough. It doesn't help that, yeah, Valeera is completely worthless. But even without her, I should put up, and she's dead again? Okay. Yeah, I don't think Tank Valeera is good. If she stayed alive for at least, like, a few more seconds to where I could actually feasibly put a Power Word Shield on her, and then just keep her alive with Atonement, maybe. But she's just instantly getting Threat and then getting 100 Ode. And it's just, I don't even think worth it. At this point, I may as well, because, like, I can do this all on my own. I don't need her to even tank. So she's just right now, effectively, I'm playing without a Valeera, period. So I'm just going to put her as, I'll put her as damage dealer, and we'll see. I need to, before I forget, turn on, where's it, damage meter, there we go. So we can get to see how she actually performs. And then what else did I need? Combats. Personal resource display. There we go. So I don't think she's going to do a whole lot as a DPS, but I mean, it's definitely better than her being perma-float Bob, so. Worth a shot. But yeah, I'm generally not fond of Tank Valeera, period. Does this give... Okay, this actually gives XP. So... Yeah. Yeah, I think... At some point, I'm gonna have to try and power level Valeera, on this account. But I think, honestly, even now, it's still worth picking these up, because she's just so weak at the moment that anything I do to help power her up will be beneficial. Valera completely worthless, so true. Couldn't catch me at a delve with a gun to my head. I mean, they're pretty good. I don't enjoy delves, but is what it is. They're one of the best leveling methods, going to be even stronger for leveling with 12.0.7, and they are extremely good for gearing. Though pretty much every single person in my raiding guild shares that exact same sentiment of, fuck delves, you can't get me to do delves. And anytime I ever try to convince them that delves are really good, they're like, hey, I need to gear up and do alt. Have you considered running delves? And then they just say, shut up, mole, and go back to spamming M+. Or, really, they always say, oh, we can just run M+, and, like, do this, that. And realistically, they always just get boosted through M+, by other people. Which, like, if you have people in the guild willing to do that, like, sure. But it's not a practical solution for the average person. Which is why I still recommend doing delves. Another... Dude, the amount of people who keep messaging me saying, why are you on Europe? Why are you leveling on Europe? Oh my fucking god, Chris. In hell. It is. I guess, like, it must be fairly noticeable on the friends list or something that it, like, shows different region or something like that. Because genuinely, like, so many people have asked me every single time I'm in Europe, like, at least one person on my friends list is like, why are you playing on Europe? When did you start playing on Europe? And it's just, I did not expect that to be such a common question. But, I don't know. At least this DPS she can interrupt? Yeah, true. That is actually pretty useful in a lot of situations. So far, though, the damage as disc doesn't feel too bad. Like, I soloed that gigantic pull, and I was able to kite reasonably efficiently. I didn't really need to heal myself that much. Even with Valera perma-dead, it still worked out. Like, I mean, this honestly feels like pretty good damage. Especially for a healer, this seems good. And I don't even have the PvP talents, mind you. So, in the open world, we're going to have basically 20% more damage. That's really good. Oh, shit. My friend said... Oh, shit. I thought about raiding again. I missed the toxic atmosphere. And then he said he has a European account, but he can't remember the email password. Did I put Darkway and Plaza into the guide? Yes, I did. Well, so, they're in the guide. I don't necessarily recommend doing Parhelion Plaza for, like, leveling in most cases. It's only worth doing if the Holding the Line variant is up. Genuinely, the other two variants, it's just extremely slow. I do not recommend it. I think the Ultimate Penitence bolts... I'm not sure if they spread Shadow or Pain. Do you need to level up the free NPC that helps? Yeah, Valera has a level. So you can see... Oh, my chat is covered. But, like, whenever you kill mobs in a delve, look at your chat, and you'll see Valera has gained X amount of experience. And you can check her level in here. So right now you can see my Valera's level 10. And then as I do different things, she'll increase in level. Her max level is level 60. And definitely you'll notice the difference at higher levels. It is significantly stronger. Oh shit, I guess I have to look away from that one. Oh, hold on. A lot of messages that I missed, apparently. Give me a moment. I'll try to read through them as I fly to the next delve. It's also... I'm trying to respond to my friend in, I'll let him know that I'm streaming right now, because I don't think he realizes either. Also, hard to respond a lot, because streaming... So, I don't want to, like... hold up the stream too much, but I do want to make sure I answer. Let's see. You've done the fungal delve south of Dorne a million times. That one is pretty good, yeah. Well, the unfortunate reality is that War Within delves are just not very good for leveling nowadays. Obviously, back when it was current content, like, they were very good. There's no way Chris doesn't realize that... Okay, I was gonna say, if he doesn't know that I make YouTube videos either, like, how many people have I forgotten to tell? It has been 5 years. Actually, technically, it's almost been 6 years. Because I did start in, like, late 2020. I guess 5.5 years, give or take. Friends list shows you as Harldan Europe delves twisting nether. I guess if it puts, like, Europe front and center, then... Glad you weren't the only person to question my EU account. What's that count up to now? At least 6 that I can remember have asked me... Several people I knew over the last few years have mentioned you as some leveler on Adderall. And they didn't even know that you knew me. Okay, that, according to my friends. That is, interesting feedback. When in Europe, make sure to say Kerwa, as it means good job. If you see Bliat, that is also a good job. I'm pretty sure I know what at least one of those words mean. And I don't think it means good job. Nice try. More like wow everything on Adderall. Yeah. Replace Adderall with coffee, and it's honestly not that far off. Let's just do Ultimate Penitence. How has Valera already gotten herself killed? That's just honestly impressive, Valera. Yeah, like, Void Blast hits like a fucking truck. Honestly, that's just a really strong ability, period. You consider making a Europe account to play with Russians to learn some Russian jargon, but you've heard a lot of Russians just speak English when playing this game. Obviously, you're fluent, but the video game jargon is weak. Yeah, I would imagine that, like, slang is probably hard to pick up unless you're actively talking to people who speak it day to day. I mean, like, even somebody trying to learn English, I would imagine most people learning it for the first time would have no fucking clue what, like, 6-7 means. You know, stuff like that, you know, fucking TikTok brain rot humor. That's really hard to fully understand if you don't actively speak it. And frankly, like, I speak the language and I still don't understand that stupid bullshit. It's just like, that's just TikTok speak. I'll grab this. I'm not going to go out of my way to get curiosities, but obviously they were pretty easy to pick up in Grudge Pit. Just switch your account, no need to make a new one. Can you even do that? Is that a thing? I mean, obviously that's easier said than done, right? But I wasn't even aware that you could transfer your account to another region. I don't think you actually can do that, by the way. I'm pretty sure that Blizzard doesn't allow that, but maybe there's like a new service or something that I haven't heard of. Yeah, this feels strong. I mean, obviously, we'll have to see how this scales with later levels, but keep in mind, my gear right now is actually pretty poor. Like, in terms of how you're supposed to be scaled, like, this is scaled for around item level 130, and I'm below that. And then the moment I hit level 83, I have a lot of gear that I can equip that will make my character significantly stronger. So, if Disc already feels this good right now, it's going to feel pretty nuts the moment I actually equip my new gear. Oh, shit. Going back to lurking, but Godspeed with the stream. Thank you, Pia. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm surprised that I forgot to mention this before, but honestly, I think it's entirely possible that I just, at this point, assume that most people who know me at least know that I do make YouTube videos. Maybe that's a little bit narcissistic. I don't know. I don't think of it like, people should know who I am. But, like, most people I've spoken with, like, I've mentioned YouTube in passing, at least, because, I mean, it is the main thing I do. It is my job at this point. But I think when... Definitely, like, I wasn't making videos back in Legion, which is pretty much the last time we were actively playing together. So... I can totally see myself forgetting to mention it. Shadow of myself. Or men's. I did pick up the Delver's Call, right? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm gonna just close those out. Did I... No, I can't use the rest of my consumes. Can I use Light's Potential? No, not until 81. Okay, so... do this. I probably should have pre-evangelismed, but it's fine. I forgot to Shadow Word Pain. Right. I should have also Power Word shielded myself. Like an Ultimate Penitence, and then... Okay, that Disorients. Cool. Cool. And I'll do this. That's good damage. Does, no, Schism's not a thing anymore, so Mind Blast doesn't leave, like, the shadow damage increase debuff on your target. It's a temporary upgrade. Okay, nice. I finally got all the curios. I wanted to make sure I did that before I did any delves at max level, because now, when I start doing delves at endgame, I'll be able to get the higher tier versions of this stuff. Arcantine. I should favorite this. So favorite. There we go. Okay. Learning English is hard. Yeah, I've heard it's a difficult language to learn. Some of my Brazilian relatives have said that it's a very challenging language for people trying to learn it. I won't lie, if you're in Invis class, Bombing Run and Plaza is up. It's also pretty quick. I disagree. I don't think it is. I mean, I would imagine that if you are in Invis class, it's probably not as bad. You could maybe argue that it is at least worth running. Because, yes, I suppose if you can just, like, go invisible, you can bypass a lot of the mobs which interrupt you and, like, hit you and cause you to drop the bomb. So that would make it less of a pain. For sure. Would that make it... pretty quick? I would not say pretty quick. Relative to other delves. The other problem with that is, like, yes, technically speaking, it might be, like, not extremely slow, but you are also bypassing all mob kill experience. So it's, like, slower than average compared to, like, the faster options. And you're also, despite it not being a fast delve, getting less mob kill experience. So maybe it might be worth doing... Kind of? I don't know. Keep in mind also, like, the problem with Parhelion Plaza is it's one of the delves that you turn in Silvermoon, which means it doesn't get the benefit of War Mode. So it's one of the less valuable delves, period. Maybe you could argue that, like, in 12.0.7, even the slower ones would be worth doing. And I think for people who just aren't as familiar with questing, period, and, like, if you are not in a position to speed up questing, then, technically speaking, you might have a faster time running the delve. Because it's hard to... It's hard to, like, really slow it down any more than it already is. It's just a very tedious variant. And then, definitely, I agree, though, at the very least, Bombing Run is not as bad as March of the Arcane Brigade. March of the Arcane Brigade is, like, the single worst delve, period. It's just turbo dogshit. But, yeah, I don't know. And definitely without stealth, it ends up being really slow. Bombing Run, that is. So, I don't know. The other thing to consider is that if you don't have the entire Warband Mentor bonus, then I think it's probably worth it, even if it is March of the Arcane Brigade, just because if you're missing, like, 20% experience, then probably getting that extra delve will save you time in the long run. But if you have the full Warband Mentor bonus, if you have... Especially if Darkmoon Faire is active, obviously it isn't right now. But I would imagine most people who really care about leveling alts, like me, obviously in this case I just wanted to do this now, but whenever I'm leveling alts in North America, I always wait for Darkmoon Faire, because why would I not? It's just faster that way. Do I have the Delvobot toy? On North America, I probably do. I have most toys on North America, but on Europe, probably not. I have very few things in this account. I mean, this is very close to a fresh account. I have barely played it. Press the toggle switch and you log in as Europe or China instead of NA. Works with all Blizzard games on the launcher. Yeah, but your account data doesn't copy over. So, I understand how to switch regions. Like, obviously, I had to do that in order to get my European account in the first place. And there are Blizzard games that do let you log in on any region. But, like, even Hearthstone, unless they changed Hearthstone, I remember I actually, for a time, started playing, way back in high school, there was a brief period of time where I basically made a European Hearthstone account as, like, a free-to-play only account, as a way to showcase to some of my friends at high school that, like, you could very easily hit high ranks, even as, like, a free-to-play player. You just made, like, a Face Hunter deck and just, you know, LW, right? It was very easy. So, even then, it was, like, you couldn't carry over your data. And World of Warcraft, you can't just, like, log in to Europe with your North America account. It doesn't work like that. Like, that is just not a thing. So, unless you're confused or you're talking about something else and I'm just not understanding what you mean, but if that is what you mean, then no, that you cannot do. The War Mode XP for Delves didn't think of that? Yeah, so all of the ones that turn in Silvermoon don't get the War Mode benefit, so they're actually worth less experience. But The other delves are turned in out in the open world, so you get that war mode bonus. So Collegiate, Calamity, Parhelion Plaza, Shadow Enclave, and the Darkway, they're all turned in at Silver Moon, so you get less XP. Now, Darkway's worth doing. This variant is probably the fastest, the one I'm doing right now, but even the slower variants of Darkway are still, like, fine. They're not amazing, but I don't think they're as bad as Parhelion Plaza. So I think it's probably worth doing regardless. Collegiate Calamity is fast in all variants, but 2 of them are significantly faster than others. So the reason why I've skipped over Collegiate for now is both of the other variants are faster than the current one that's active. And the European reset is in 1 hour. So when the reset ticks over in 1 hour, I'm just going to, at that point, come back here and do that delve. And maybe Parhelion Plaza, I'll think about it. But definitely it's worth waiting on Collegiate Calamity. Now, if it wasn't this close to the reset, I would still do Collegiate Calamity right now. But because I already know that both other options are better, I'm just going to wait to do that. Same with, if I don't get to Shadow Enclave within the next hour, I will do the same thing there. The current Shadow Enclave variant, Mirror Shine, is the slowest. That one's unfortunate. I would say, in a vacuum, Shadow Enclave Mirror Shine wouldn't be worth it. It ends up being worth running regardless, just because no matter what, when you're doing Shadow Enclave, you have the benefits of the campaign quests along with it. So it's just kind of mandatory to progress. It is slow, but it's not actually, like, that bad. It's probably about as bad as, like, Bombing Run on average for Parhelion Plaza, but because it also has the advantage of the campaign quests and it being, like, mandatory, it's just worth doing no matter what, just to progress. It's not, like, so completely awful that you don't want to do it. And then, like, for most other delves, there might be, like, a slightly better or worse version. Like, for instance, for Voidstorm right now, Sunkiller Sanctum, this variant, is the worst one, I would say. This is the worst Shadowguard point one. So I'm gonna wait to do... Yeah, I'm gonna wait to do Voidstorm until later, until an hour from now, when the reset happens. But, like, Harrandar, as I said before, both of these are fine. So I just did them now. But if I had to do both of those variants, Shadowguard Point and Sunkiller Sanctum, they would still be worth completing. They're just... They're the weakest of the 3, but they're just, like, moderately slower. Except Calamitous. Calamitous is obviously extremely efficient. That is the exception. But I think everybody kind of knows that. I'm going to wait until these illusions despawn, and then we'll do 1 penance, and then we'll do ultimate penitence. And that way all this... Oh my god, look at that damage. Holy shit! That overkilled. Yeah, okay. I mean, like, it reset with the end of the delve? Okay. Wow. Okay, yeah, so Disc Priest just, you know, has a really powerful damage cooldown for leveling. Okay, I should probably set my loot spec to Shadow. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that will be helpful. Okay. Okay, so if I'm not doing... If I'm not doing Voidstorm right now, then I should just wait until later, and... I think I just skipped straight to Eversun Woods, and I'll just do this now, and then I can circle back to the other stuff after the fact. The exact order doesn't really matter. Like, in a perfect speedrun setting, obviously doing it this way saves a little bit of time, but the difference in Del variants will amount to a larger time save than, like, doing it in the exact order that I have it listed in the guide. This is the kind of stuff where, like, doing optimal speed leveling like this always is going to require some level of, like, judgment call on your part for your personal situation, like, which is faster for you to do. And that is kind of impossible for me to do in Follow the Arrow without some, like, super duper advanced, like, algorithm or AI bullshit. I can't really, on the fly, calculate the perfect route to account for every single variable. I can only give you what, like, the best route in a vacuum is, and then some notes to basically say, like, here are some things that you can do if needed. You never tried just going off guessing? Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. It would be very nice if you could just, like, carry over your progress, but there's a reason why I have to basically start from a fresh account on Europe. I'm not just doing that for the sake of it. Like, if I could carry over all my progress from North America to Europe, I probably would. As I said before, I'm not trying to, like, arbitrarily challenge myself and, like, set restrictions just for the sake of it. I'm trying to do, like, an actual challenge. It just so happens that, like, yeah, you cannot carry over progress to Europe. So if I want to play on Europe, this is just something I need to do. I need to reprogress my account. But I do want to play on Europe, so that is just... That's something I knew already going into it. Do I have advice on where to farm the last level on your first alt after doing the guide to the end minus the crafting and turn-ins? You got to 87, the guide tells you to do the last step after 88. So the absolute fastest method, and this is kind of the tricky thing with it, obviously, in theory, you want to do it a little bit earlier if you're doing this, but the absolute fastest method is Shadowguard Point Calamitous spam. When that is active. Obviously, right now, Calamitous isn't active, and this is the problem, right? Like, if Calamitous was always up, then I would just include that in the guide, and I would just have you spam that for a level. But because it's only up on, like, 1 of 3 days, it is not a consistent way that everybody can level. But that would be the best way to get the bonus experience. If you're on Europe, the reset will happen in an hour, so you could wait to do that. Like, I'm considering doing that in this run. But that is the best way. But there are plenty of other things that you can do. So if you go to the Sojourner module, if you look at Eversong Woods, there's a lot of bonus quest lines here. Like, these quests are fine. They're not the fastest things ever, like, so they're not in the speedrun route, but they're still, like, decent quests. There's a bunch of them here. All of these that I'm scrolling through, none of these are in the, this one, Aspiring Academic, is in the guide. But all of those other quest lines I just scrolled through, none of those are in the speedrun route, so you can go to Silvermoon and do them. This stuff is in the guide, this stuff's in the guide, that's in the guide. A lot of these are obviously really good. Blinding Sun is in the guide. Sunbath Take Me Away is in the guide, but this one's really bad. Definitely, I would not recommend doing Sunbath. Flowers for Amalthea is not in the guide, and this one's alright. Far Striding, similarly, not in the guide, but okay. There's just a lot of travel in it. And then for Zul'jin Sojourner, right now this is incomplete. I'm going to try to have an update that finishes the rest of this tomorrow. But there are a few new quests in Zul'jin Sojourner, but I would recommend just do Eversong. Really, there is no way that if you do all of the extra quests in Eversong Sojourner, you won't get at least 1 level for getting up to 88. Like, there's more than enough in there to cover that remaining gap. I think I say that in the add-on. I say, like, do Sojourner quests. And it's just, it's impossible to have a route that accounts for, you know, kind of what I was saying before, every single possibility. Like, people go in with varying different amounts of XP bonus. Another thing that a lot of people don't realize adds up to a lot of experience is whenever I'm leveling, especially as, like, a class that can accomplish it, like Bear with Moonfire and stuff, I try, whenever I pull some mobs, I just round up a bunch of extra mobs. Because the time that it takes me to kill 1 mob is usually exactly the same as it takes me to kill, like, 5. Because most of my damage is just AoE burst. So I just pull a bunch of extra stuff in with every pull, and that's just, like, how you want to go about it for speed leveling. And if you do that every single time you pull a bunch of mobs, just drag something else in, cleave it down, get free mob kill XP, that adds up to a lot of extra experience over the course of a route. And a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people only kill, like, the bare minimum that they need, or they try to, like, go out of their way to not pull any extra stuff because they think it, like, wastes time. Now, if you are fighting, like, individual mobs, like, killing 1 mob at a time, if you could bypass it, obviously, usually you don't want to do that. But having to, or, like, manually dragging in a lot of extra stuff with every pull does add up to a lot of extra experience. do this. And one of the only unfortunate things about this talent that makes Holy Nova a really good burst ability is that I don't really have a spammable AoE damage ability. I do have good AoE burst with Entropic Rift, but for like a bunch of weak mobs like that, it's not really efficient to do a big Entropic Rift burst. So that is definitely one slight weakness of Disc Priest, but I mean, that's a relatively minor downside. Oh, and definitely don't do tier 2 delves at level 87. Tier 2 delves are worth doing up to like level 83, maybe up to like 85-ish if you have really good gear. If you think that you can handle it. After that, just do tier 1. The only reason why I recommend doing tier 2 delves is because a lot of times the difference in mob health is so minimal if you have decent gear, because if you do a gigantic pull, if you pull like the entirety of a delve and you kill it all, like you pop like your cooldowns, you burst everything. If all the mobs die on tier 1 in 10 seconds and all the mobs die on tier 2 in 12 seconds, that is basically not even noticeable as a time difference. A lot of times it just amounts to nothing. That's like within standard margin of error, but you're getting I think it's like 10% more experience from mob kills and completion by running it on tier 2. So it's not taking you 10% longer in practice to do the entirety of the delve. Mobs may take slightly longer, like very, very, very slightly longer to die, but the entire delve is not taking 10% longer, but you are getting 10% more experience. So at very low levels, with decent item level, doing tier 2 is worthwhile. But as you get to a higher level, then the jump from tier 1 to tier 2 will cause mobs to gain a noticeable amount of health, especially as your gear starts to lag behind. So at that point, you will be taking 10% longer to clear a tier 2 delve, and at that point, running it on tier 2 is no longer worth it, because you're actually not getting value out of that additional 10% experience. So definitely at level 87, if you run any delves, just run tier 1. Don't bother with tier 2 at all. It does kind of feel like the Holy Nova Big Burst really doesn't do a whole lot, though. Like, for a single button press, it is, like, a lot, but it doesn't really amount to much. I can understand how probably it might be worth taking at endgame, because for 1 GCD, it's fine. But that is assuming that you don't want to press regular Holy Nova. But I think having regular Holy Nova as something that I can spam in those situations that I was talking about earlier might actually be good enough to justify running it. I don't know. Oh, also I need to switch to 10% damage. Let's put this down. Fly onto the ship. And then while that roleplay's going, how many more do I need? 3. Can I just do some penitence here? Yeah. Cool. And then quest complete. Do I... Oh, right. Second floor. There we go. And then we'll drop down. Thank you. It's not in the add-on. Might be a good addition to that. Are you sure about that? I think it is. It's not an ironclad rule, but it usually allows you to reach level 70. Okay, so this section doesn't have it. I could repeat it here just to make that extra super duper clear. There are, for the record, bonus... this is another good questline in Harrandar. The reason that I put this at the end here is because this perfectly segues off of the Harrandar turn-ins. So this is a very good questline, and it's at the end here. This is like, if you do the final turn-in and you're at like 99 and like 2 bars, you just do these quests. I literally did that in my Druid speedrun. So there are just bonus quests already appended to the end here, not even requiring the Sojourner module. But I definitely say in Zul'jin, important leveling info. Let's see here. At this point in the guide, blah, 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 blah. Note that it'll assume you're getting crafted experience. If you finish this guide and aren't at one of these numbers, do not panic and start spamming messages at my Discord server. There are bonus quests at the end for anyone that is short. Let's see. And then at the very end, what do I put? Fair play. I don't explicitly say... I think this is one of those cases of, in my mind, when I'm saying, like, there are bonus quests, I'm saying you can do the Sojourner modules. But I guess I don't think I explicitly say use the Sojourner routes in here. Okay. Fair enough. Let me add that to... That's actually... That I could very easily do, like, literally later tonight. After the stream, when I'm adding the other updates. Let me just add Sojourner module clarification. That I could, yeah, I should be able to add. So it's like implied, but yeah, it definitely doesn't explicitly say this is what you should be doing to get the bonus experience. It just does say extra quests. So, sure. All right, level 81. Nice. So we can take that first point. I mean, this initial talent point is worthless. The thing is, I don't know if there's anything else I could really even take here that would be worthwhile. I think, since I know I'm going to be taking the entirety of the Apex talent, I should just do this now. The only thing I can consider is, like, taking a different point and then unspecking out of that and putting another point into Master of the Darkness once I get to the second rank, but... it's fine. It doesn't matter all that much. Alright, now I can equip all this stuff. I forgot to learn engineering. You know what? I'm actually just gonna go do that before I forget. Should have done that before, but of course I forgot, so... What are you gonna do? And I can do... yeah, replace the ring with versatility. And then this stuff is all level 83. So I don't have that just yet. Interesting how both TBC Anniversary and Retail is Blood Elf themed. I do think they kind of lined that up intentionally, yeah. I think they planned for TBC to release around the time of midnight, very intentionally, so that Classic players would be like, oh, hey, I heard that they're doing a Blood Elf thing, and I just played through a bunch of Blood Elf-related expansions. Maybe I should go check this out. Blizzard is, like, absolutely obsessed with trying to convert Classic players into Retail players. They've done so many different, like, little gimmicks to try and convince them to switch over. Because, obviously, I'm sure they make more money off Retail players than Classic players. But I don't really know how successful that actually is. I think the vast majority of the people who play only Classic have just negative interest in Retail. So, I obviously don't have any numbers on that. I can't say with any level of certainty whether or not that is something that they find happens a lot. But my gut would say that they are not able to very easily convert Classic players to Retail. I don't think that's something that they would be able to do. At least not that often. Like, it's not unheard of. I actually do know some people who started on Classic and then came to Retail. So, it's not like nobody has ever done that. But I think the average Classic player has zero interest in Retail. I guess I should say I know more people who play only Classic and despise retail than people who started off on Classic and then eventually came over. And I also know a lot of retail players who enjoy Classic. There are some who are indifferent, but there's a decent amount of people who play both. But that's different than, like, a Classic-only player being converted. Why does my talent keeps getting switched over? Let me... Hold on, I think I missed a few messages. Let me double check. Dragon Redux said, why are you on Europe, Kappa? It shows Europe under your name in BattleNet? Oh, really? Like, if it is very prominent, then, yeah, I guess that... I could see that. And then Leia Wolfie said, hello, sir. Hello, sir. How long ago did you start? Not that long, all things considered. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for... Actually can't see easily, unless I pull up my OBS. I've been streaming... Wow, actually... No. Alt F4. Okay, so... When was the last time that happened? That was Voidstorm that happens. I immediately know that's just going to be... Fucking Blizzard, man. I wonder what causes that bug, because so clearly that's not a Voidstorm thing. That's just a... Sometimes the game just turns into a stuttery fucked mess. And the moment, like, that was the exact same thing that happened when I went on to Voidstorm the other day. And, like, it basically completely brought the stream to its knees because the game was just fucking my computer. The moment I saw that start, it just immediately Alt F4'd. It looks like, because I was very fast this time, I don't think it caused any issues with the stream. I'm sure on the stream it was probably visible that that was happening, but I don't think any long-term, like, connection issues happened. I really hope that's not just an issue with my new computer. Because, admittedly, that specific bug, if it was a one-off thing that happened on the other stream, then, you know, is what it is. But now that it's happened twice, that's a little bit unfortunate. That said, I have been streaming a lot, and I haven't seen that happen off-stream, that particular bug, so... Like, all the time when I was working on my add-on earlier today, didn't run into it. So at least it's not, like, a very common recurring issue. And I was literally just tabbing over to OBS to check. So I think there's the classic issue that Blizzard still hasn't fixed, where sometimes when you tab back in, it, like, repixelates the game. And I wonder if it's, like, an extension of that, where it tries to repixelate the game incorrectly, but then it just completely breaks down. And I haven't run into that on, like, my old computer. But maybe that's, like, a new thing this one glitches out in that particular way. Kind of bad if that's the case, but at least it would only happen when that bug triggers, which usually is only when you're actively tabbing around. Either way, that's fucking annoying, and I just hate that that's still a bug that they just haven't fixed because this company is just fucking dog shit. But yeah, anyway, I've been streaming for 3 hours already, apparently. Damn, I spent a lot of time yapping, more than I had realized. But I guess the good thing is that the run is still fairly early on. So, you didn't end up missing all that much. Let's do big pull. And then Entropic Rift. Oh, that one shot? Holy shit. Okay. Go off. Mind Blast is just doing crazy damage. Yeah, honestly, is Disc the fastest leveling spec I've ever played? No, but already so far, definitely because I just put on, like, all my level 81 gear, so this was a sizable power spike, And then at level 83, I'm going to get an even bigger power spike. So now I definitely feel significantly stronger. But this is... Even if this is not, like, the fastest leveling spec I played, I have played some DPS specs that feel significantly worse than this. Like, Rogue felt significantly worse than this. Honestly, like, even Blood DK feels much clunkier for leveling. That being said, DPS DK, at least you have an option, right? But I've heard a lot of people say that Shadow feels really bad for leveling. I will test it at some point. Not today, obviously. But that is, I think, at least good news for Priest players. So if you think Shadow feels abysmal for leveling, which at the very least I know a lot of people have expressed that they felt it was, whether or not there's, like, I could try it, maybe I find a build that, like, works really well for leveling, who knows? Because obviously, I'm not, like, playing a standard Disc Priest build. Like, this is a homebrewed build specifically for the purposes of optimizing damage. So I can imagine if somebody's just trying Disc for the first time, they might not think to do something like this. But it is an option. You definitely can play like this, and it works. So there's definitely worse ways to play Priest for leveling. And I think as it stands, we'll have to see. And another thing is, I'm going to eventually remake the leveling tier list. Like, that is something that will happen. And when I do that, I will also be taking into consideration, like, the entire leveling process, even from lower levels. And I'm not entirely sure how Disc would feel to play at those lower levels. It'd probably still be fine. But that being said, Holy has always just been a very good option for lower levels, regardless. So it's not as if, like, you don't have an option until Disc fully comes online. So I think it's probably safe to say that even if Priest has received some slight nerfs, nice little upgrade there. And I get to drop Mastery, which is good. But yeah, so even if you do lose a little bit of value compared to, like, what we used to have for Priest leveling, I think it's probably still safely, like, an A-tier leveling class. Because this is definitely one of the better options I've played. Honestly, like, I would consider Devastation Evoker to be a pretty good leveling spec, and this doesn't feel like that much slower, if at all, than Devastation from yesterday. Like, I mean, that's just good damage. Yapping a streamer's job? Yeah, well, it just so happens I've always been pretty good at yapping, so this, kind of worked out well for me. When am I making a new leveling tier list? I don't know. I mean, so the thing about this, right, is a lot of people make, like, tier lists and whatever as, like, you know, garbage, throwaway, whatever, filler content, and it is so easy to make a tier list if you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, because you could just say, like, some generic thing, slap something into a tier, and then call it a day, and because a tier list is inherently not, like, a super informative choice for conveying information. It's, like, it's more for presentation more than anything. You don't really need to actually support the shit you say, so a lot of people can get away with, like, not actually knowing what they're talking about, making a tier list, and then calling it a day. And so many people are used to watching tier lists like that, and I don't think they realize that they're being fed garbage information, and, like, obviously I don't want to feed people garbage information. And if I could sit down right now and make a tier list that I thought was 100% fully accurate, I would. And I'll be honest, I still think probably more so than I think anybody else in the WoW community, I'm probably more well-equipped to make that tier list. I don't really think that anybody else has played every single leveling spec in a speedrunning context, nearly to the extent that I have. I'm sure there are other people who have played a lot of different specs, but definitely in the speedrunning context that I do. I mean, there's already so few people who actually do this type of thing, and I do make an effort to actually test and, you know, really evaluate all the different specs. Like, leading up to the original leveling tier list, keep in mind, I streamed a run with every single spec. So I didn't just, like, randomly say, oh, yeah, this spec, you know, XYZ thing. I actively made sure that I tested every single spec in the game for leveling the entire way through before making that list. That was my bar for, like, I need to do this in order to feel confident making a tier list. And the reality is, I haven't done that since that point. There are a lot of specs that I have played quite actively over the years, where I can still give an up-to-date opinion on it. But I was just saying earlier, like, until I actively retest all 3 rogue specs, I wouldn't feel comfortable making that tier list. I have general, like, vague opinions on rogue based on the last time that I did level as it, which was in War Within, but I didn't level every single spec. I only leveled sub, and that's why I said I think sub feels like a pretty good spec to relatively. It's still not a great leveling spec, but it felt okay as far as rogue leveling was concerned. And I've heard people say, to this day, still sub is like the better option. But then recently, a lot of people have been saying they really like outlaw leveling. Last time I played outlaw, it was fucking garbage. So I don't know. I'd have to actually retest it and really get a solid opinion on it before I felt comfortable making a new tier list like that. And I don't want to like rush that out. I don't want to just like do a throwaway test run, be like, yeah, you know, I've done enough testing, I can confidently say this. No, until I am 100% confident that like I have the correct opinion on it, no new tier list. But I am hoping that at some point this expansion I can update it. It might not be until late in the expansion, but I think it is fair to say that like the most specs haven't really shifted around all that much. I honestly still think that video is mostly accurate within reason. There's a reason why I haven't unlisted it, right? A lot of videos, once I think that they've like basically fallen out of date, I unlist my videos because I don't want them to be like, you know, spreading misinformation if it's really old, outdated information. There's a reason that video is still public. It's because I do generally think that most of the stuff on there is still correct to this day. I haven't updated the thumbnail, right? Because I do want to make it clear that this was made a while ago, but I do think that most of that is still true. Like, Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk are still like the 2 best leveling specs in the game. That has not changed. I didn't rate Evoker in that video, so like that is a little bit out of date. So like nowadays, Devastation Evoker would be in like high A tier. Og would be the worst spec in the game. And, like, I would put Prez in C tier along with the other healers, because, like, why would you play it? That kind of thing. But the rest of it? Like, Blood DK might move slightly up. I think I was pretty critical of Blood DK for leveling when I played it before. Blood DK has definitely gotten a lot better for leveling. Its kit has improved at the lower levels, and Blood DK actually has tools once you get to a higher level now to do meaningful damage. So it's not completely awful now. I'd probably move it up to, like, higher B tier, but, like, a lot of stuff wouldn't really change. Like, for instance, like, Feral and Balance Druid are still very clunky while leveling, so they'd still kind of be around the same spot. I don't know. You've not had issues tabbing in and out? It's not a constant issue. It is... So, this is a known bug, right? It technically speaking applies to everybody. You just might not encounter it that often. Some people I've seen encounter it significantly more than others. Is this person going to kill me? Oh, they're only level 81, so if they try to jump me, I should be able to fight back. But it's just, it is like a permanent bug in the code. It's an issue that technically speaking should impact everybody, where WoW tries to load, like reload the current like game or something incorrectly. When it's like it basically, if you're tabbing between two different screens, Blizzard will think like, oh hey, he's tabbing out of the game, therefore we need to like unpixelate the game so that it's like running slowly in the background. But then sometimes that will misfire and happen when you actually load into the game. It's incorrect, and it's been bugs like that since the War Within. It doesn't happen all the time. I don't know exactly how to perfectly replicate it, but I have been encountering it at least semi-often since the War Within, and I know a lot of other people who've run into the same exact issue, so... Your full raid gear priest should be nice to level. Yeah, I mean, if you already have gear, definitely. I think anything feels pretty good to level if you actually have full MFO gear on it. Yo, haven't been active in the Discord. Has someone tested the new quest XP values? Feels like a world tour of delves and finishing the renown quest could be at least 86 to 90. Yeah, Wowhead actually just posted an article with the updated value of the delves. So if you look in the 80 to 90 channel, somebody posted a screenshot of the Wowhead article, I think like earlier today. It's, it is a nice buff to Delver's Call stuff, and definitely, like, obviously doing all the delves just like we do already. Fucking dismounted. So, like, doing the route as we do already will just be even faster. So, I mean, you can't complain. The existing fastest route just got better. Sure. That's just, like, obviously very good. I don't know exactly how much that's going to improve the leveling process, because that is not enough to make it so you only do delves. Some things that I can very confidently say is, obviously, delves are going to still be really good, duh. Like I just said, like, existing fastest route will just get better. That much, very easy. Dungeons are still going to be terrible. Dungeon quests got the smallest buff out of all of the things they buffed, and the irony is that dungeon quests needed the most help out of anything. Dungeons are really, really, really bad for leveling. Like, time-walking dungeons give significantly more experience than regular dungeons always have, so time-walking dungeons, while still not a great option for leveling, were at least okay. They're, like, not terrible. But regular dungeons have been really, really bad for a while, and the dungeon quests barely got a buff, not even remotely enough to justify actually doing it. So that is baffling, I think, but it definitely makes it very easy to say that no, dungeons will not magically become worth it after the changes. The more interesting thing is the prey buffs and the World Tour, like, renown buffs. Now, there are some things that we can very easily say for sure. What's it called? The Stormarian Assault is not magically going to become worth it for leveling just because the XP is higher. Like, Stormarian Assault is still awful. It's still very slow. So that definitely ruled out. Abundance is an interesting one, where I don't really think Abundance is good. What I think it really depends on is I actually have no idea how much XP the Abundance mobs you kill are. I don't know if they actually give, like, remotely any good XP at all. The only way that I could see Abundance being worthwhile, because now, effectively, you can view Abundance as, like, it gives a Delver's Call quest's worth of XP. Okay. That's, like, fine. That makes it maybe worth considering. But if Abundance is 5 minutes to get a Delver's Call quest worth of XP, and you're getting no mob kill XP, or, like, close to nothing, then it probably wouldn't be worth it. But if it turns out that, like, the mobs in Abundance actually give okay XP, at least, like, a normal mob's worth of XP, then you could kind of view Abundance as, like, a bonus delve. And, like, 5 minutes to do a delve, is that, like, ultra fast? No, the fastest delves are, like, 2 to 3 minutes. So Abundance might not still be that fast, but it could be okay. It could be something that you consider doing. The more interesting ones are the Harandar one, the Harandar, like, legend thing. There is one particular Harandar event, which, honestly, I might showcase on this stream just to give an example so, like, people understand what I'm talking about, like, why I say it might be good. There's one in particular, because you can choose it, that might be actually good for leveling. I'll have to see. And the big one is Saltharel's Soiree. That was already something that I was actually debating including in the guide. And the main thing that's getting buffed from Saltharel's is the Defending the Runestones quest, where all you need to do is go kill the mob. So the nice thing about that is, I think no matter what, and I didn't realize that's how it worked. That is something I only just learned with the Wowhead post. I thought they were buffing all of the XP, but if the only thing that you need to do to get the big chunk of XP from Saltharel's is just kill the mob attacking the runestone, then that is just automatically going to be included. Because that is very, very, very easy to do. You just wait until players are fighting it, you walk over, you tag it, and then you get kill credit. Like, that's already what I do to complete the weekly event, and it's incredibly quick. So if that just gives a full, like, Delver's Call quest worth of experience for leveling, then that's actually very, very good. But on top of that, actually, some of these South Earl Soray side quests, I think, were debatably worth adding beforehand. So nowadays, if you're already going over there to pick up the Runestone quest, then it's just kind of free XP. So that is the thing I'm the most interested in. And then Prey. Prey, I guess, is also kind of interesting because Prey, it really depends on how it ends up working. And that I'm not entirely sure about. So I would have to test this. And I should note, by the way, I am not going to test this in the PTR. I'll be honest, I don't think the changes are significant enough to worth PTR to warrant PTR testing. Like, I have done PTR testing in the past for, like, very major leveling overhauls, etc. This is, at most, going to add, like, a handful of quests to the existing route, and then the existing Follow the Arrow route is still going to be the fastest. Like, Delver's Call quests are getting buffed, so duh. So is it worth it for me to do extensive leveling testing on the PTR? Not really. Especially because there are a lot of characters that I'd like to level on Europe, so if instead of doing PTR testing, I can just wait until it's on live servers, test it on live servers while getting more characters leveled on my EU account, that's like 2 birds, 1 stone. So that is what I plan to do personally. But even then, I think Prey entirely comes down to where the experience comes from. If you need to do multiple quests to get value from Prey, then I don't think you'll want to do it. I'm not going to bother using this, because I'll get a new one in 1 level anyway, so. What do we take? Honestly, I think Angelic Bulwark would be better. So the interesting thing with Prey is if the big chunk of experience you get from Prey is just from doing a single Prey hunt, then while spamming Prey wouldn't actually be worthwhile for leveling, what you could do, for example, is pick up the Eversong Prey, and then as you do this entire thing, like what we're doing right now, leveling through the Eversong campaign, if you just had a Prey objective going, and then every so often you got ambushed, and over the course of like an entire hour, you just slowly chipped away at the Prey objectives by getting ambushed, killing your ambusher, and then going along with the rest of the questing process, eventually you would fill the bar. And then when you're down here, you just go do the final Prey fight, or wherever it happens to spawn. Whenever you're close by, you do the final Prey fight, and then you just get credit. And in theory, if you did it like that, it would only be about 1 minute worth of like other things that you need to do that is not regular leveling for effectively a Delver's Call quest worth of experience. And if we evaluate it as a 1 minute long delve, suddenly that becomes very worthwhile, and then Prey looks pretty efficient. But that is only if that is how it is implemented. Then, yeah, Prey could be good. But if it's one of those where like you have to do 3 Prey to actually get the full reward, then it probably won't be good. Especially because, like, you're not actually getting experience while doing the Prey objectives, so. Like, Delves are really good because you're getting the Delver's Call quest XP, you're getting the mob kill XP within the Delves, and you're getting the big chunk of completion at the end of the Delve. So it's basically a big chunk of free experience on top of doing something that already gives you decent experience. Like, people spam Calamitous without Delver's Call quest attached to it, and it's still a good source for leveling. So getting Delver's Call on top of that is just really good. That is why Delves are so efficient. That is why I don't really know why Blizzard's buffing Delver's Call. I'm not going to complain, because, like, I mean, it just makes my method of leveling better, so, like, W, but it definitely feels like they don't really understand why people are doing the leveling methods they're doing. I don't know, especially the fact that they didn't buff dungeons. Like, the fact dungeons got the weakest buffs out of all of them makes me think that whoever made these buffs genuinely doesn't realize that delves are, like, the best way to level. I think they must think that dungeons are actually the best way, because they gave dungeons the weakest buff, when dungeons are actually the worst way to level out of all the different things they buffed. So, I don't know. It's just a very strange set of changes. But we'll test it eventually. I think I can... Can I... Nice. Somehow didn't get in combat with that bat. Let me, you know what? I'm going to take a moment to just catch up on chat because there's been a lot of messages, which love that. Thank you guys for being super active today. And I'm like, normally I could like autopilot and just read messages as I go. I like decreased leveling, but I'm definitely having to pay a little bit more attention to it than normal leveling runs, so I'm not able to very easily like glance over and read chat messages. So I'm just going to quickly try and respond to everything. You wonder if more people joined through WoW Classic than joined through retail. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but that could be interesting. You're so glad I'm streaming you needed someone to watch. Glad to hear it. Let's see. As a casual player, Shadow feels kind of bad for leveling. I could see that. Yeah, I've heard definitely lots of bad things about it. Tier lists are a format that's been strong for 10 plus years. Yeah, and as a format, like, it has its pros and cons for sure. There's a YouTuber who I really like to watch, Jorbs, a Slay the Spire YouTuber, and he actually just recently posted a video basically saying why he hates tier lists so much, and yet he still makes tier lists because he knows that people just expect it as a way to convey information, but he doesn't like it. Really good video, by the way, and I think, honestly, his thoughts I share exactly on why I hate tier lists, and one of the things that he does say is it's really bad as a tool to convey information, and exactly what I just said about people can, like, make random bullshit claims in tier lists and, like, how you properly evaluate things. In his case, it's a little bit trickier, because obviously in Slay the Spire, right, like, you're building a deck of cards, a card that could be really powerful in a specific situation might be, like, objectively a good card, but you compare it one-to-one with a card that is like a staple for like damage, like Snakebite or something like that for silent. That's like a little bit trickier, so I understand, especially for him, why he hates it. In my case, for leveling, I think that you can pretty objectively say which specs are like faster or slower, so I think tier lists are a better format for that, which is why I don't mind making it. But specifically for me, it's I really, really want to make sure that I have accurate information there. And I also want to make sure that if somebody looks at my tier list and they say, why did he put, like, Outlaw Rogue in C tier? Like, when I made my old tier list, if somebody wanted to know why is Outlaw Rogue in C tier, they could go look at the Outlaw Rogue run that I just did and see how awful it was and understand, oh, shit, this is really bad. And I think also a lot of Outlaw Rogue players didn't realize that, like, hey, there are just better options that you can choose. Like, it can be very easy when you're only used to playing one thing to not realize how everything else plays. So a lot of players will just assume that, like, oh, I'm so used to playing Rogue, surely this thing that I'm so used to playing is, like, it's gotta be fast, right? And then they've just never seen how fast Guardian Druids can level. And then if you think, like, oh, I'm comfortable leveling as Outlaw Rogue, and then you see me level a Guardian Druid in, like, twice the speed, you suddenly realize, oh, shit, this actually isn't that fast. And even if you may be comfortable leveling as it, it's very clear that if you are comfortable playing a different spec, like Guardian, you could just destroy leveling infinitely faster. Haven't played Outlaw since Legion. Double grappling hook build for PvP, kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who really enjoy Outlaw, and even back when I said Outlaw was, like, bad for leveling, the problem with Outlaw is that it was just very much designed around endgame. A lot of the issues that it had for leveling were things that weren't that much of a problem in endgame PvE. Like, Outlaw's entire AoE being tied to Blade Flurry, I have no idea if that's still a thing, but back when I played Outlaw and tested it, the only way that you could do AoE was by enabling Blade Flurry for, like, a few seconds, and then doing big burst damage, but even then, like, it was Rogue, so you didn't do that much burst damage, and then you had only single target abilities, and that was awful. You had no real consistent way to do damage. If mobs didn't die in your Blade Flurry, you were fucked. So it was just really problematic for leveling, but a lot of those things were not issues for endgame. And it was the case that the spec was designed purely with endgame in mind, no consideration for how it felt at lower levels, but that just made it feel very bad at lower levels. But then it also meant that people who have played it at endgame and are like, well, what do you mean? Outlaw Rogue's perfectly fine. And they just haven't leveled as it in a while. They didn't realize how bad it actually was. Sometimes if you heart the Silvermoon and try to open a menu, your whole game will go invisible for 30 seconds. Yes, that is the exact bug I'm talking about. There are some other weird things that trigger it, like switching menus. The game will freak out. It's nice to run WoW as a quarter of your screen while doing other things sometimes. Yeah, I could see that. Pia said, I only level with time walking dungeons. Shit is so fun with a couple of friends. Just do huge pulls and blast them down super fast. Yeah, and I know a lot of people who really just enjoy time walking dungeons, and that's their preferred way of leveling. Especially, definitely dungeon leveling, if you're playing with friends, becomes significantly faster. There's a very big difference between optimized dungeon runs and solo queue dungeon runs. The problem is, whenever I say time walking dungeons are slow, I am assuming you're in an optimized group. Like, you either have solo tank queues and you're basically soloing the dungeon, or you are in an optimized group setting. And that is what I am comparing against optimized solo leveling with, like, questing and stuff. The problem is a lot of people don't know that, and they just, in their mind, assume, oh, he must be, like, this guy, he thinks that I'm just some casual, and I'm just queuing as a DPS, and that's how I'm doing time walking. Well, little does he know that I can do time walking dungeons super fast with my, like, 5-stack, when in reality, no, I have tested that, and it is slower. Is it that much slower that if you enjoy it, it's not worth doing? No. For people who really enjoy it, it is still a fine way to level. But the problem that I run into a lot is people will have their preferred way of leveling, and even if it is not slower, it could even be only like an hour slower, just hypothetically, right? Which is not that bad in the grand scheme of things, but they will want me to tell them that their method of leveling is okay. And I'll say, exactly this. Well, it's fine, but it's not the fastest. And to some people, that's okay, but to a lot of people, they need to feel like their method of leveling is not just the most fun for them, but also just the most efficient, because they don't feel like they're enjoying it unless they're also being efficient. So if I tell them, actually, no, it's not as fast as you think it is, I, like, shatter that illusion, and then they get angry and attack me for it. So it's a problem that I run into a lot, because that's the thing. Absolutely no problem running time walking. If you enjoy doing it with your friends, it's not bad. But it is slow. Especially, it used to be a lot closer to questing before, but the changes that they made to it back, like, mid-War Within, I forget which patch they did it, but they changed the scaling, and that really fucked time walking leveling speed. It's still not bad, and it's still faster than regular dungeons, fam. Like, doing like these types of dungeons, the random just normal midnight dungeons, this is just fucking atrocious. It's also, there's a knock-on effect, right? Where everybody knows that midnight dungeons are just not good. So the problem is, if you run these dungeons, you only get, like, the most absolute dogshit players that you will ever see, because nobody who actually understands how to level in this game is doing this content. So the only people still running these dungeons are people who are completely fucking clueless. And at least in time walking dungeons, there are enough people who just enjoy it. So there usually is, like, a good spread of different types of players. You're gonna get a lot of people who have no idea what they're doing and they're just, like, blindly queuing it, but you will occasionally get a decent group, even as, like, a tank pug, of okay players who give you a relatively fast run. So it's not always a terrible option. You don't think they give any meaningful XP? Abundance is basically a static 3-minute delve. Yeah, but what I mean is, like, if abundance mobs at least give regular XP, like, comparable to delves, not extra, not like some extraordinary bonus, but if it's just similar to what you would get out of a delve, then if you can look at it as a 3-minute long bonus delve, that actually might not be too bad. But yeah, definitely still need to test that. I'm not sure. Especially if you have the toy where it teleports you to the abundance. Well, the problem is you still need to consider, like, even if the abundance is in the middle of nowhere, even if you teleport there directly, you still need to get back to wherever it is you were leveling. Now, that being said, there are still plenty of abundance locations near the route, so that is not a concern, right? Like, just responding to a message. So, like, the abundance locations are here, like, up here, and in Voidstorm, it's, like, right south of Captured Wildlife, or Shadowguard Point, right? So, the abundance locations just naturally are near sections of the leveling route that you would do anyway, so I don't think you even need the teleport toy. I think you could just find a place to route it in that wouldn't be too bad. But, yeah, like, if let's say, there was, like, an abundance thing, Voidstorm's all centralized, but let's say, hypothetically, you never ever went to, like, northern Zul'jin, and the only abundance location was, like, all the way up here. Technically, with dragon riding, like, that's close enough to sections of Eversong that it wouldn't be, like, a big concern. There really is no place that would be unreachable. The leveling route covers, like, enough ground to where it'd be fine. But, like, I mean, we're just talking hypotheticals, right? I think ignore the idea of abundance. I'm just trying to explain why that line of logic is flawed. If, like, let's say abundance was on the opposite side of the continent, even if you could teleport directly down here and get there immediately and do abundance, you would still need to have a way back. Now, if it was an incredible source of experience and it was really worth it to teleport all the way there and then use a separate teleport, like Arcantina Key, to go all the way back, stuff like that could theoretically be worth it. And sometimes in my speedruns, I will do that. I more say this because there are often times where people will say, hey, did you know there's like this one set of quests in bumfuck Egypt and like some corner of the world that like you never go anywhere near during the speedrun route for like 10 to 80 in Chromie time? They're like, did you know these quests are really efficient if you start recording or like start your timer at the quests, do the quests, and then stop your timer. And then you just only evaluate how fast it was to do these few quests in this amount of time, ignoring the fact that they're just in the middle of nowhere and you have to get there and then get back. And the travel time it takes to get from point A to point B and then get back to the original route, like that matters. That is something you consider in speed leveling. So in this case for abundance, I don't think that would be a factor, but the teleport existing is not relevant, I would say. Is Blade Flurry still the only way that Outlaw can do AoE? If so, that would still make it massively problematic for leveling. Normal midnight dungeon queues are the M+ equivalent to running the 2 to 5 trench? Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. John DeMasta said, what are some good practices when it comes to grinding for gear? Should you hold on to all the gear you get after a certain item level, or do you just make an assumption based on what most people are running? Very much case-by-case basis. John DeMasta, check the pinned video. That is an 11-hour gearing guide that I made. And look, very long watch, but if you're asking a question like that, what are some good practices? That entire video is basically built to instill the best practices into you, to make sure you understand it thoroughly. So you're not just like blindly copying some like crappy 15-minute video that's like, did you know delves give good gear? Like, yeah, no shit, right? And like, there's so many things where people can just tell you, yeah, vaguely gesture at like this system. If you do this, you get a lot of gear, but they don't exactly tell you how, and they don't explain the minutia, exactly things like that, of like, what types of gear should you grind for? Like people, okay, so biggest pet peeve, right? I've heard so many people say that doing void assaults are really efficient. Because if you farm enough void assaults, you can get infinite hero gear. But we all know that's bullshit in practice, right? You do not actually get infinite hero gear by running void assaults, even by running the fucking ritual sites. Like, this is not an efficient way to farm, like, gear. The accolades have a terrible drop chance. In theory, with, like, the new thing they add, the portals in 12.0.7, maybe it ends up being an okay way to gear, but it's still not great, right? But so many people will just blindly say, well, if you farm enough void accolades, or field accolades, you can get full hero gear. But, like, realistically, no, you can't. There's better ways to gear. And then definitely, like, what gear should you keep? What gear should you throw away? That's another thing that I explicitly cover in that video. It's fully timestamped, by the way. So all the different little sections, all the different little tips, if I'm talking for 10 minutes about, like, best practices related to this, that's timestamp, right? There are so many timestamps throughout that video. But if you are asking questions like that, you will find that video helpful. It's a long watch, but if you're new to the game and you're curious about stuff like that, there is relevant information, extremely relevant information in that video for you. And I think you will be more well-informed after watching it. Is Disc faster than Shadow for leveling? I think it is. My hypothesis is that it is, but I will not know until I have tested both. So far, it feels pretty good. I've been happy with how quick Disc is able to kill mobs, and it feels pretty tanky, obviously. It has good self-healing, so I think it is better than Shadow. Most people tell me that Shadow is pretty awful for leveling, but again, I still need to test Shadow myself. Until I have actually tested Shadow myself, I will not know for sure. Also, since I already stopped for a moment, I'm going to go grab more coffee, so I will BRB in like 2 minutes, and then we can continue. Alright. That you can get full hero gear is super theoretical because the boxes are RNG, and with the change in the 0.7 patch, it's also expensive since Blizzard jacked the prices of specific pieces. Yeah, that's kind of the issue that I run into, right? Where people will basically say this generic stuff that has no real bearing in how anyone actually gears in reality. I will say the 12.0.7 stuff is pretty good, and I'm not going to say that they directly copied my idea, you know, but I will say I did, in my video, specifically say that G, they should have made it so you can target specific pieces. Now, honestly, I think it's just stupid that they're increasing the price and then adding the ability to target specific pieces. Random hero gear from, like, the 500 accolade boxes is just completely worthless. It's just not worthwhile at all. To the point where, like, on these characters, when I'm gearing them right now, I'm not going to spend any of my accolades. At this point, obviously, we know the random boxes are coming, and it's going to use the same currency, so I'm going to save any accolades I can, and then when that comes out, if there's any slot I still need hero on, I will target that with whatever accolades I have. But it's just not even worth it to get a random hero piece. Like, what am I going to do with that? It's complete trash. Because, like, you can't even realistically upgrade it. You're basically getting, like, a slightly better champion piece, because a champion piece upgraded with champion crests, which are easy to farm, can very easily get to 263. So getting a 259 hero piece, like, does fucking nothing. It doesn't meaningfully improve your gear in the long run. By the time that you're able to upgrade that hero gear higher than 263, which is the only time that it being a hero item actually matters, you'll already be spam running M+, at which point you can very easily farm hero pieces that drop at 266. So why does it matter being able to get a random hero piece? It's just worthless. The only reason why you would want a hero piece from that is if you could target a specific slot, like you can with Delve currency. So it was just poorly implemented. I'm glad they're adding the target thing, but that will make it at least good for the same reason like Bloody Tokens or the Sureki Insignia from last expansion was good, that kind of thing. And then it'll be nice for replacing that one particular slot that you just could never manage to get to finish your champion of whatever the hero thing is. Also, I think I missed, like, a message earlier. Yeah, I vaguely remembered seeing a message and not responding to it. So Pia asked, when you said up to 6 for how many people had asked you about your EU account, and it took everything in your willpower to say 6, 7. Okay. I saw a big message, and I was like, I'll read that later, and then, yeah, that's... makes sense. Okay. I think I'm caught up on chat, though, so let me continue. What's it called? What was I yapping about before? That's the problem whenever I go to make coffee. I completely forgot about whatever it is I was talking about beforehand. Oh, yeah, I don't necessarily know if this I don't think is what I was talking about, but it is something that I was thinking about. So tomorrow, I think I mentioned I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow because I want to get an update done for the add-on. My plan yesterday was to try and level up my Monk and Druid. I didn't have time to fully level them. I got a little bit of progress started on my Monk, but honestly, not all that much. Oh yeah, I remember the other thing I was thinking. Moment of Truth, the Delves have rotated. Oh my god. 2 in a row. That is quite lucky. Okay, I'm gonna do this set of side quests, and then honestly, I'm just gonna spam Calamitous for probably like a level or two. Because that's the thing, like, if Calamitous is up, like, that is just the best way to fill in the remaining experience. And I still only have... I only have the 10% warband bonus on this character, or this account. So, that'll be worthwhile. Also, you can see, when I mentioned earlier about how, like, when I do polls, I did not need that many mobs, right? That was more than enough Naga, and I didn't need the Snapdragons. But even though the Snapdragons are not part of the quest, like, I don't actually need to kill them, they still give XP. So if I'm just going to cleave everything down normally, then I may as well just do a big pull with all those Snapdragons. And that just ends up saving time in the long run. Like here, okay, so I don't actually need to kill any of these mobs. None of them. But there's all these interactable objects that would allow me to very easily complete the other quest. So while I'm already here, I'm just going to do a big pull here. And build up, because, like, my Entropic Rift is just murdering everything, right? If I look at my damage breakdown, yeah, Entropic Rift, Shadow Word Pain, also because, like, Penance spreads it. So Entropic Rift, Shadow Word Pain just cleaved everything down evenly as I just tab, and Void Blast. So even though I didn't need to do that pull at all, Mob Kill XP is still Mob Kill XP, can't hurt. And this allows me to get a bunch of really easy, like, Arcana siphons. And the remaining ones I can just grab over here at the final quest objective. So it works out quite well. That's... And then this should be enough, right? Invalid target. What the fuck? Yeah. I don't know why that didn't work. But yeah, definitely I think Calamitous spam is worth doing. Heard you can create trial characters and it'll count towards your Warband's XP bonus, only up to level 80. You cannot do that for level 90. Because trial characters are not level 90. But yes, you can, unless they have fixed it, you can do that to get the maximum level 80 Warband bonus. Shit, I should be using Evangelism, right? Because now that I'm, like, actually in the outdoors, I get the damage bonus from this. And it gives me more Penance Bolts, so that's pretty good. Yeah, even on single target, yeah, Holy Nova's pretty nice. Okay, so we're gonna do this turn-in, and then... before I Calamitous spam, I'm just gonna go around and do the other delves that I skipped first. So, we'll do this. I'm gonna close the add-on for now, because, like, at this point, I'm kind of just adapting a route on the fly. Golden Mist Robes. That's slightly better. Actually, no, because that has... versatility. So, minimal stat difference, and it gives me, yeah, I don't think that's worthwhile. Yeah, so I'm gonna level up my Monk and my Druid off-stream. I should have both of those done tomorrow. I was going to have them done, last night, but... I was working on, like, other miscellaneous features, like the stuff that I showed you here. The, like, the bonus placeholder route here. And I thought that was more important to make sure that I got added, so I didn't get the other stuff completely finished. And, what's it called? Also, I've kind of fallen down the rabbit hole of Guild Wars 1, which I definitely, at some point, probably towards the end... I will yap about Guild Wars 1, but I'm gonna like wait until later, because once I start talking about that, I have so much to say. Really good game. I'll stop myself there, because like I'm kind of getting obsessed with Guild Wars 1 to the point where I will at the very least say I'm probably going to like stream/record videos of it at some point, because I think I mentioned before that like I was going to. And here we go, now I'm yapping about it. I'll talk more about, like, what makes it so good later. But I definitely wanted to, like, give it a shot off-stream, and, like, if I absolutely hated it, then... Which was entirely possible, because it is very old. then I didn't want to like risk being bored out of my mind and like, okay, this was a mistake. But now that I'm actually enjoying it, I think it'll be very interesting in the future at some point to basically show like, you know, what it's like to play like a really old, like a kind of 2005, I think, around the same time as WoW Classic style MMO that I actually think holds up really well to this day, especially now that it's on mobile. So at some point I'll think about that. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but like, yeah, I have been kind of obsessed with that ever since it came out on mobile, and so that kind of sucked up a decent amount of my time. But I definitely want to make sure that I do prioritize my time correctly, and I finished leveling the Monk and Druid tomorrow because, as I said before, for the purposes of this challenge, I really want to make sure that I have the Delve quest done on every single character by the end of this weekly reset, which would be by Wednesday. But technically by the end of Tuesday, because, like, the reset is on Wednesday, but the reset's, like, basically my Tuesday night, and then also my guild raids on Tuesday. So if I'm not done by, like, my guild's raid time on Tuesday, then, like, I'm not gonna have time to finish it. So I need to plan my time accordingly, and I think that is, like, probably a pretty good starting goal. My initial goal was I wanted to get, like, a single, like, plus 10 key completed on my Preservation Evoker, which is what we're doing first for the Keystone Hero section of the challenge. But I don't know if that is as important as doing the Delve thing, because I forgot the Delve event was active. So getting, like, especially at this point in the season, getting one more piece of Mythtrack gear, which may not even be that good, from, like, a plus 10 Great Vault, that would require me to invest a lot more time up front into my Preservation Evoker, and kind of neglect the other characters this week to ensure that I get that done. And especially with the Delve bonus event being a thing, I don't think that is a good idea. So I think I'm instead changing my goal to what I said. I'm going to try to get the Delve bonus event done, which means that I need to, at the very least, have all of them at level 90. If I have every single healer at level 90, then from that point, it shouldn't be too tricky to just, like, what is it, run 5 Delves or something? And then I get, like, I think it's a piece of champion gear, so that's pretty good. And the more important thing is, by doing that, I'm also getting a lot of valuable Delver's Journey progress and Valera XP, which, especially since my account doesn't have, like, any of that, that is very, very important to start making progress on ASAP. So that, I think, also makes it really important for me to do that right now. What? Huh? Why did the encounter reset? What the fuck? That was strange. A Guild Wars fan? You excited for Guild Wars 3? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, oh, God. I'll yap about this later. The TLDR is, so I played Guild Wars 1 very, very, very briefly when I was a kid. I didn't hate it, but the problem I think with Guild Wars, which is interesting, is it is very tricky to get into. At this point, obviously, having played, like, MMOs for years and years and years, a lot of the mechanics of Guild Wars are now, like, kind of intuitive for me, and the stuff that is different, the stuff that makes it fairly unique, wasn't too tricky for me to figure out with, like, a little bit of playing around. So that wasn't too bad. But it definitely was hard for me to play as a kid. And a few years ago, I tried Guild Wars 2 for the first time. I say a few years ago. At this point, it was like 5 years ago. And I really, really, really like Guild Wars 2. Definitely, if I, like, had infinite free time to just, like, do whatever it is I wanted. This is March of the Arcane Brigade, right? Yeah, so fuck Parhelion Plaza. We're not doing that. If I had, like, infinite time to just play whatever I wanted, I'd be playing Guild Wars 2 nonstop. I think it's a fantastic game. The unfortunate reality is, you know, I'm so busy with... Oh, God. Why is YouTube giving me an error message? That's not good. is... One of my friends just messaged me because he asked me a question about leveling, and I said, did you read the section of the add-on? And he said, what add-on? Chris. Oh my god. Go download, follow the arrow on CurseForge, and go to the crafting section. So, Chris. How did... I don't know. It's good now? Okay. Yeah, it looks like there was some issue with YouTube, because my OBS is saying that, like, a bunch of frames were dropped, and it looks like a bunch of people, like, reloaded the stream, so I'm guessing a bunch of them it also lagged for. At least it's not giving me any issues on my end, so I think that was a YouTube issue and not a World of Warcraft issue, which, you know, love that. Not much I can really do. Is the Delve Quest XP buff coming on weekly reset? No, that is not until 12.0.7. They haven't even announced the release date of 12.0.7 yet, so definitely not on the weekly reset. But yeah, so I think Guild Wars 2 is really good. I'm definitely going to go back to it at some point. It's just, I don't have time to play, like, a lot of other stuff at the moment. The main reason I've even been able to get into Guild Wars 1 now is because they just released it on mobile, which is fucking crazy. And mobile games I have a lot more time for, because there's plenty of times where I just want to, like, you know, sit in bed and just, like, shut my brain off before I go to sleep. And having something to play on my phone is really nice. So being able to play that is fantastic. But, like, I probably wouldn't have gotten into Guild Wars 1 if they hadn't released the mobile thing. Now that I'm playing it, like, I would not mind, like, playing it a little bit on stream, because I've downloaded it on Steam. But, definitely without the mobile version, it would be so hard to allocate time for that. Which is, like, the same reason I can't really play Guild Wars 2 much these days. But yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 is fantastic. Definitely, I mean, honestly, I just want to play Guild Wars 2 again. I think Guild Wars 3, I'm sure, will be good, because I think they're just good game developers, but there's still so much Guild Wars 2 content that I haven't gotten to experience yet, so can't wait for that. Great game, but compared to WoW's content, it's not even close. Fractals had so much potential, and rating is just a damn shame that turned into strikes and just overall looked over. The only thing Guild Wars 2 has over WoW is the combat and World v World. You're forgetting a very critical thing, the open world content. The open world content in Guild Wars 2 is by far my favorite part about it. Like, the events and stuff, like, back when I played before, I basically, 99% of my time playing the game was doing Heart of Thorns meta events. And honestly, even, like, the other meta events, like, I was looking into it the other day, because now that I'm playing Guild Wars 1, I was, like, thinking about it again. So I was, like, trying to jog my memory of what I spent so much time doing. And there were, like, so many random meta events, like the Silver Wastes meta event I forgot about, of like, oh yeah, I actually played that a bunch, and it was pretty good. And there's so many different zone events that are really, really well designed. But especially, like, basically everything in Heart of Thorns. Verdant Brink, I fucking love Verdant Brink. The Tarier one, really, really fun. That one was probably my favorite. And then the Chuck one was, like, fine. Not my favorite, but, like, still very good. And then Dragon Stand, like, I had a guild that I ran with, and we, like, organized Dragon Stand runs. And, like, I raid-led one of the lanes, and I, like, had to communicate with, like, the other raid leaders. God, it was so much fun. I fucking love Dragon Stand. I mean, that is something that I think Guild Wars 2 does that, like, no other MMO does well. The open world events. And they consistently do it well. Like, they have so many amazing open world meta events. And World of Warcraft can't do fucking anything even close to that. the closest thing World of Warcraft has had to like a good open world meta event is Tuskar Soup. And since then, they've shit the bed on literally everything else. It's just kind of depressing. It's, like, they have a perfect blueprint that they can copy, and they just don't. Heart of Thorns was a great X-Pack, changed the game, it was amazing. Yeah, I didn't start until Path of Fire, but my friends who played before that did tell me that, like, the game felt completely different before and after. So, I guess it's a good thing that I did start when it was, like, already a super-duper awesome game. I heard it was, like, it got off to, like, a little bit of a rough start, but definitely by the time that I started playing in Path of Fire, it was absolutely fantastic. And so I tried some of the raids. I never did a lot. I did, basically, some of, like, I mentioned, I was in a guild with people who mostly did meta events. And, like, that's how I joined that guild, because I, like, the moment I started doing the Heart of Thorns meta events, I completely fell in love with it. And I was like, wow, this is, like, one of the most fun things I've ever done in an MMO ever. Blah, I can't talk. Because, like, I had only experienced, like, Guild Wars 2, or World of Warcraft, and, like, Final Fantasy XIV world content up until that point. And, like, FF14's world content also isn't great. I think it's, generally speaking, better than WoW's, but both of them get turbo-gapped by Guild Wars 2 in that department. So I didn't even really think that it was possible to have good open-world content, which is why it really pisses me off nowadays when I see people saying, like, it's impossible to design good world content, and, like, inherently world content should just appeal to casual players, and you shouldn't try to make, like, really engaging world content. I'm just like, these fuckers have never played Guild Wars 2. Like, if you've played Guild Wars 2, you understand how you can make world content that's really engaging. And the nice thing about Guild Wars 2 world content is I started playing that as, like, effectively a casual, like, a new player to the game. But the moment I started, like, engaging with people who really actively optimized that, and did these events for fun, what I realized is that a lot of hardcore raiders were still running this content because they just enjoyed it. And so I didn't really get into endgame, like, hardcore Guild Wars 2 raiding. I would have liked to at least give it a shot, but some people I knew from the meta events who did, like, super optimized hardcore speedrun stuff, they helped our like, meta running guild organize some, like pickup raids, basically. So I got to do some of the Guild Wars 2 raids, but not a lot. And I remember at the time, like, some of the people I was playing with basically said, like, if I wanted to, they would, like, help me get into harder raids so that I could see it. But it just ended up being, like, I didn't really have the time because I was so busy with WoW and stuff. So I didn't end up taking them up on that offer. But I would love to at some point go back, and, like, Doom seems like a really cool fight. I forget the name of that raid, but they showed me videos of their clears, and it seemed really interesting, but I never got to do that one. I did, what was it? Whatever the one where Veil Guardian is. That one I did, and we didn't do, like, the entirety of that raid, just, like, the first third of it, I think. Then we did Bastion of the Penitent, I think it was called, but we didn't manage to kill the final boss. We tried it, but, like, I think other people were struggling. And then we did Key of Adashim, I think. And again, we didn't fully clear it, but we did, like, half of it. And, like, the main issue is, obviously, I really enjoyed that, and I had a lot of fun with it, but not everybody in the guild was, like, interested in that, because, again, it was mostly, like, an open-world meta guild. So I think a lot of them were interested in trying it just for fun, but then it was hard to motivate a lot of them to, like, actually prog it and, really dedicate time to it, which is, of course, what I enjoy doing. So I think it eventually kind of fizzled out, and then eventually I was too busy with WoW, so I didn't have time to play. But whenever that's the thing, like, whenever I go back to Guild Wars 2, which I will at some point, I will definitely give it a shot. I want to make sure I have, like, plenty of free time. I don't just want to, like, dabble in it a little bit again. I want to try it again when I have plenty of free time to, like, really fully sink my teeth into it and try and, like, basically 100% the game. Because that was another thing I really liked about it, where because it's horizontal progression, it felt like I could experience all of the original content minus like Living World Season 1, which I have heard since they have like added the ability to go back and play that. But that was not a thing when I first started playing it. And I really liked basically going back and doing like, I would pick one of the older zones and I would say, okay, I'm going to like 100% this zone. Like I did that with Silver Wastes specifically, where I spent so much time just like trying to 100% the entirety of Silver Wastes, even though it was technically not current content, but I really enjoyed it. And there was like that really big jumping puzzle that like snaked under the map, and lots of different little achievements that you can go for, and all the different mastery points and whatnot. It's just a really good game. But I would want to make sure I had the proper time to dedicate to it. I wish there was a reason to go back to those older maps, but it's so hard to find groups for those. Yeah, it was definitely trickier, for sure, compared to, like, the Heart of Thorns ones, which were still very popular back when I played. I would imagine a lot of stuff has come out now, so probably less people are doing it. But, it is definitely one of those things where I could imagine that people wouldn't really want to engage with that content these days if I tried it. But there's at least, like, there's a reason to do it. It's very different than, like, World of Warcraft, where the moment an expansion ends, all of that content from that expansion is completely irrelevant in World of Warcraft. Even if it's not necessarily, like, efficient or worthwhile in Guild Wars 2, at least you get stuff out of doing it. So it isn't, like, a complete waste of your time. It might not be as good as, like, whatever the current meta event is. Like, I do distinctly remember that the rewards from doing Silver Wastes was, like, not good compared to running Dragon's Stand over and over. And, like, so Verdant Brink... Oh, shit, I need to be clicking on these to get quest credit. I didn't realize they despawned if I didn't interact with them enough. Verdant Brink was one of my favorite meta events, and the thing that I liked about it was that it was, like, significantly harder to do compared to all of the other ones. So, like, Tarir was extremely popular. Every single time that event was up, tons of people were running it. There were, like, countless groups forming to, like, do it on multiple different layers, or whatever it was called in Guild Wars 2. And, like, the Chalk Gerents one was really popular as well. Very easy to find groups for that. So I saw a lot of clears happen for those events. And Verdant Brink, I could never, ever find people doing it. Vast majority of times I tried to do Verdant Brink, it was completely empty, and then the event would fail. Because if there just aren't enough people participating, you just lose. Which also is one of the things I liked. The fact that you actually can fail the events. It's like, it's casual, open world content, and yet it's actually designed to be a challenge and require coordination. It's kind of like a little open world raid. But I couldn't find anybody to actually participate in it. But then one time, finally, I convinced my guild that I was in to basically help me run Verdant Brink. None of them wanted to do it. Nobody. But I finally begged them. I'm like, can we just schedule one Verdant Brink run? I will organize everything. Like, I will set up the groups. I will do all, like, the shot calling and whatnot. I just really want to do Verdant Brink. And so finally, like, enough people were like, sure, we'll try it. So we set a time, and we got a lot of people together for a Verdant Brink run. And we managed to 100% it. We killed, like, all 5 bosses. And I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. Because I really wanted to see, like, is this doable? Because nobody ever completes it in, like, pug groups. And honestly, even with our super coordinated group, like, it was kind of tight. Because, you know, not everybody, most people didn't know what to do. So a lot of people were kind of figuring out on the fly how to do, like, you know, the optimized, like, routing for it. And it was kind of down to the wire, but we got it done. But it felt really satisfying having to, like, organize a really coordinated group to actually get this world content done. God, I loved it so much. I miss Guild Wars 2, man. One of these days. That's an upgrade. Nice. And now I guess just spam Calamitous. Well, after I do the quest. Once you hit endgame meta, events are pretty trivial unless you want legendary items. Yeah, and like, so one of the big things that I remember with a lot of those events is they aren't good for gearing. But Tarir especially, I remember, had like it was both Tarir and the Chalk Gerents had like a special cosmetic effect, like some weapon enhancement that you can apply that like made your weapon all like fancy and glowy. And it was a super rare drop off the chests from that event. So that's a really cool way to basically keep it relevant. Kind of like, you know, mount drops in World of Warcraft. And by doing that, I knew a lot of people who still religiously ran the Assault on Tarir over and over, despite not, like, they had full Ascended gear on multiple sets and whatnot. They absolutely did not need any of the rewards from it. They were just running it over and over because, A, they thought it was really fun, which I love Tarir. It's just really fun to play. But they also, like, they could justify spending that time. And I think that's, like, a big thing with games. It's like, a lot of people wish this wasn't the case, but the reality for many people is in order to justify spending their time on something, there needs to be some reward. They can't just be playing it for fun. And, like, I kind of fall victim to that sometimes, right? There are a lot of times when I only feel like I should be doing something if it's something that I can, like, really get value out of. I do sometimes try and, like, make sure that I make exceptions for that. Like, frankly, all the time I spent playing Turtle WoW over the last few weeks, that was a gigantic exception of I just thought this was really fun. Did those streams do well? No. Did I lose all of the progress I made on all of my Turtle WoW characters because the server shut down forever? Yes. But I specifically chose to do that because, well, it was going away forever, and I knew that I would have a lot of fun playing on this server for 2 weeks, even though it was about to be shut down permanently. And even though, like, I basically wasted 2 weeks that I could have spent working on YouTube videos, and, you know, which is my job, so, like, that is, like, lost revenue and whatnot, and blah-de-blah. It just, like, if that's the only way that you ever think about, like, life in general, it just becomes so depressing and boring. And at a certain point, I do need to say, like, look, if there's something that I just think is really fun, I'm just gonna do that. Like, even if it is not efficient or valuable or whatever. Because, like, otherwise, why even bother doing anything? So, I do think that that is something that people need to be able to decide for themselves. Like, I just enjoy this, regardless of whether the rewards are good. But that was one of the really nice things about those events, is because they have these super valuable cosmetic rewards, I knew a lot of people who felt like their time doing it wasn't wasted because they enjoyed it, but every single time they ran it, there was at least a tiny chance that they made, like, a massive amount of money from getting that bonus thing. And that way they can justify running it despite not needing any of the gear and stuff. Obviously, early on, when I was still getting, like, I didn't have, like, Ascended gear, the meta events were really good before I got, like, my first full Ascended set. I think by the time that I stopped playing, I had a full... I think it was Zul'jin's, like the Zul'jin's or Berserker, maybe they're the same thing. But those are like the terms that I remember set. And I remember there were like different things where if you wanted to play a condition build, there was like a different set that you needed to get. And I think because I remember reading that like the upfront damage sets, I don't remember the term, but like the ones that don't rely on like dots and whatnot, those ones all kind of use the same gear, and it seemed to be transferable between characters. That's what I focused on getting first, so that I could play, like, multiple characters with the same, like, gear, which that's another crazy thing about Guild Wars 2. You can, like, transfer gear between your characters, so there's, like, really good account-wide progress. And that is what I completed. I did one full Ascended set, and it was that. And I had some other pieces, but I never finished, like, a second set. And I never got a Legendary before I stopped playing. I started making progress towards a few of them, because, like, my high-end rating friends told me that, like, oh yeah, that's something you should probably begin working towards, but I only did, like, the introduction sections. I never got, like, super far into it. But because I did a lot of meta events, there were sections related to that I did have some progress on. Power builds, yes. But yeah, what you said earlier for sure is true. I don't know, I didn't hate fractals, but I never found them to be, like, super interesting, especially compared to, like, Mythic Plus, which I'm already, like, I'm not a big M Plus fan. I don't hate M Plus, right? I have to do it a lot, but to me, M Plus has always been like a means to an end. And I did like a few fractals, but I didn't really like it. Felt like they reused like a lot of the same ones, I think. I vaguely remember that, where like it was as you went up, like it rotated between different types of fractals. So I tried out like a lot of them once or twice, and I ran some of the higher level fractals with like some of my friends who were like, you know, the super duper endgame raiders. And it was interesting, but I didn't really think I would enjoy farming them a ton, so I didn't really bother. They did tell me that like it's worthwhile to farm some of them, like there's good rewards, but I don't know. I just wasn't really interested. Also, like it was a lot easier to find like pickup groups for the world content events, whereas like the fractals, it's the type of thing where when you're a new player, until you understand the meta, it's a little bit daunting trying to like apply for groups or even form your own group because I don't know what to look for. Like if I'm forming a group for Dragon Stand, I just need bodies. I just need like 40 people in the group and then I tell them what to do. And like I've run the event enough times to be comfortable that I know what to do. But like I didn't understand like the fractal meta and I didn't know exactly what I should be playing for each one. And coming from World of Warcraft, like I understand where if I was running an M+ dungeon and my healer was running like a super dogshit build and was dying all the time and struggling, like even if they weren't dying all the time, even if they were just like kind of underperforming, but still like kind of just scraping by, which is probably what I would have been doing. I would have been fine, but I was definitely not doing as much damage as the other people that I was playing with. So I didn't want to be like, you know, that new player trying to like jump into the hardest content and you know, having no idea what's going on. It was fine when I was playing with my friends, so they could, like, give me pointers, but when they weren't around, it was a little bit difficult to, like, push myself to engage with that system. And, like, that's the kind of thing where, like, at this point in time, if I were to go back into Guild Wars 2, I would want to try that more, and I'm also at this point, like, it's been many years. I think, gotten a lot more, like, experience, and more just, like, confident with World of Warcraft and stuff in general. So I think I would know what resources to look for to learn it properly, and I wouldn't be as afraid, I would hope, to just ask questions. But especially as a new player, it was, like, a little bit daunting. Raiding, same thing. I think I lost my inner light buff. Also, I forgot to equip my level 83 stuff. I'll do that in one moment.
Are you listening?
Guild Wars 2 leveling streams? Well, so the thing about Guild Wars 2, and this was one of the first things that I realized, because I actually, when I first tried Guild Wars 2, I thought that would be interesting. And if you look, like, it's unlisted at this point, but if you can find a very, very, very old video where I did a leveling run for Guild Wars 2. The funny thing about that is back when I still actively played Guild Wars 2, so, oh god, this is like ancient lore. Give me a moment to like remember to do this. This is honestly the perfect thing to yap about as I spam Calamitous. Why did I buy a helmet? Why did I do that? Why would I do that? That was so stupid. I think this was like 50 gold, right? Like, that's why I bought it. It was like literally dirt cheap, so I was just like, eh, fuck it, why not? But I didn't really think about the fact that I don't need it at all. Whatever. Who cares? And then I have an offhand somewhere, right? Did I forget to buy an offhand? Wait, really? I forgot to buy an offhand. Oops. I mean, thankfully I got a good one from a quest, so no harm, no foul, but, like, it's dumb. You were a Mythic Plus fan last time I checked. Look, okay, that is fair, but also, Okay, so I saw the second message last time I checked. Yeah, the last time you checked was Legion. You are correct. In Legion, I did really like M+. The thing about M+ in Legion is you have to recall that I primarily played Guardian Druid and Vengeance Demon Hunter. And Vengeance Demon Hunter in Legion especially was extremely broken, and I was able to, like, solo Mythic Plus dungeons at, like, plus 20s, because Vengeance was just incredibly stupid. So that was fun. I just enjoyed doing that, especially because nobody realized how broken Vengeance was in Legion when, like, Spirit Bomb was played correctly. So I would just join a random M+ dungeon, carry the fuck out of 4 random people who had never seen a Vengeance player in their entire life. And my favorite part when running Legion M+ was seeing, "What is Spirit Bomb?" question mark in chat. I got that message so many times. So, old Legion Vengeance was just, I mean, that was so much fun. Definitely, we haven't seen anything like that playstyle. And so, yeah, I played a lot of M+ in Legion. Herv said, "Who the F is this guy?" Hello, Herv. Good to see you. But yeah, I'm not a big M+er these days. Honestly, haven't been for many years. I do what I need to do for raiding, but raiding is ultimately my endgame. Extremely fond of the Guardian Druid even now when it's not as powerful as it was during Legion. Honestly, Guardian Druid right now is actually incredibly powerful. Whether or not it's as strong as it was in Legion is debatable. In some ways, I would say it's even stronger, because I think for dungeons, Guardian Druid actually now is better than it was in Legion. Because back in Legion, the meta was Blood DK or Vengeance, and Guardian was, like, okay, but it wasn't actually that good. But, like, right now, Guardian is absolutely demolishing M+, and it's really good in Raid still, too, even after all the nerfs. Right now, the current state of Guardian is, like, the best that Guardian has been in quite a long time. Both in terms of, like, fun to play and viability. And honestly, I got very bored of Legion Guardian. I thought it was, like, the reason I stopped playing it, despite it still being meta, is just because I didn't have fun with it. It was pretty one note. But right now, Guardian Druid has 2 different viable builds, and both of them are pretty fun, so yeah, I still really enjoy Guardian. It's the same pool of fractals, just different difficulties, but you think the game just suffers from endgame PvE content. Meta events are great, but it's not a tangible goal other than drops. Yeah. I mean, that is definitely the main reason why I stopped playing it as much, because raiding is still what I inherently enjoy, and even if I could have gotten into Guild Wars 2 raiding, I was keenly aware that there was just less content there, so I felt that it was just a much better use of my time to invest, like, into World of Warcraft more. And that's why, like, you know, I was already I say casually, I shouldn't say casually. I was already, like, doing regular, like, normal people raiding in World of Warcraft of, like, you know, sometimes, most of the time, getting cutting edge at the end of the tier. Like, I was at that point in time when I tried Guild Wars 2, I was, like, on and off CE. Like, I'd get CE 1 tier, then I'd, you know, barely miss it the next tier, that kind of thing. And I enjoyed raiding, but then, honestly, it is kind of funny. Like, the moment yeah, literally, because I started playing Guild Wars 2 back in Castle Nathria, and I didn't get Cutting Edge that tier. My guilds, which I was leading my guild at the time, we took a break because everybody was burnt out. And it was literally after I decided that I didn't have enough time to dedicate to Guild Wars 2, and I, like, fully reinvested into WoW, that tier I got Cutting Edge, and that was the tier where, like, every single tier after that I've gotten Cutting Edge. And then consistently after that, I just spent more and more time getting into raiding, and now I got Hall of Fame, so that's cool. But it was that point where I'm like, you know, I just really enjoy World of Warcraft raiding, and even though I really enjoyed Guild Wars 2, I just decided that I'd rather fully, like, dive into WoW raiding headfirst again, and see how far I could push myself. And it's been that way since. We'll see. Surely at some point, though, my schedule will be flexible enough to try that out. If you have gear, you don't need meta events. You want to run content, and all the higher-end content is usually World v World, raiding, and fractals, and they get repetitive. Yeah, that's fair. If Guild Wars 2 had as much instance content as WoW, it would rival it easily. So, honestly, I think I was just saying this the other day. The thing about Guild Wars 2 that it does so well, though, is it has all of this content, and it's horizontal progression, so it's still relevant. Like, I know you said that technically speaking, if you have the gear, you don't need to do it, but I still think it's relevant in the sense that you can still play it the intended way, and it still does give some okay stuff, especially if you're brand new. So it is relevant, especially more so than World of Warcraft content. So let's say right now, the Guild Wars 2 developers just decided they were going to go all in on making like World of Warcraft style raids and dungeon content, and just making that like the new thing that they focus on. They already have this massive roster of really good open world casual content that players can enjoy. If they just started adding the super hardcore PvE stuff on top of it, the other stuff wouldn't go away. It'd still be there. Presumably, they can also keep adding meta events. But now they add all this other stuff on top of it. I mean, yeah, they just fucking destroy WoW. So that is entirely possible. But yeah, if they do that in Guild Wars 3, for sure, that would also be pretty cool. So Guild Wars 2 leveling, I enjoyed it. The thing about Guild Wars 2 leveling is it doesn't really exist. The problem with Guild Wars 2 that I ran into, like I say, problem in the sense where I tried doing Guild Wars 2 leveling speedruns, and it didn't work because it just fundamentally isn't designed for that. And as I said, there's an old video. I'll talk about the other side of it, because that's a funny side tangent. But I made that video. You can still find it buried in like one of the playlists on my channel. But there's something called Tomes of Knowledge in Guild Wars 2, where you can just give a character a level. It's like an account-wide, give one free level to the character that uses this Tome of Knowledge. And you get so many of them by doing endgame content. So the way the Guild Wars 2 is designed is you're supposed to basically play your main and do like various endgame PvE or PvP content. I think PvP actually gave more of it. And as you do that content, you get Tomes of Knowledge, and then eventually, once you get 80 of them, because 80 is the level cap, you just mail them over, technically 79 because you start at level 1, mail them over, or like put it in your account-wide slot or whatever it was, and then just use it on your ult, and boom. Basically, you get a free character boost. And I think that's an interesting way to go about it, because that, like, the idea of, like, all account-wide stuff being shared, in that sense, you are rewarded by playing the endgame content in that you can just bypass leveling. So if World of Warcraft had something like that, like imagine if you just had a chance to get a Tome of Knowledge by doing a Mythic Plus dungeon, or an endgame raiding dungeon, or an endgame raid boss, blah. In that case, people who primarily play this game for M+, and just want to spam keys, could get leveled characters by just spamming keys. Which, honestly, I think is a pretty cool system. But it does mean that leveling content is effectively non-existent. There is, like, quote-unquote leveling content in Guild Wars 2, but it all scales to max level as well, because everything's horizontal. So all of, like, the leveling quests and events and stuff you can do at max level as part of the campaign, and I did actually play through that. I think it was pretty fun, but it's not really like a leveling campaign. It's more of just, like, a story campaign. Still good, but not really meant to be done for the purposes of leveling. As someone that doesn't play much high key pushing, I can assure you that Guardian is super strong and mindless. You've been pushing 18s and 19s? Goddamn. I mean, that's not like super high keys, but that's higher than I've been doing. I haven't even bothered pushing up to 18s and 19s, so that's pretty good. You're still dying to overconfidence? Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen no matter what, even once you're really good at tanking. That's going to make you want to play Guardian for the first time in your life. You started playing Boomy for dungeons instead of one-tricking Resto Druid, and you're not even sandbagging or booming either. I mean, I've heard Boomkin's pretty good, too, right now. But yeah, if you are interested in playing Guardian, now is the time. It's very, very, very strong. So, definitely could be worth giving it a shot. That's how it was with the Recruit a Friend system in WoW. Yeah, that was similar. It wasn't exactly one-to-one with like how Tomes of Knowledge work, but, you know, good point that it was a similar implementation. All right, so as I do this, also I should clear out my bags. Speaking of leveling in Guild Wars 2, so funny little old drama story. When I played Guild Wars 2, I mentioned like I was in a guild that did a lot of meta events. Basically, I just like showed up to one of the meta events that I was running on my own for fun. I did like a lot of pugs and stuff, and there was one person who I consistently ran into while running a lot of these runs. Let me make sure I don't die here. Yeah, so I was doing like a bunch of the Heart of Thorns meta events, the Tarier Assault, Chalk Gerents, and Dragon Stand, and like I think multiple days in a row, I kept running into like the same person who was organizing these groups, and I saw that they were recruiting for their guilds, which was primarily like an open world meta guild, and I'm fairly antisocial, honestly, so generally speaking, I just prefer to do stuff on my own. So I wasn't super interested in joining like an open world meta guild like that. I didn't think that I would enjoy it a whole lot. But after I ran with them like a bunch of times, so they seemed nice. At one point, they directly asked me, specifically, like, "Hey, I've seen you showing up to a bunch of these. Like, would you want to join our guild? We do like a bunch of these meta events like on." They did like a rotation, so they would like have a 3-hour time slot where they would go through like all the different meta events. They also did like the Path of Fire meta events, and he was like, "Yeah, you seem to be doing these a bunch. Like you've been in my groups a lot, and you're not in a guild. So would you want to join us?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck it. You know, if you're asking me directly, like, all right, sure." So that's how like I joined that guild in the first place, and like ended up running with them a bunch. And of course, like I'm usually super shy, especially when I join a brand new guild. So I didn't talk a lot at first, but the people in there were super nice. A bunch of them, funny thing about this is like a bunch of them ended up being like really good friends of mine who still every now and then rarely will like pop into one of my streams. Obviously I don't stream as much these days, especially up until recently. So haven't really talked to a few of them in a while, but even like for years after I stopped playing Guild Wars 2, every now and then like one of them would pop in and say hi, which was pretty cool. But those were not the guild leader. The guild leader, well, like somewhat nice and normal at first. Like I'll skip the whole story. Basically ended up being just a real creep and just really weird. Like sometimes you just meet people who they just give off like a weird vibe, and it's very different when like you're just talking to somebody in like Guild Wars 2 in-game chat and like hearing somebody in like a Discord call, and some people are just give off really weird vibes, like especially in Discord, and this guy was one of them. And at first, you know, it's like, look, I've met lots of different people online. I'm not going to judge. Some people are just like socially awkward, you know, it is what it is. Usually those people I don't see running guilds though, so that was kind of a bit strange. Of like, this is somebody aggressively recruiting. Oh, fucking YouTube, dude. YouTube's giving me another error. I can't really tell if it's like a... Okay, it looks like Twitch is having issues too. Fuck me, why? I guess that's just like my internet connection. My internet, I do feel, has been kind of shit lately. I don't want to like switch it right now, but I don't know why it's been awful. Is it still bad? I can't tell. It like on OBS it seems fine, but then like right now on Twitch like the bitrate is like glowing red. YouTube's giving me an error message. Fuck my life, dude. Honestly, this is like one of the most frustrating parts of streaming. It's just like when there's like issues completely out of my control. Okay, the error message went away. I can't really tell. Okay, yeah, and the bitrate on Twitch is back to green. So I guess it's clear, but... Did he buffer for 5 seconds and then glitched out for a bit after? It's fine, okay. Yeah, it seems like it's working now. I guess that's good, at least. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that doesn't stick around. I'm definitely going to... I don't know why, but I think whatever... It seems to be a pretty consistent thing with my... The stream is fine on our ends. Well, there definitely was an issue, but as long as it's fine now, that's good. I hope it's not an issue with, like, my new computer. And that's the other thing that's, like, it's impossible to know for sure. Like, is my new computer causing problems, or is it just, like, pure coincidence that my Wi-Fi is having issues? I think it is, in this case, just coincidence, and it's my internet, because I was having issues with my phone Wi-Fi connection earlier, which would be completely unrelated, but it was also very slow. So, I don't know. Hopefully that isn't a consistent problem, though. But yeah, also, so, where was I with the... Yeah, so join this guild. The guild leader was a little bit awkward, but it was especially weird. The one thing I never understood after, like, getting to know him a little bit better is, like, why he was joining a guild, or why he was leading a guild, because he didn't really seem like he wanted to organize a lot of the events. He obviously was organizing some, which is, like, how I met him in the first place, but he was repeatedly trying to, like, convince other people to lead the events, and at first, like, the way he phrased it is he was trying to train other people, and trying to make it, like, he kept saying that, it's been so long that I forget some of the details, but one thing that I remember, because it became, like, a joke within our friend group, is he said that he was doing a really important service for the community, is the way that he phrased it, by organizing these Heart of Thorns meta events, and teaching new people how to lead their own raids. And especially, like, when I told him that I was fairly new to Guild Wars 2, like, he got super excited, and he was like, oh, I can train you how to, like, raid lead all these different meta events and stuff. And, you know, part of me was like, okay, cool, you know, I'll go along with this, right? Because I was trying to learn more about the game, so I wasn't going to say no to somebody offering to, like, to help, especially they seem nice and, like, you know, and eager and whatnot. But it was strange when, like, sometimes I would ask, like, oh, can we do, like, Dragon Stand or something like that? And, you know, oh, I can lead one of the lanes. And he was like, oh, you're not ready. Like, I haven't taught you yet how to, like, properly call out this stuff. And I was nice. I was a little bit patient. But I did say, like, look, I mean, I don't mind pointers and stuff like that. But also, like, I've literally been raid leading a World of Warcraft guild through, like, mythic progression for, like, years now. Like, I understand how to raid lead in general, and I understand how to, like, do endgame PvE, and also, like, it's an open world event. It's not the most complicated thing ever. But he was, like, super obsessed with making sure that everybody had, like, proper training before they raid-led their Dragon Stand runs and whatnot. So I was like, alright, fine. Like, I had to be, like, an assistant raid leader to one of, like, the other, like, officers in the guild. But the thing is, like, everybody else in the guild also kind of thought it was ridiculous, and I think they were all kind of like me, of, like, we all kind of, like, joked amongst ourselves with, like, whispers of, like, yeah, this is kind of silly. Like, I don't know why they're doing it like this, but everybody just liked having a group that they could run the meta events with, so nobody, like, really complained. And, you know, this person had their guild, and they were at least trying to set it up. But I can't remember... I can't remember exactly, like, when, like, everything finally snapped, because it was such a strange experience being in this guild, because, like, I had accumulated, like, a bunch of weird interactions with this guild leader of, like, stuff where it's fairly innocuous, like him just being awkward in voice chat, him doing, like, these weird, like, you know, somewhat obsessive things of, like, trying to encourage people to, you know, lead their own raids, but then also being super restrictive with, like, oh, you need to have certain training before you can, like, organize a Dragon Stand run. And I never thought anything bad was going on. Like, I never got the impression that this was anything other than, like, you know, a bit of a weird random guild that I joined, like any guild that I would join in trade chat in World of Warcraft. And I also, like, I admit, like, with guilds like this, I wasn't, like, super invested in it. Like, I've joined a lot of random guilds in WoW where, like, I just never really meaningfully connect with anybody in the guild, because it's, you know, it's just a bunch of random people. You play with them, like, you're, like, temporary friends, whatever. It's kind of, like, very, very much, like, all or nothing historically for me with like guilds like that, where either I get like really involved with a bunch of people in the guild and I make like a lot of friends who I'm like still friends with these days, or like there are multiple guilds that I can think of that I've been in where I do not talk to a single person from those guilds like ever anymore. I haven't like been friends with any of them. Some of them I just like the guild environment doesn't really mesh and you just kind of bounce off it. But then specifically, I think like I mentioned, there were other people in the guild, like outside the guild leader, who also thought, yeah, he's a little bit strange, but they were all really nice. They had like their own community, like their own Discord server where they would just kind of like chat, and a bunch of them, I think I mentioned before, were like hardcore like endgame raiders who also just joined this guild because like I think you can be in like multiple guilds in Guild Wars 2, right? If I recall. So this was just one of their many guilds that they happened to be in, and they enjoyed running the meta events, so they were just in here because this guy happened to be putting together a bunch of groups. And so that's how I got to know them, and I did make like some friends as we ran these different events. So I was at least like somewhat familiar with people in the guild outside of just the guild leader himself. And then, like, I think one day, the thing is, if you find this video back in, like, the unlisted section, I recorded, which this will be part of the story, but I recorded basically a retelling of this story very shortly after it happened, like, literally a week after all this occurred. And I actually posted it to my main, like, current YouTube channel. Because back then, like, it was literally within the first year that I ever started making YouTube videos, so I was just kind of uploading whatever the fuck I wanted. I wasn't really too concerned about, like, algorithm and whatever. So I felt like making a storytime video about, like, this crazy guild that I joined. So I just recorded it, and I threw it up there. So I'm sure that in that video, if I go back, like, I probably, in the moments, had a better explanation of how all of this started. But at one point I remember I logged in and like half the guild had quit. And I hadn't really been actively like looking at the Discord, but I also noticed that like in the Discord there was like no real information about what happened. Just all the people who had quit in game were also gone in the Discord. Obviously I later found out the reason for this is like either a lot of them just decided not to send any messages in the Discord when they left, or they said something but then it got deleted by the guild leader. So I was like confused, and I asked like the guild leader what happened, like where did all these people go, and he said something vague about like, oh yeah, they were like trying to cause drama, so I had to kick them. And he like I asked questions because like the way he said it was like very unconvincing, of like, because then I of course the immediate question is like, what drama, like what did they do, because they had always seemed like very normal, nice people to me, like we ran a bunch of events together, they seemed fine. Like, if you had just been like, oh, they did XYZ thing, and like, you know, had a reasonable explanation for it, I probably would have been like, oh, okay, that's a bummer, and just not thought about it anymore. But he was like, again, it's so hard to remember exactly what he said, but all I remember for sure is that something was wrong. Like, the way that he was trying to explain this was weird, and that he also, like, he convinced me to, like, hop in Discord, and he was, like, basically explaining to me like what happens in terms of like all kind of hush-hush secret, you know, oh yeah, they like tried to like start a coup or whatever, and I need to make sure like you have my back here. And he said, you know, like you've been really active, like I can promote you to officer and stuff like that, which like obviously I don't give a shit. Right? So I think that's where, like, I think him offering to, like, promote me to, like, officer, like, OGM or whatever it was that he offered was, like, the big red flag to me, because I know that a lot of people are, like, very, you know, meaningless titles make them happy. And they're like, oh, you're gonna promote me? I guess I won't question anything then. Which is, like, I mean, how a lot of bad shit is able to happen in the first place, just in general, right? You just kind of, something bad happens, you just like tell the other person, oh, you know, just don't question it too much, and oh, you've been such a good champ, you know, I'll give you a better position and whatever it is. So I kind of played it off, I'm like, okay, yeah, think about it, etc. But the moment he started doing that, I'm like, okay, why is he trying to like effectively bribe me to not ask further questions? And I tried to make it seem like, all my questions had been answered, and I was like, I was cool with it, and I wasn't curious. But of course now, like, I'm just burning curiosity of, like, I need to find out what the fuck happened. So naturally I messaged all the other people who quit on Discord, and because, like I said, they were, like, I wasn't, like, super good friends with any of them. I had, like, kind of spoken with them a little bit, as we did these events, but I wouldn't have considered any of them, like, close friends or something. So, none of them thought that it was, like, worth messaging me. Another thing that they said later on is they didn't know how well I knew the guild leader. Because, like, I kind of joined completely on my own. A lot of them came from, like, their own group of friends that they had been, like, doing other stuff with, like, either the Endgame Raiders, or there was, like, a group that kind of had their own little meta events runs, and then they kind of merged with this guild. But I was, like, my own person. He found me in meta events, I joined, and then I became a little bit more active, but, like, none of those other people knew my origin in the guild. So as far as they were concerned, I could have been, like, an IRL friend of the guild leader, or something like that, and I had never, like, expressed one way or the other, really, whether I liked the guy or not. So they didn't know, like, oh, if we try to, like, reach out to him and tell him, like, what's happening, like, is he gonna tell the guild leader and then, make things more awkward for us or something like that? They had no idea. So they just left. They didn't say anything to me. Understandable. But then I asked them, like, okay, what the hell happened? I see you guys all left. He's acting super cagey, and I can tell some shit happened, and now I want to know what. And it was like, the rabbit hole for this drama was fucking crazy. Because on one hand, it very much was like the kind of stuff that you would expect of, there were a lot of girls in the guild, and this guy was like an older guy who was just being creepy as shit. Like, so that checkbox was hit. Like, that one was kind of the moment I saw that, like, pretty much every single girl in the guild was among the people who quit, I immediately kind of figured out that is probably what happened. But then it was like, it was so much weirder than I ever could have imagined. Because, like, already he's, okay, making all the girls in the guild uncomfortable, sure. But then it turns out there was also this whole other drama where the entire reason he made his guild in the first place is because there was, like, a much larger Discord community that ran Guild Wars 2 meta events, and he really wanted to be, like, one of the main leaders in that event. One of the people who, like, organized the big runs and did, like, Dragon Stand for them and stuff like that. But because he was so, like, weird and off-putting, and I guess was, like, being weird with, like, the girls in that guild, they kicked him out, and they, like, permanently banned him from showing up to any of their events. So that is why he formed his own guild in the first place, as a way to, like, get into the meta event scene, and to kind of, like, make his own runs without people knowing who he was. But then he tried to, like, apparently he changed his character name. And the other thing that, so something that I haven't mentioned, right, is his character name was Daylight Princess, which, Daylight Princess, like, I didn't really think much about it, right, at first. But in hindsight, for, like, a really, like, probably, like, in his 40s or 50s old guy, to have a character named Daylight Princess was kind of odd. It was just one of the many things that just, like, doesn't sit right with you. But what I later found out is, like, he changed his character name to that. So what I could only imagine, I don't think, like, it was ever explicitly confirmed, right? Either he didn't admit it, or, like, you can only really speculate. I think after, on his main character, he was being weird with some of the girls in that other guild, he ended up changing his character name to a name that is, like, very much like, you see a name like Daylight Princess and you think, like, that's probably a girl's character, right? Like, maybe is that a little bit stereotypical? Perhaps, but seems to me like that's pretty obviously what he was going for when he made that his character name. And obviously, once you join Discord and hear him talk, like, okay, yeah, that's, like, an older dude, for sure. But if you're just running, like, with a guild randomly, like, and it's just in-game chat, you're not going to know that. You're not going to think that. So I think he probably did that to, like, make girls, like, more likely to join his guild. And then also, apparently, as this was all going on, as he was making his own brand new guild, he was using, like, alt characters to try and, like, re-infiltrate the, like, other guilds that he got kicked out of. And he was basically saying like, oh, I'm running this like big guild that does all these meta events, so like we should merge, we should like organize our runs. And that was another one of those things where, in hindsight, when we were doing all of these different meta events runs, he was like constantly referencing these other Discord communities and saying like, oh, hey, yeah, I was thinking about reaching out to them and trying to like sync up our runs. And of course, me as somebody who doesn't give a shit about this, I was just always like, oh yeah, that's cool, dude. Yeah, sure, cool. I have no idea who these people are, but he was like constantly talking about it. And like, you know how it is when there's like that one person who like just keeps yapping to you about something that like obviously you don't care about, but you know that they like really care about this thing, and you're not going to be like the asshole that's just like, I genuinely don't give a shit about this. So you just kind of like nod along and go like, and like I have like mastered that skill of just kind of like nodding along and letting somebody just like keep yapping to themselves about like whatever the fuck it is. And there are some people who like, they will just actively say, I don't fucking care, stop talking. And I hate being rude, so I'm not like that. So I think the issue was, so many other people just could not stand to listen to him. They just found him annoying as shit. And so whenever he would start yapping about that stuff, they just say like, I don't care. Or they just like leave the Discord call because they're just bored. And like, I would at least like feel bad. So I'd kind of nod along and be like, oh, okay, you know, like he would say, oh, there's this other big Discord community. And I'd, of course, be like, oh, what do they do? Because I don't want to be an asshole, like leave him hanging when that's clearly what he's wanting me to ask. So like I, in hindsight, because I at least entertained his like insane ramblings about like setting up this gigantic organization for Guild Wars 2 like runs, he got the impression that I was like somehow on his side for all of this stuff, even though I had no idea what he was doing like in the background. But again, it also gave other people the impression that like I might be friends with him or something like that, when like, no, I'm just, you know, too polite to like tell the weird guy to fuck off. So after all this, and like him trying to infiltrate these guilds, apparently one of them, one of like the guild leaders reached out to like other people in the guilds who like weren't part of the leadership to like let them know like, hey, just want to let you know that like your guild leader's doing this weird shit. And then apparently like a bunch of the other girls in the guild basically shared stories and realized like, okay, this isn't like a one-off thing, like this guy is actually just a creep. And then they all left and they caused like this massive guild exodus and whatnot. So obviously I left the guild after that, and the nice thing is, because pretty much every single person in that guild, aside from the leader, was actually really cool, we ended up just making our own brand new meta events guild and just basically doing the exact same thing that he was trying to do, but better, but with no weirdos. And because of that, after all of this like weird drama happened, the, you know, kind of cool irony of all of this is that despite joining this guild and not really giving a shit about like anybody in it, because I'm just like, it's probably just going to be some random guild that I join in a game and then forget about and never talk to these people again, because of this whole situation, and like the fact that he did that, and especially the fact that he tried to manipulate me into helping him like do this shit, like that really pissed me off. So the moment that I found out about all of this stuff, like I got really mad. I basically then got a list of like all of the guilds that I had heard him talk about that he had said he was trying to like, you know, organize stuff. And I made sure that like every single one of their guild leaders received like a detailed report of exactly what he had done like with his guild and like all the shit he had done with all these people. A lot of them kind of already knew about him, but it was good. Like I basically gave them a full list of all of his character names and basically was like, you know, blacklist this person, never interact with him again. But the icing on the cake was after all of this was said and done, and I made my video, which at the time, like, this was more just meant to be, like, a fun thing for YouTube, of, like a cool drama story, or, like, I guess, entertaining drama story or whatever, for people to hear about, like, you know, what I had been doing in Guild Wars 2, because at the time, I hadn't been making many World of Warcraft leveling videos because I had been, like, actively playing Guild Wars 2, so I wanted to at least update people. I'm like, oh, this is, you know, the funny drama thing that's been going on. So I made a video. Obviously, it didn't do very well, but what ended up happening over time is apparently somebody in my guild who had seen the video, and obviously like the people in my guild who watched that video like thought it was hilarious. Like it was primarily like aimed both at, like I said, entertaining YouTube audiences, but also like a good chunk of that video was like dedicated to them. Like I they told me, like, they told me the story of, like, you know, the things that he had said and done, and obviously I got their permission to, like, explain it. So to them, it was, like, very cathartic to, like, hear him finally be put on blast for, like, all the weird shit that he had been doing behind the scenes. And having all of that documented in one place, one of the girls in that guild then sent my video to, like, one of the bigger Guild Wars 2, like, communities, especially, I don't remember if there were servers or something, but, like, within the, I think, region or whatever, that of, like, this big Discord that organized a lot of events. She sent that video to that Discord server, and I specifically remember because I had unlisted it already by that point. And, like, a year after I stopped playing Guild Wars 2, she messaged me and said, hey, do you still have that video? Because I was talking to somebody in, like, one of these bigger communities, and apparently the guild leader was still doing weird shit. Like, he was still actively trying to join guilds and, like, being weird with the female members. So she basically told this story to somebody, like, in that Discord, and was like, oh yeah, one of my old guild members made a video documenting all of this stuff. Let me see if I can find it. So she messaged me, I sent her the unlisted video link, and she sent it to that Discord. What I later found out is that Discord, like, I don't know if they pinned it somewhere, or if they, like, just saved it as, like, a thing that they can pull up whenever this guy crawls out of the woodwork. But for, like, up to 3 years after the fact, I would get random messages from people saying, hey, just want to let you know I saw that video you made about, like, the Guild Wars 2 drama. That guy just tried to join our guild again, and because somebody shared that video with us, we were able to, like, immediately realize he was a creep and kick him out. So I made that video just for fun, and it turned out to actually basically be a way to keep that weird idiot away from Guild Wars 2 communities for years after the fact, which is also, like, it was crazy to me when, like, 2 years after, somebody's like, he's still up to his, like, shit, still trying to, like, join and manipulate random, like, open world meta event communities. Like, there's gotta be something better that you could be doing with your life at that point. I don't know, man. It was fucking weird. There's also some, like, there's some side parts to that story that, like, you can't really do it justice unless you, like, you actually see it. And I think I included parts of it in the video. But somebody in our guild found his YouTube channel, and he posted, like, these weird, like, basically extremely cringe 3D animations about, like, how to use the toilet for little kids, which, like, I mean, in context just seems so fucking creepy. But this is genuinely, like, you would see Guild Wars 2 meta event, and then weird 3D animation about potty training. It, like, in the same YouTube channel. So obviously, like, we all thought that was the funniest shit ever. But, like, you know, I can't, unless you see exactly how fucked up the video was, like, it's hard to describe just how insane it was when, like, you know, as all of this is unfolding, somebody's just like, look what I found, here's his YouTube channel. So it was such a fucking weird, easily the weirdest, like, guild drama I've ever been a part of. But the nice thing is, like I said, because of all of that, I ended up making a lot of really good friends through Guild Wars 2. And, I haven't, like, I will say I haven't talked to a bunch of them in, like, a few years, just because, I mean, this was many, many years ago. But I do wonder, I would imagine some of them must still play Guild Wars 2. Be cool if, like, I go back and some of them are still active. Who knows? Anyways, I've been yapping for a while. I can see that, like, there have been messages in chat. That's the kind of story where, like, once I get started, I just need to make sure I get through the entire thing. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard to remember all the fine details. But let me catch up. The stream 1080 HD, the camera old Android 480p. Yeah, look, my camera's not good. I acknowledge that. I'm still messing around with, like, you know, settings to make it look better, but also it is just a really shitty generic webcam. The reality is, like, so I, obviously, up until today, you didn't even realize that I streamed or did YouTube, Pia, but I've been, you know, obviously streaming and making YouTube videos for years. I've only started using a face cam as of, like, 2 days ago. I've done it, like, sparingly once every, like, year or so. But it's only very recently where I've actually decided to really try to use a webcam more often. So if I'm never actually using it, I've never seen a reason to actually get a better one. I'm still seeing how I feel about it. We'll see. At the very least now, 2 streams in a row I've used a webcam, so that's, like, progress. But if it is something that I think I want to continue using going forward, then I probably will get a better camera. I have not had a reason to. But, yeah, that is... It definitely is not... It's not good. Also, Lyra just gets absolutely pancaked in seconds right now. That's the kind of the issue with doing this spam with a really low level of Lyra. Like, she just contributes absolutely nothing. Honestly, Disc Priest is surprisingly good at this, though. This is definitely nowhere near as fast for, like, Calamitous, because, like, high target AoE, it's definitely going to struggle. At a certain point, Entropic Rift can only do so much, but... Considering, like, healer damage, this is not bad at all. I don't think any other healer class could do Calamitous this efficiently. So, pretty good for Disc Priest. Last time you checked, you had no idea. Yeah, the last time you checked really was Legion. True. Well, I know... So, when was it? Technically, I'm... Because I ran into you in a key when I was playing Preservation Evoker, like... so actually, you, of all people, can attest to the fact that I at least am okay at playing Pres Evoker. Because there was that one key where I was looking for a Floodgate, and you happened to be running a Floodgate, so I said, fuck it, and applied. And then, apparently you didn't realize it was actually me in the key the entire time. The funny thing about that is I actually was streaming that key. And that's why it surprised me that you didn't know, because I was definitely, like, I'm 99% sure I was streaming for that Floodgate that I ran into you for. Which I think was the last time that we ever played together. And that was somewhat recently. But I guess I just never mentioned the fact that I was streaming for that. Also, it has just occurred to me that I have not used PI a single time while leveling. Oops. Okay, Ultimate Penitence. Can I cast this? Hello? I'm just getting chain CC'd. Still can't believe you didn't announce yourself. Well, I didn't want to be, like, weird at the start of the dungeon. So here's the thing. I didn't know if you were the group leader. So in theory, if you're the group leader, right, like, you can see when a friend applies to your key. Like, it'll show a little blue icon next to it. So I thought when I applied that you were the group leader. So I had assumed that, like, if you had invited me to the group, you saw, like, this person is on your friends list. So initially, like, I was under the impression that you knew when you clicked invite that it was me applying to the key. And then I think it wasn't until, like, the end of the key, when you hadn't mentioned it at all, that I'm like, maybe they didn't realize. So that's when I kind of, I think what did I say? Something like, you know, tell the tank they did a good job or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I had no idea. Behold, I've arrived. Yeah, also, like, so if you didn't know that it was me, I also feel like it would have been strange if I, like, said something right at the start. I don't know. Look, I needed a Floodgate done. I was just like, fuck it. You know? Floodgate group, let's go. I do remember, though, in that dungeon, you were constantly, like, perma-outranging me the entire time. which as an evoker was fucking brutal. But it's good practice. That's the thing. It's, because when everybody just, like, stands perfectly still and lets you hit 5 targets with, what's it called? Time anomaly or temporal anomaly. Then yeah, preservation evoker is super easy. But when you have to heal that random boomkin who's standing off in the fucking corner, then it becomes a little bit trickier. But that's how you learn. You're currently in, what is BVVC with that tank? And another one of those DPS? And you're currently playing Evoker and getting outraged by all your DPS. Aha. Payback. You were 100% not the group leader, though. Okay, fair, fair. Yeah, I couldn't remember. But that would make sense. I mean, it definitely in hindsight, right? Like, if you hadn't noticed, then it makes sense why. Okay, let's put a... I need to spread Shadow Word Pain onto a lot of mobs. I think this will be... There's so many mobs, though. That's the problem. Like, I can't reliably spread Shadow Word Pain onto all of them, even with just penance spam. Isn't it, like... I do think it should be more, though. Because it's every Bolt of Penance spreads Shadow Word Pain, right? Yeah, most of them have it. I think, by the way, my plan is to do this up to level 85, and then we'll just go back to the regular route. I think level 85 should be enough to where I don't need any bonus stuff at the ends. Please tell me I never did a video of the Legion guild dramas. I never did a video of it, but I did... I'm sure I mentioned some of the Legion guild dramas in, like, a story at one point. I've told a lot of drama stories over the years. I mean, it's fun. I mean, what were the Legion guild dramas? I think I've probably told, like, the general Warsong Battalion story. Like, I'm 99% sure, the story at least where, like, Misty was trying to get the Warsong Battalion, like, raider, or, like, PvPers carried in raid, and she kept telling, like, Myanmar and CJ that we needed to drag these random PvPers through our mythic raids so that they could get gear for world PvP. Like, that part I thought was fucking ridiculous. So, like, then obviously I kept pushing back on that and saying, like, I'm not doing this. I'm not, like, absolutely gimping our mythic raid prog so that we could get people geared for fucking world PvP. Like, that's just dumb. And then the part where, like, she kicked me out of the guild, and then Himanshu messaged me and said, like, he doesn't care. Like, he'll re-invite me, even though his girlfriend is the one who kicked me out. So, yeah, that part was funny. I'm definitely sure I've told that story at some point. Oh, another story. I know for a fact I've told this one of... And, like, surely you remember this. I can't remember if, like, how many people I actually told this at the time. I know I told Amar. Because, like, I told Amar, like, fucking everything. I think I've mentioned this before, but, like, I still regularly talk to Amar, by the way. Everybody else, well, and Lub, obviously. Lub is actually a moderator in my chat. He stopped by earlier. Pooty as well, actually, yeah. Pooty is, like, Pooty will pop into WoW for, like, a few months. He'll message me and, like, ask me for pointers and stuff like that. Like, he was playing earlier this season, and then he'll disappear for, like, 6 months, and then come back again. So, yeah, Lub, Amar, and Pooty I still regularly talk to. But I don't remember how many other people I actually told about this happening at the time, but I've definitely told this story on stream. So when I was playing Guardian, I don't know if you remember, but there was, like, that other Guardian tank that Misty was friends with. And she, like, I forget what happened to the other tank, but, like, the other tank left. So She invited her guardian friend to come tank, like, as my co-tank. And then, because we were both playing Bear, like, obviously, I was messaging him about, like, tank stuff, trying to figure out, what he was used to for different bosses so that we could, like, obviously plan ahead for the next raid. Obviously, just good standard practice for tanks. And then, like, out of the blue, he just, like, DMs me gay furry porn. Just, like, male Taran on male Panda gay furry porn. With zero fucking context as to why. And when I was like, what the fuck? Why did you just send this to me? Like, I think initially I just assumed, like, did you just message the wrong person? Like, that's kind of awkward, right? But then he said that, no, he thought that since I played Guardian Druid, I'd just be into that as well. Which, like, no. Obviously, like, first off, no. But even if I was, you still don't just, like, send that to people unprompted. Like, even if you're into regular porn, you don't just, like, send your friends porn unprompted. So, like, why would it be different? Because it's, like... That is definitely still one of the strangest interactions with a human that I have ever had in my life. I don't know. Gross furries are gross. I mean, look, I am not a fan of furries, like, personally, but, whatever people want to do in their life, like, I don't judge, right? Fuck it, right? But don't DM it to me unprompted. That's completely separate story there. If my co-tank likes gay furry porn, good for him. Like, I'm happy for him. Glad he has a thing. But, like, assuming that because I play Guardian Druid, like, that's my thing too, like, no. So that was definitely, like, I've definitely told that story before, and that was technically Warsong Battalion adjacent. So there have been some WSB stories that have made it into my random drama yaps over the years. But the main Warsong Battalion drama, I don't know if I ever told that story. But it's also, like, it wasn't really, like, that interesting, right? Like, it was just Misty was shit at leading a raid team, and she just caused problems constantly and made my life a constant headache until eventually I left and joined a different guild. Like, that's basically the gist of it, right? I'm sure there were some, like, smaller details in the middle, like I said, about the having to carry people for PvP gear, but I don't think the drama was, like, that intense. Like, another story that I have told is one of the guilds that I joined in BFA, one of the officers was cheating on his wife, who was also in the guild, with one of our trials. So, that, like, compared to Warsong Battalion, it's nothing compared to having one of the officers in my guild ask me to cover up his infidelity so his wife in the guild doesn't find out. That one was fun. There's been some interesting guild dramas. And those make more entertaining stories than any of the WSB stuff. Yeah. Jesus Christ, indeed. Anyways, let me catch up on chat, because I've definitely missed a few messages. When your friend plays Prez, he always takes full melee groups. Honestly, good for him. I hope you were merciful about me in these stories. Definitely, I think, whenever possible, anybody who I was actually, like, friends with, I'm not in the mood to, randomly shit on friends for no reason, right? So, I think, generally speaking, if people ended up in my guild drama stories, it's because I don't like them. Most of the time. At least if they ended up in a bad retelling of my guild drama stories. Like, for instance, Misty and her Bear Druid friends. Who, I'll be honest, I have not spoken to Misty in... pretty much since then. I don't even know what happened to her. She kind of dropped off the face of the planet. There's at least, like, there's some people who I used to raid with who, even though I don't, like, talk to them anymore, I at least have seen them around. Like, I've seen them playing the game. I know, like, where they went or something like that. But I think, like, didn't she just quit the game after Warsong Battalion imploded? Let me scroll up though, because I know you said some other stuff earlier, so I want to make sure that I read everything from start to finish. Damn, these new computer gremlins. Yeah. That sounds lonely as fuck. I mean, I assume that was when I was like talking about the guild stuff. It's like I prefer when I'm in guilds where I'm, make a lot of friends. And I've had plenty of guilds like that. Like honestly, my current raiding guilds on retail or North America, like honestly, I like a lot of the people here. I have a lot of friends here, so that's good, right? A few of them have actually popped into stream already. So, like the rogue and the ret paladin have showed up at the very least, and our one of the officers, the warlock, often pops into stream. So, definitely, I prefer when I'm in a guild environment where I'm friends with everybody and they're all nice and stuff like that. That's always more fun. But I mean, every now and then, like, yeah, sometimes you're in a guild, you just don't vibe with people there, and when that happens, like, I'm just like, all right, I'm here to do my job. I'm going to show up. I'm going to tank, and then I'm going to log out and not interact with these people. Sometimes that's just how it is. But it's better than, at least for me, like, I'd rather do that than, like, force myself to always be, like, happy in a guild. Because sometimes, it just is what it is. Personalities don't, like, fully mix, but I want to get raiding done. Definitely, not for lack of trying, right? And obviously the end result of that story was that I made a lot of good friends in that guild. So it wasn't like I hadn't had meaningful interactions with them. It's always hard to tell. There's also, like, maybe this is just pessimistic. Is that the right word of me? But, like, I always expect the worst, right? So I never want to get, like, too, like, attached to friends or something like that, because who knows when shit's gonna blow up, right? And frankly, like, one of my recent guilds that I left was kind of like that, where unfortunately, like, there were a lot of burnt bridges in the end, which was a bummer because I did consider a lot of them to be my friends, but then, shit happens. A lot of them kind of fucked me over, and the end result is I just don't talk to them anymore. So, like, that is always a worse feeling than just, like, being, like, surface level friends with people and then, like, never having a bad interaction. But I mean, it is, like, kind of the entire reason why I became friends with all those people in Guild Wars 2 in the first place is because bad shit happened, because it turned out the guild leader was a creep. And then the moment that I found that out, I'm like, oh, fuck that, tell me everything that happened so I can absolutely destroy this guy. And then after that, I, got to be much better friends with all the other people who had left that original guild. And like I said, we made our own guild. So in the end, like, the guild leader doing all that really dumb stuff and, like, imploding his original guild brought me closer together with, like, all the other people. And then now we're good friends. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So it's always a little bit of a coin flip. Since Legion, you haven't lasted more than a year in any guild until you met the one you're in now, and you've been here for 6 years. Damn. I think I remember you mentioning that. You've been in, like, the same guild for a really long time. But yeah, damn, 6 years in one guild is really nice. I wish that... I'd love to one day have a guild that I'm, like, 100% certain that, like, oh, I'm gonna stay in this guild, like, forever. Because, like, look, I like this guild that I'm currently in, but historically speaking, like, there's always something that, like, with different guilds where, like, I'm just like, so, like, I'm just permanently waiting for, like, the other shoe to drop, and hopefully that never happens, but historically speaking, it does. You're so here for the storytelling. You think the biggest reason nothing Legion-esque has happened to you in your guild of 6 years is because 50% of the guild is girls and 90% are queer. No one's going crazy for e-pussy and it's such a relief. Fair. Honestly, so true. People are the worst. It's really funny how Guild Wars 2 drama spreads. There's a lot of locally famous individuals in that game. I hope that these days, if anything, Daylight Princess is locally infamous. You're gonna need that link even though you don't play Guild Wars. If somebody reminds me after the stream, I can dig it up and throw the link in Discord or something. So he was just weird from the get-go? Pretty much. Can I tell the story of the guild that joined WoW and there was a person cheating on their spouse? I think I was gonna tell it last night. I mentioned it. That's a long one. I think, remind me another stream. Only one super long, in-depth guild drama per stream. That one's pretty in-depth. That one I did also post on YouTube. One of my earliest videos, I told that story. The guild leader of that guild found the video, by the way, and was not happy, and left an angry rant because the guild leader was not the one who was cheating on his wife, but the guild leader was kind of trash and let a lot of that stuff happen and just didn't run his guild properly, and it was up to me and a bunch of other people on the raid team to basically sort all the shit out and deal with the drama, and then we ended up, that another case of forming a splinter guild. But I did, in that story, paint the guild leader in a very bad light because I mentioned all the dumb shit he did, and he was not happy. He left a very angry comment on that video, which was very funny to read. I keep clicking, using my mouse for my other computer. You're taking a break from WoW because you're up at 2 a.m. putting up 300 auctions and tracking TSM and you can't even log in today. Yeah, every single time I've tried to get like really into playing the auction house, I just get burnt out. It's just exhausting trying to manage all that. Okay, so this is where I was talking about the preservation of Ochre Key. Oh my god, I remember that. I still can't believe you didn't announce yourself. I hadn't thought about you in years and I wasn't sure if there was any bad blood left. Oh boy. Let me scroll down. I had the misfortune about remembering old Legion dramas recently, which I'm still sorry about, as I hope I have told you. Yeah, no, I think, obviously, it should be clear, no bad blood left, right? And I do think, like, you know, all the lingering, like, potential resentment from, you know, stupid Legion guild drama is, you know, water under the bridge, right? And I think you did mention that when we talked, like, after the preservation of Ochre Q. So yeah, no worries at all. Absolutely no problem. A guild once mass reported you for no reason and you got a 30-day ban. They called you a pedo at LFG for a month just because you didn't want to join a loot funnel ICC. What the fuck? Ruined your Wrath experience. Yeah, that's definitely one hell of an experience. Average druid conversation. Who sends prawn to their friends regardless of context? Hey, I saw this and it reminded me of you. Oh god. For the record, I speak of you fondly when I do. I appreciate that. And then she dumped her, and then she fucked off the face of the planet. I also haven't seen her since. Yeah. Well. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think... It's so long that it's hard to, like, really remember. But I don't remember Misty doing anything that made me think she was, like, a bad person. If anything, like, Himanshu was kind of an asshole to her 24/7. I don't even know why she was in that guild in the first place. But the whole like situation with that guild was just dumb. It, like, I don't know. It definitely, I can say one thing for sure. I am so much happier now just not leading guilds, not trying to lead guilds, and just like, I apply to a guild, I show up, I raid, and I don't worry about shit. It is so much easier this way. Because all I ever really wanted to do was raid. But, like, I think, especially when you don't have, like, as much experience, like, I was still even back then, I was fairly new to raiding. Like, it's funny to think about how, I don't know, you guys always used to joke, like, that I was, like, super hardcore about, like, parses and stuff, and I think, like, relative to the other people in that guild, I definitely cared a lot more about, like, you know, my performance and whatnot than the average Warsung Battalion player. But one of the main reasons why I even cared so much about parses is, like, so, relevant context, right? Like, I had not been actively raiding up until Legion, because up until that point, I had been in high school. So Legion came out right as I started college, and that was the first time that I even had time to raid in the first place. So before that, like, my parents were, like, fucking taskmasters when it came to making sure I got, like, good grades and, you know, did my homework and all that stuff. And obviously, you know, I thank them for it, right? Like, I did get a good education, largely thanks to them. But of course, as a kid, like, you know, you fucking hate that, right? So a lot of my friends who I played World of Warcraft with in high school, like, they were able to raid, and they were able to do all this fun stuff. And, like, for years, I had all these things that I really wanted to do in WoW that I just never could, because, like, you know, I had to spend so many hours every single week constantly studying, constantly, like, making sure I got straight A's. Like, oh, you got a B+ on a math test? Well, you lose computers for a week. And that's, like, it just, like, made it so I never really wanted to try doing any harder content in the game, because I knew that I didn't have the time to invest in it. Especially because, you know, you don't want to, like, what are you supposed to do? Join a guild and be like, oh, well, there's a chance that I might not be able to show up for raid if my mom decides that I'm not allowed to play the game because I got a bad grade on a math test. Like, I mean, that, like, as a kid, that is, like, mortifying to admit, that, like, your mom won't let you play WoW. It's, like, you know, embarrassing, right? So I just never tried to, like, join any guilds in the first place. So then, of course, the moment that I go to college, and I'm like, oh, hey, my parents can't tell me what to do, I immediately started joining Mythic raiding guilds and trying to prog, which is the thing that I had wanted to do for such a long time. And I had also, like, I don't know, it's been years, right? So, like, I don't know how much you knew about, like, my, like, the friends that I played with at the time. But, like, so, back in WoD, I did a lot of challenge mode runs with my friend Paul. I'm sure you met Paul at some point. I think you did. Because, like, even in Legion, I think I might have even tried to get Paul to join the guild. He was a Resto Druid. So I'm, like, almost certain that at some point, especially because, yeah, you also played Resto Druid, so there's, like, 99% odds that at some point you two interacted. But my friend Paul, like, used to be one of the best Resto Druids in the world. He was, like, a super-duper hardcore raider in, like, Cataclysm and MoP. Still, like, Mythic rated in WoD, but he was, like, a little bit more casual at that point because his job schedule changed. And he was, like, despite not actively raiding as much, he was on, like, the #1 North American, or one of the #1 North American challenge mode teams. Like, he and some other teams were constantly going back and forth, like, competing for the best times in WoD. And he and my friend Chris, who, ironically, my friend Chris is the other person who just messaged me during the stream saying, why are you playing on Europe? So, still talk to him to this day. He's, like, a bit more casual now. In fact, he was just telling me he might try getting back into raiding. But he was also, like, on that team with Paul, which is how I got to know him in the first place. And they were all, like, these super hardcore, like, endgame raiders. And I was just, like, this dumb kid in high school who had never gotten into anything difficult, but I happened to be friends with Paul, so he needed a tank for his challenge mode runs, so he basically taught me how to tank at a high level, and forced me to sell challenge mode carries with him. And that's how I, like, really got into endgame PvE in the first place, and, like, that was right before I started college, so I was finally getting a taste of, like, what the harder endgame PvE that I'd always wanted to do was like, but I still wasn't able to do raids. So then, of course, when I finally could, I wanted to do raids. But because I was, like, I was the new player, I was the stupid idiot kid in this group of, like, some of the best players in the world, so they would, like, constantly bully me all the time. Anytime I fuck up a mass grip in challenge modes, they would just relentlessly tease me for, like, not being able to do, like, the challenge mode strats. Mind you, literally one of the best North American challenge mode teams in the world, bringing in some random fucking kid to tank for them, and then making fun of me when I didn't do their strats perfectly. Which, like, the nice thing about it is I fucking learned, eventually. That's, like, trial by fire, right? But obviously, as a kid, I felt like a fucking dumbass because, like, you know, I'm not able to do these things that they say is, like, super duper easy. Like, how can you not do this? And, like, in hindsight, like, they were kind of assholes. And admittedly, especially one of them, Chris was always pretty nice to me. But one of them who was, like, especially mean all the time, has kind of since apologized to me and admitted, like, yeah, he was kind of an asshole back then. Especially because, like, now he's kind of a casual. And here I am, like, still actively raiding at a high level years and years later. But it was definitely, like, a frustrating experience. So going into Legion, I made it my mission of, I want to do endgame mythic raiding, but also, more importantly, I want to do it entirely on my own without the help of my friends. Because they had, like, tried to drag me into their mythic raiding guild at the time, and, like, bring me along for challenge mode loot. Like, they bring me for... what was it? The, Fel Lord Zakuun, I think, and, was it? I was either Manaroth. Manaroth was the one who dropped the trinket. The Drinking Horn and the, like, Erratic Screams or whatever trinket, which were really good for challenge mode, so they wanted me to get one of those in their mythic splits or something like that. And they basically... I remember feeling really bad because they made me apply as a trial for their super, like, advanced mythic raiding guild, which I was nowhere near qualified to be in, and they kind of lied to their guild leader, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, like, he's totally experienced, he'll totally do fine. I did not. I played like shit, and I completely bombed out, because I had zero mythic raid experience, but they knew that, and they deliberately said, oh yeah, we're just gonna, like, lie to our GM to, like, bring you in and funnel you loot through our mythic clear. And, like, they didn't, like, explicitly say that. Like, they were just like, oh yeah, our GM is fine with it. I later found out, like, she was not, in fact, fine with it. So I then ended up feeling like an asshole because I kind of effectively scammed this random mythic raid guild because my friends tricked me into, like, getting funneled loot from it. And they were like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like, you know, she's only going to be mad for, like, a week and then, like, whatever. But, like, I technically took part in that unwillingly. So, I don't know. It made me feel really yucky, and I felt like an idiot, because I'm like, I'm so shit that they have to trick their guild leader into, like, bringing me in for Mythic. So that, like, all of that stuff made me really, really, really want to just, like, be a good player in endgame PvE by my own right. Like, I don't want to have to rely on my friends from this challenge mode team to get into endgame content. I want to be able to say that I am actually good at this because I spent the time trying to learn it myself. So the end result of all of that, it all culminated in me being, like, very obsessed with parses, because the moment I discovered Warcraft logs, I'm like, hey, look, there's just this ranking system where I can just, like, do well, and the website will tell me that I did a good job, unrelated to anybody else. Like, I don't need to basically have these other people tell me that I did a good job in raid or whatever. The numbers don't lie. The numbers say that I got a 99 parse, therefore I'm better than 99% of people. And obviously it doesn't exactly work like that, right? Like, the stereotype of, like, the idiot who doesn't understand how to read logs, like, I was very much that to an extent back then. I do think, like, I was at least somewhat self-aware enough to know that, like, it didn't really mean that, but there's, like, some deliberate, like, I'm trying to lie to myself and, like, convince myself that I'm better than I am, because, you know, it makes you feel good. You see the big, like, 99, 100 parse up there, like, yeah, that feels awesome. And, I mean, I won't lie, I still really enjoy parsing, for sure. Like, on our recent Mythic Lura kill, on our prog kill, I got a rank 1 parse on Blood DK, which was my alt, and I was playing a completely homebrewed build that none of the other Blood DKs were wearing, or using. Like, absolutely, I was, like, super thrilled when that happened. Like, that is just pure crack. Feeling like, hey, look at this super awesome 100 parse using a completely unique build. Like, yeah, I felt like a fucking god after that, for sure. And then, of course, yes, when I post my kill to YouTube, I clickbaited rank 1 Blood DK. Like, yeah, I got the rank 1 parse. I'm gonna put it in the fucking title and thumbnail. Sure. So, like, obviously, to a certain extent, I do still enjoy parsing. But, like, as much as I think that was a very fun moment, do I think that getting, like, the rank 1 parse on Mythic Lura makes me, like, the rank 1 Blood DK in the world? Fuck no, of course not. I'm still nowhere near as experienced at Blood DK as, like, a lot of other people who play it. I do think it is, like, it makes me a good player that I'm able to basically, and, like, that wasn't, like, a parse Horde build. That was actually a fairly defensive build, all things considered, because I'm running Deathbringer, not Sand Lane. So I do think that I am good at playing tank, and the fact that I'm able to, like, adapt my own build on the fly and then still perform well with it, that is a good thing, I think. But I understand more how to interpret logs, so I don't, like, let that get to my head too much. A little bit. I do enjoy my parses. And I think more importantly now, like, compared to, obviously, me back in the day, when it was, back in Legion, I understand now that, like, parses aren't literally everything. Because back then, I would do absolutely disgusting shit to get 99 parses on my bear. But these days, if I need to sacrifice my damage to get a kill, I will do that. Like, that, sometimes as a tank, that's what you gotta do. You cannot be super numbers focused. But me back in Legion, I would commit horrible crimes just to get, like, ever so slightly more damage. Like, I never fucking pressed Iron Fur. I always dumped all of my rage into Maul, and that was the healer's job, keeping me alive. They're like, fuck that. No Iron Fur for me. Technically, Bear is still kind of like that, though nowadays, it's a little bit more of a balancing act, because Iron Fur does actually give you damage, but indirectly, in that it boosts your mastery. So pressing Iron Fur is not a complete damage loss, and you do still, even like the number 1 parses will press it, especially on harder fights. But there's definitely a case to be made of, especially now that Maul does, Raze specifically does, like, meaningful damage, there is, like, justification to actively using it more often than not. But back in the day, back in Legion, Maul was, like, so trivial for damage, it was really only for, like, min-maxing parses. And, like, even, the thing is, like, back then, my friend Paul, he knew that. So whenever I would talk about bear parses, like, he would kind of, like, prod me and be like, yeah, but, like, you also don't play tank the way that you should, right? So he was still trying to, like, kick me down a notch, basically. Which, like, fair enough, but obviously I didn't listen. I'm just like, shut up, Paul, you're just upset that I'm actually doing well without your help. Anyways, what can I spend a point in? I'll take that. Let me catch up on chat. Did I brag about parses in LFG? Have I ever done that? The only thing that I would ever say I've bragged about parses in LFG is I may have, like, flexed my parses when applying for groups. Like, back in the day, I may have said, like, look at my parses when applying for a group as, like, you should definitely invite me. Nowadays, it's just kind of like an implicit assumption of, if I apply for a group, I know that people are probably going to, at some point, look at my log page and just see 99, 99, 99, or, like, most of it. And then they'll just be like, oh, fuck. Like, when one of my friends tried to get me into their boosting community back in, like, in Dragonflight, and when I joined, this was back in Aberys, so I joined for, like, a boosting run on, like, Heroic Sarkareth or something like that, and when I applied, like, they had this whole community set up where, even though they wanted me to tank it for them, I still had to, like, manually submit an application. So it was like, link your logs. We need, like, a whatever average or higher. And then I link my logs where I have a 100 parse on almost every single boss, except fucking, what was the boss that it was, the 2 Shadowflame guys. Shadowflame Amalgamation, I think it was. I had a rank 2 parse. That was the only boss I never got rank 1 on for Vengeance Demon Hunter that tier. But then, of course, like, the person who has to review my application just sees, like, a straight row of 100 parses on Mythic. Like, yeah, that put a smile on my face, because they literally typed, what the fuck, after I linked my logs. So, It's hard not to grin when you see that. But, I mean, I love hitting share damage breakdown of details when you're on top. That I usually don't do, especially I'm a tank, right? So sometimes I'll still beat DPS, but if I'm beating DPS as a tank, something very wrong is happening. Let me scroll up. Manchu, or I read that. Your old mythic raiding guild you were in is now a casual normal mode raiding guild because the guild leader pissed off all the good players, so we all left. Yeah, that's how it goes. Friends come and go. More than 50% of people see other people as not important. Yeah, unfortunately. Himanchi was definitely terrible to her. Warsong Battalion was a cult and she had it bad with him. Yeah, unfortunately. Your childhood was exactly like that. You're angry in proxy. You had that strict Russian mother. And yeah, I definitely think you met Paul. I sent you to Paul for Resto Druid advice. Yeah. That all tracks, especially tank parses. Yeah, look, okay, so I will die on the hill that tank parses do matter. Tank parses are not the end-all be-all, like I used to think, obviously, back in, like, fucking Legion, right? But tank parses do matter. The problem with people nowadays that I run into with, like, tank parses is where they will act like they have full gray parses as a tank, and it doesn't matter because they don't die and they do the mechanics. Like, no, you're still a bad tank if you're, like, gray parsing, right? Like, that is still not good. Any single person can, like, at the very least green parse. Like, if I look, what are my warriors parses? Like, my warrior, which I had to swap to, I don't have a quick link. Yeah. So my warrior this tier on Mythic, I had to quickly swap to it, like, last second, because we needed to gear up. Actually, the 11-hour catch-up gearing video that I made, that documents the process of me getting my warrior, like, quickly caught up for use in raid. I have a 77 average on Imperator, an 82 average on Voracious, 52 average on Saladar. I've only killed Veilgore and Ezrak once in Prot Warrior, and I got a 72. I have a 57 average on Light Blinded Vanguard, and that's with 5 kills. 46 average on Crowd of the Cosmos, 73 average on Chimeras, and a 30 average on Bellerin. Now, I will say, the problem with some of these fights, right, is Bellerin, in order to parse in that fight, especially as a tank, you need to just do demonic cheese shit. And that's the thing. Like, I am more than happy to get a 30 parse twice on that boss because I'm not willing to cheese it, right? Especially because I'm running a very defensive setup. At this point, my warrior is not quite as geared, so I did have to run, like, way more tanky talents, but I was willing to do that because I knew it would help us get the kill. And, like, some other bosses are, like, fucking Light Blinded Vanguard, you have to do really cheese shit with the taunts to, like, spell reflect to get a good parse in that boss's Prot Warrior. Crown of the Cosmos is just a complete meme for parses. I mean, there's a bunch of others, like Fallen King Saladar, like, they changed how it works now, the orbs don't count. But, like, right now, one of the tanks that I played for the primary, like, main part of Prague, I only have a 78.3 average on. So, I absolutely did not, try to min-max the fuck out of my parses like I used to, just, you know, because I'm trying to get, like, you know, the big fancy number. But at the same time, 78.3 average is not terrible, right? Like, that is still, I am at least, while doing my job, and while playing defensively, as I should be, I am still pressing my damage abilities correctly, and doing proper damage, and I'm still doing enough damage to reasonably contribute towards the kill, because tank damage does matter. 78.3 is still, like, you know, above average, right? So there are some people who will continually just do negative damage on a tank, and they will run pure DPS or pure defensive builds with, like, absolutely no concern for damage whatsoever, and then they'll act like, oh yeah, this is fine for tanking. Tanking is only about staying alive, and tank parses don't matter at all. Like, that's fucking stupid. I mean, and especially even at a high level, like, you look at what Liquid did for Lura. The only reason that Liquid was able to, well, I don't know necessarily only reason, the deciding factor, pretty much, for why Liquid beat Echo in this race is because they made a tank swap that brought them more tank damage. They got significantly more tank damage by running a Guardian Druid, which required them to change up their entire strat for dealing with the crystals, and that was still a sacrifice they made because their tank damage was what got them that kill. So, tank damage in some cases can be literally the deciding factor. It absolutely does matter. Is it the only thing that matters? No. but it still is very, very, very important, and a lot of people just don't give it the necessary attention that it deserves. Now, like, just because you got a 99% tank, does that make you hot shit? Like I probably thought I was back at Legion? No, but it does matter. And I'd like to think that I have a much more reasonable approach to tanking these days. But also, I mean, Legion was how long ago? Legion was 10 years ago. Jesus Christ. 10 years! 2016. Fucking hell. I really hope we get Legion Classic, honestly. It would be really fun to go back and, like, do those raids again. But, like, you know, as not an idiot kid, that would be cool. I think I just mount up and... I can detonate this charge, and then run all the way over to another one. Don't remind you you're old. Yeah. Aren't we all? God, I'm close to 30 now. Feels crazy to say. Back. Yeah. That's how it goes. Revelation said, "Can I come over? We could hang out." Is this like a bot message? Is this the new spam bot message? I missed some other messages though. I'll scroll up in a second after I do this poll. I think at this point I can basically play in between my cooldowns, like so. Grab this, dunk. Close to 30 is pretty young. I mean, everything is relative, right? You're 31 and you can confirm you're basically a frail old man. Oh boy. Do what you gotta do, at least you got to Mythic Raid. Yeah, true. Granted, you loved healing that. You do be standing in fire sometimes in fights to pad your numbers a little bit when I get bored. I am very curious how I'm gonna feel healing. Because I have been told that people who, like, really fall down the healing rabbit hole do that. Like, they get obsessed with trying to, like, pad their HPS, and they do absolutely demonic shit to increase their healing. And I know a lot of healers who do that. Fucking Muggsy. So, when I was progging Muggsy, the little flame patches, we had almost every single one of our healers was constantly standing in the flame patches, like, near 24/7 to pad their HPS. Which, like, on farm, I can kind of understand. Also, if one healer is doing it, it's maybe acceptable. Like, I mean, it's still dumb. It's definitely one of those things of, like, this is obviously a way to cheese HPS. Like, there's no actual advantage to doing it. But, okay, sure, you want to cheese your HPS numbers, sure. But all of them were just standing in the fire purely to boost their HPS on prog. Like, hello? We have to kill the boss. There's actual healing that needs to be done. And, like, if healing was not an issue at all in that guild, I would not have minded. But some of the healers were not necessarily playing super well all the time. So it was very frustrating seeing them just kind of blatantly ignore mechanics and do really dumb stuff when we were also just letting people die because they were playing poorly. So I don't know, like, obviously, I want to believe that as I get better at healing, I'm going to take a much more ethical approach, and I'm not going to stand in shit to boost my HPS. But also, I know how my brain works, and I could definitely see a situation where I, like, really want to get a parse, and I'm like, oh, well, you know, nobody's taking any damage. Surely I can stand in this fire. Surely that won't hurt at all. And, it's a slippery slope from there. So, I'm gonna try to stay ethical as much as I can as I learn how to heal. But, we shall see. We shall see if that remains the case. I mean, even right now, like, the little bit of healing I've played, that being said, like, I'm at a point where at least when I've been playing healer recently, I'm not, like, confident enough in it to really say that, like, I can do stupid stuff for damage. I still get, like, you know, jumpy and panicky. I have Collegiate Calamity done. I think I can... Yeah, I should be able to continue the campaign now. We should be fine. So I think I'll reopen Follow the Arrow, and we'll pick up where we left off. Just got back from some sod leveling. Oh boy, sod. How's the disc leveling? But yeah, overall disc leveling going pretty well so far. I think, like, is disc going to magically end up being, like, the best leveling spec ever? No. But so far, disc has felt like a solid A-tier leveling spec, right? Like, this is just, it's fine, right? Especially considering it's a healing spec, it is impressive how, like, normal this has felt. It honestly just feels like I'm playing a DPS that has, like, better self-healing potential. So, at the very least, disc absolutely lived up to my expectations. It feels perfectly serviceable as a leveling spec. It's that, yeah, I'm gonna keep on the current pants I have, because I don't want to find, like, another spell thread. Legion Classic, yes. Yeah, I really hope we get Legion and, by association, WoD Classic. I am really worried that they're just gonna be too lazy to even bother with WoD Classic, and they're just gonna throw out the entire thing. That would be pretty yucky. But I could definitely see Blizzard doing it. I hope they don't. I don't think they should. It would be the poor decision to make, but it is definitely the type of thing I can see Blizzard doing, because they're just fucking lazy. How old am I now? I am 28. I think. I am... Wait, am I... Is my birthday was recent. Am I doing the math right? I think I'm 28. I'm pretty sure I'm 28. I'm pretty sure that's how math works. Yeah. I think at this point I probably just run it on tier 1. I need to make sure that I do my buffs properly. Yeah, and I do think that, yeah, we were the same age, if I remember correctly. So that would track. Let's round up all these mobs. Okay, this variant... Yeah, I don't mind this variant. They buffed this at some point. It used to be a pain in the ass, but it's actually not that bad anymore. Board healer standing in fire is one of the bingo spots in your guild's bingo sheet. Yeah, I feel like in most guilds that's just a free space. The funny thing though is I think in the guild that I'm currently in, I don't really think any of the healers actually do that. At least not that I've noticed, because, like I said, the guild that I was in for Muggsy, like, every single healer was standing in fire to try and pad their damage. So I've just been used to that being the thing that all the healers do. There's one healer in my guilds, or, well, rather, like, right now he plays, Ellie Shaman mostly. But whenever he plays Resto, he's constantly trying to just min-max his Resto damage. So he's always, like, getting 99 and 100 parses for resto. But it, like, on one hand, it doesn't meaningfully, like, lower his effectiveness for healing, especially because, like, at a certain point, you do need to conserve mana. So he's just, like, basically only doing the healing that he absolutely needs to do, and then going for damage. So it's not, like, bad. But he definitely goes, like, really overboard trying to get, like, healer DPS parses. Mostly, I've only seen him do it on Resto Shaman. But that is, like, the most that I've seen of, like, a healer doing something silly. I can't think of an example of, like, one of our healers actively griefing. But I don't know. It's... haven't really also put that much thought into it. You're also currently 28 and your birthday's in August. Ah, okay. So, yeah, you're slightly older then. Okay. I think, yeah, I vaguely remember that. But, I mean, it has fucking 10 years. Goddamn. So people stand in fire to pad stats, there's something wrong with parse culture. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant earlier. We're, like, thinking that parses are the only thing that matters. Like, that's obviously a problem. And that was... like, when I started really getting into raiding back in Legion, like, I was 100% that stereotype of, like, the super-duper parse-obsessed player who, you know, if I'm not getting a good parse, I want the group to wipe, basically. And, you know, like, I would be lying if I said that, like, there wasn't still that, like, part in the back of my brain that, like, really hopes that I get a good parse. Like, 100%, so... I felt really bad about this. I messaged him after the fact, but so when my guild was progging Lura, obviously, when we eventually got our kill, I got a rank 1 parse for Blood DK. But going into, like, our kill, I knew that I was on track to get a rank 1 parse. Like, I had been carefully looking at logs. I had been seeing, like, obviously on our very close pulls, that I was on track to get a rank 1. So, it's really hard to not... like, really hope that you get a rank 1 when you're very clearly, like, on pace. Where you know that, like, hey, if we had killed this pull, it would have been rank 1. And then that, like, that feels fucking horrible. If you're like, man, we wiped, because of some dumb shit, and, like, that could have been my rank 1 parse. Like, everybody's had that moment. Where even if you're not, like, parse-focused, it's hard not to be like, so close. So, there was one pull where... on one of our, like, last nights of Lura Prog, we had not managed to make it to P4 yet, but there was a very real chance that, like, you make it to P4, and then that's it. Like, that's the kill pull. Like, that happened to a lot of guilds. Now, a lot of other guilds, you know, spent multiple pulls wiping in P4. Some guilds spent, like, an excessive amount of time in P4. I think we only had... we killed on our third P4 pull, I'm pretty sure. If I recall correctly. So it wasn't that bad. But we definitely didn't end up doing it on our first, but we had no way to know that. So on our best P3 pull, before P4, we wiped it like... I forget what it was. It was a very low % wipe, but basically every single person going into it was thinking, oh fuck, this could be it. This could be it. Because, you know, we hadn't gotten remotely that far yet. And earlier in that poll, if you don't know how Lura works, at the very start of the poll, Lura does these things called Termination Matrix, where there's these 3 crystals spinning around her that fire out like shotgun blasts in the direction that the crystal's aiming. And it's an instant kill. Like, you get hit by one of those shotgun blasts, you're fucked, even as a tank. I have rarely survived them sometimes on my Blood DK. If I'm already, like, in my defensives, like if I'm about to take a tank buster, and I have my defensives rolling, and then I get shotgun blasted in the face, then usually I get, like, enough juice out of my death strikes, plus, like, vampiric blood and stuff, that I can sometimes pull myself out of the purgatory from that shotgun blast. But, like, my co-tank, whenever that hits him, insta-death. Like, he's fucked. So, it's, also, I need to be, yeah, there we go. Utilizing that. So, it's very bad when that goes off. Now, the way that's supposed to work is there's a kick order. And DPS have an assigned kick that they need to do. There's a weak aura. Obviously, weak aura shouldn't work, but Blizzard's, dumb. And they added this mechanic that basically forces you to use a weak aura. So there's a weak aura that sets up the kick order. And most of the time, everything goes perfectly fine. But every now and then, something happens and shit hits the fan, one of the DPS misses their kick, and a shotgun blast goes off. We've actually had some pulls where that happens, and it's still okay, because the shotgun blast is directional, so if a kick gets missed, it doesn't necessarily kill somebody, it just fires off an insta-kill frontal in that direction, and if nobody happens to be standing there, which sometimes does happen, also, I never equipped this stuff. Okay. Okay. Also, yeah, I forgot to equip that. And let me put this in my bags here. Rare mob. Okay. Let me kill this real quick before I forget. So, okay, all that to say, on what ended up being our best pull, our Havoc Demon Hunter missed his kick. And so, like, the Termination Matrix is aimed at my face, and I hear, like, without any warning, oh, fuck, and then, before he even finished his sentence, boom, I get shotgunned in the face. And I think, basically, like, I pulled myself out of it with Purgatory, but then I couldn't, fully recover, because, like, after the fact, I took a Tank Buster. So basically, I survived long enough to take my Tank Buster, and then my Tank Buster killed me, because I was just, like, bleeding out from having to press all my defensives to actually survive that. So, I died, I had to take a B-res, it completely fucked my CDs. I had also been, like, literally mid-Dancing Rune Weapon when that happened, so my damage was completely fucked. And we get to, like, really, really low P3, and I'm thinking, oh my fucking god. If this ends up being the pull, where we end up, where we end up killing the boss, and I'm on track to get a rank 1 parse the entirety of Prague, and then the moment that we get a kill, I get griefed by the Havoc Demon Hunter, I was gonna fucking rip his head off. So, the entire pull, I will be entirely honest, I was sitting there thinking to myself, please wipe, please wipe, please wipe, please wipe, please wipe, please wipe. I don't want this to be the kill pull. And then we just kept doing every mechanic perfectly and making more prog and more prog. We eventually did wipe, thankfully. The thing is, though, I still did my job, right? I didn't grief the raid. I didn't do anything that I shouldn't have. I played my job correctly all the way up until the final moments, which I didn't cause that wipe, right? Like, somebody else fucked something up. So, even though I was sitting there internally going, please wipe, please wipe, please wipe, I would have happily... I would have unhappily killed that boss, but still killed that boss. And been, like, mildly annoyed, but at least glad that Prague was over with. If that's what it took. I definitely would not have done it happily, though. I would have grumbled about that pretty much until the end of time. But the moment... I don't even know what he was asking about. But there was also, like, even though shit happens, it wasn't really the Havoc Demon Hunter's fault. But obviously, he just happened to be the person who missed the kick that got me killed. And because he called it out, because he said, oh fuck, I missed, and then I immediately get shotgun blasted in the face, I am sitting there thinking to myself, like, fuck this guy, I can't believe he fucking missed his kick, god fucking damn it, like, in my head, thinking that to myself the entire time. Now, I'm not going to say any of this, because especially, again, I know he is a good player, right? Shit happens, sometimes people just miss their kicks, it's a tricky boss, right? But as I'm sitting here, like, internally fuming, the moment we wiped to the boss, the moment we wiped, and I forget what else it was. There was something else that, like, I needed to bring up. So it was unrelated to that, but there was, like, a mechanic that, like, somebody messed up in intermission where, like, it didn't cause a wipe, but I knew that, like, if this didn't get addressed, it could cause a wipe. So we failed to kill the boss. We're sitting there. We all get mass rezzed, and the Havoc Demon Hunter, like, as I cue my mic, and I'm about to say, like, ask my question or whatever, as I cue my mic, the Havoc Demon Hunter says, am I just fucking stupid, or... And then I just immediately, like, it came from, like, within. I had no control over it. I just said, yes, you fucking are, but also, and then I just immediately segued into the thing that I was about to ask, but, like, I could not help myself. I was so angry that he had gotten me killed. I said that. And, like I said, after that, I did message him, and I'm like, I'm not actually mad. It was just like, I couldn't believe that we almost killed the boss. I did joke, like, I would have fucking murdered him if we killed the boss, and he got me killed and ruined my parse. But, like, I was just, it was, like, subconscious, like, especially, like, he teed me up perfectly. Like, am I fucking stupid? And I just, immediately, I could not resist. But our Mistweaver was, I forget what he was saying. Our Mistweaver was also saying something, and the moment he heard me say that, like, he just started howling with laughter for, like, I just, multiple minutes in a row. Especially because, like, I don't know, I'm most of the time normally not, like, super aggressive angry. We have, like, some people in our guild who are, like, constantly, shit-talking each other. So, it is rare when somebody, like, really procs me and gets me to, like, go off like that. But it's just perfect storm. He said the exact correct thing to get me to say that, so the fact that I just ripped into it like that, our Mistweaver fucking loved that, but it's tough. It's really tough when you're, like, that close to a perfect parse. You want that shit so bad. But you gotta do what you gotta do to kill the boss, and at the very least, I can very safely say that I did not have to make any sacrifices in my play or in my build or whatever in order to get that parse. So it is definitely, I would say it's one of my 2 proudest rank 1 parses that I think I've ever gotten. Actually, no, one of my 3. The 3, alongside this one, before this, I think the 2 rank 1 parses that I'm probably the most proud of is my first ever rank 1 all tanks parse, which was Mythic Maiden of Vigilance back in Tomb of Sargeras. I got rank 1 all tanks for Vengeance Demon Hunter. But that one, I got that by playing basically a similar thing, a completely different build to everybody else. Though in that case, it was just because most people didn't think that Vengeance could even play a damage build to survive. I'm sure I've told this story before, because, like, obviously I'm proud of it. But I basically came up with a strategy of, like, I just died. I let myself die, and we used a battle res to reset my last resort as a defensive cooldown. But by doing that, I allowed myself to pump out, like, way more damage. Like, significantly more damage. And I ended up getting rank 1 damage all tanks on that boss, like all tank specs. So that one was like my first really big parse that I was like super duper proud of. That was also like in one of the first semi-serious Mythic Prog guilds I joined, so that felt like a pretty good first showing for me. And then the other parse that I distinctly remember is I got rank 1 for Vengeance Demon Hunter on Magmarax on our prog kill. And I didn't do any cheese stuff. Like, that was just me playing really well. I was really good at Vengeance Demon Hunter. And I got rank 1 on the prog kill, but more importantly, I was running Drogbar Rocks. So I was running, I think, what was it at the time? Like a 418 item level, or 408, or whatever it was. Like, really low item level. World Quest Trinket. And I got rank 1 on prog over people that were running, like, 2 Myth Track Trinkets. But that was just because Drogbar Rocks was such an insanely good trinket, despite being like 40 item levels behind, that I was still able to get a rank 1 with a stupid World Quest trinket. And, like, I wasn't the person to discover Drogbar Rocks. In fact, the first person that I remember, like, mentioning to me how good Drogbar Rocks was Emelson, one of the Brewmaster Monk theory crafters in Peak of Serenity. Like, he had mentioned to me that he had been testing some of the trinkets, and, like, he sent me the log of, I think, like, on Aberrus raid testing, he had been running it. And he was like, look at this thing, it's doing crazy damage. And then I met, like, on live servers, I got one myself, and I started running it for raid, and it was absolutely insane, especially on Vengeance. Vengeance had really good value, Brewmaster as well. But Brewmaster had really good value also from Dragonfire Bomb Dispenser, whereas that one wasn't quite as good for Vengeance Demon Hunter. So I ended up running Drogba Rocks for a really long time. I think in the end, Vengeance's full bis, which I was running by the end of the tier, was Shadowflame Anvil. I think something Shadowflame Anvil, and Beacon to the Beyond. Feels insane to me that I can recall exact trinkets so long after, but also, I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to optimize Vengeance Demon Hunter that tier. But the fact that I was able to get a rank 1 on Prague with World Quest Trinket, definitely one of my proudest rank 1s. Mostly just because I realized something that nobody else did, which I think, honestly, the thing that all three of those stories have in common is that I made a conclusion about, like, how to play a certain tank that literally nobody else did, and then got a rank 1 parse because of it. Which, like, I mean, that always feels pretty good. Because that is where I can say, like, I didn't just take the existing thing and play it better than everybody else. Are we serious right now? Are we really doing this? Really? But he's doing, like, no damage. Why do you do no damage, buddy? Okay, there's the damage. The problem is it's a Death Knight, so, like, I can't even really escape. Like, if it was... like, I guess I just let him kill me. Like, okay. Alright, very cool. If it was any other class, like, I could outrun them, but I you know, Mass Grip, like, what am I supposed to do? Especially now, the way Life Bloom works with Resto Druid, I'm gonna sit here dead. Oh wow, this is a really far graveyard. And you don't have... okay, well, I'm gonna put myself on autoflight, and then I'm gonna read chat while dead. The way Life Bloom works with Resto Druid makes standing in Little Fire really enticing. Your hots are ticking over you anyway. That's fair, I guess, if you are, like, a hot-focused healer. If you just get free healing, it's a little bit more forgiving. But definitely the healers who are, like, more reactive and are just trying to, like, pump numbers into themselves, those are the ones that I do not understand. Did he kill me? Was the rare mob, like, just spawning? And he killed me because he thought I was going to steal the tag in the rare? Whatever. I don't know if he's sitting here waiting to kill me, so I'm just... whenever this happens, like, whenever a high-level player ganks a low-level player in war mode, I always just assume that they're just trying to grief. And if I res, he's probably going to try and camp my body, because, like, whenever I see a low-level player, when I'm in war mode, I never kill them, because I'm not an asshole. So, I think the people who do this in the first place usually are the type to corpse camp, so I'm just going to wait until, presumably, he gets bored. Classic ending with Mop is the worst timeline? Yeah. I do think WoD Classic would be really good. I think people are worried Mop Classic is the end because private servers don't go past Mop sometimes. Yeah, but, like, Legion private servers would just... I would imagine, like, Legion has some private servers, and Legion Classic would definitely be popular. Gentlemen take a creatine, which I started earlier. I have no idea what that is. You're so pissed that Blizzard killed weak auras. You had 2 beautiful auras to track your Life Bloom and F-Low uptime, and your Life Bloom uptime is suffering now that you've lost it. Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people who had, like, cosmetic weak auras basically just got unfairly punished by these changes. I've always been fairly minimalistic in terms of my UI, so it didn't really impact me that much, all the add-on changes. The irony is that during the expansion, where they fucked over add-ons, I built my very own add-on, so if anything, I've done more work with add-ons and stuff since the add-on purge. But in terms of, like, tracking and whatnot, especially weak auras, I was never too reliant on that. Base UI cooldown managers fucking suck. I think for healers, I would imagine it's a little bit more important to have, like, better tools. I think out of all the people I've heard complaining about the UI changes, healers are definitely the most vocal. Like, in my guild, they're always saying that, like, things are really fucked right now. I really haven't noticed. The only thing that has kind of fucked me up throughout Prague this tier is external tracking. There's no good way right now to track externals, so I've kind of just had to play it by ear and just let... I always, like, on a poll... So we have, like, assignment externals, where if somebody's always pain stuffing you at, like, a specific time, that you can still do easily. But there's a lot of tank busters where, depending on... like, Bellerin, for instance... Bellerin, we don't get externals anyway, but Bellerin would be a good example if externals were available to tanks of, depending on the exact pattern, you take more or less damage as a tank, so you might need something, but most of the time you don't. but what's it called? I saw you sent a message, Pia. I will check that. I will check that after. Is that wait? Is that the Blood DK? No, okay, that's a paladin. All right. I'm probably safe now. I think he is left, and this seems to be, yeah, same faction. There is a world quest overlapping here that I could do. I guess I could. Can't hurt. Okay, I pulled the stupid pangolin. You volunteered once to type out the lure symbols when they happen. This thing's kind of fucking my shit up. Okay. I don't really need to kill this pangolin, so I'm kind of gonna just fear it, and then I completely whiff that angelic feather. Just gonna go on with my life. And that counts as a supply. Ow. Oh, shit. This should be everything I need? Oh, this person's doing prey. Okay, but they're level 90. Why is this pangolin still in combat with me, man? I'm just gonna walk over this way. Eventually I'll be out of combat. Volunteered once to type up the lure symbols. XT, diamond, triangle, O, type shit for 5 seconds. Every time you just stop yelling and start typing. Yeah. Makes your HPS, but everybody says it's super helpful and you have to agree to suck it up bear form and start typing it out every time the memory game comes out. So the fun thing about Mythic Lura is you don't even need to type it out. There's, like, fancy buttons. Like, there is a weak aura for the memory game now. So we have, like, buttons that we put on our bars that we actually, like, press. Do I, yeah, I don't have it on North America, so I can't, like, demonstrate it here. But Northern Sky Raid Tools has, like, a fancy thing where you can just, like, automatically press it. You do still need to keep an eye out for it. Like, I don't actually do that. My co-tank is the one assigned to do that. Especially because I'm the Blood DK. So I'm... Like, a lot of times that's happening as the crystal grip sets are going out. So it would be, like, a lot of work for me to, like, do the mass grips while also keeping an eye out for that. But, what's it called? Like, at least I learned how to do it just in case. Because we weren't sure initially. But yeah, it does, I mean, it makes it significantly easier. Obviously, you know, for Lura, you're not going to be running the weak aura. Like, that's a super advanced thing. But even then, having somebody to type it out is just going to make it so much simpler. Shit. No. If weak auras were real, you sure you'd have a fucking weak aura for it? Well, there you go. There is. The problem with that is, like, in order to get that stuff working, like, getting weak auras functioning now is just so much more hassle. So that's the problem. But, you know, people find a way, because these bosses are basically impossible without them, so... That's kind of the problem with Blizzard, right? Like, they'll say that they need to kill weak auras in order to change raid boss design, and then they make a boss like Lura, where on Mythic, Lura has 2 mandatory weak auras. Like, they are just straight mandatory. You can't get around it. There's the kick weak aura. There's absolutely zero way to properly coordinate all of those kicks in that short amount of time. You just can't do it. Plain and simple, it's impossible. So, and that's the thing. Even the Race to World First guilds, they had to have weak auras to handle this stuff. And then the memory game thing, like, in theory, could you have somebody call out the memory game even on Mythic? Maybe. Maybe. Like, the memory game is at least a little bit more doable, but it's still just a little bit absurd to expect people to be able to do that while everything else is going on. Especially, the problem with the memory game for P1 is, in order to do the P1 memory game, there's people split across 2 different phases in Mythic. There's, like, a light phase and a dark phase. Or, well, it's like, it's more of like an upstairs regular phase and then a dark phase. But, like, most people call it, like, upstairs, downstairs, light phase, dark phase, blah, blah, blah. There's 2 separate phases and 2 separate memory games that people need to do. So there's, like, there's only, like, there's no way one person can actually do the entirety of the memory game. Now, in theory, could you have people calling that out, like, in voice and stuff? Maybe? But, again, it's just, like, completely unrealistic to expect that to be a thing. Especially on a chaotic boss like Lura. So, they said that they needed to kill weak auras, and then they designed 2 weak aura mandatory mechanics. And I don't know what they thought guilds were going to do, but, like, obviously the Race the World First guilds just built weak auras for it anyway, and then every other guild just copied them, because, duh, if the Race the World First guilds are doing it, then why would any other guild do it the Blizzard intended way? So, they really at this point just need to admit defeat. Like, it was, everybody told them it was going to be a failure, they were convinced that they knew better, it turns out everybody was right, it is a failure, and I mean, they can either choose to die on this hill, or they can just admit that it was a failed experiment and make the game better. But they could absolutely reach a point where they just completely ruin this game if they keep trying to, like, strip out useful functionality that players have added just for the sake of, like, I don't know, whatever vendetta they have against weak auras, or really just add-ons in general. It's just incredibly stupid. I guess I take the staff. It's just higher item level. And it's crit haste. Alright. And then I can put an enchant on this. Mythic Maiden was so much fun. Yeah. Mythic Maiden is like... It is interesting how they've done fights kind of like that before, but specifically the section of Maiden that I thought was really cool, the, like, you have to soak the balls in, like, particular order, and you had, like, different people acting as, like, different blockers. That they haven't really done anything quite like. They've done similar-ish mechanics, but nothing on that scale. And I thought it was a really cool boss. Dying is defensive. Lamau, okay. Question, do you consider Shaman Reincarnation as a defensive? Yes. Absolutely. Cheat Death is a defensive, unironically. Now, dying as a defensive, normally, like, obviously in that particular scenario, like, I'm not joking when I say that that was, like, genuinely the strategy I used. It did work. And it was actually, in my opinion, a very, very smart optimization that I made. Because on that fight, it actually was a viable strategy, because battle reses... Like, think about Mythic Maiden, right? If the vast majority of people die, it's because the only thing that can really kill them is the entire raid wiping. There's nothing on that fight that really just kills DPS. It's... DPS have mechanics that either one-shot the entire raid, or they're fine. Like, they don't really take much damage. So the only people that are taking any significant damage are tanks. So a DPS should never just randomly die. So you never need B-reses in that fight. So if you just use the B-reses only on the tank, then you can just save a lot of raid-wide damage. Made it a lot easier. So yeah, like, that was genuinely the strategy. Now, normally, is that a strategy that you use? No, because on the vast majority of fights, it's not necessarily the case that you'll be able to send every single B-res on a tank. Vast majority of the time, you don't want to do that. But... honestly, Bellerin is probably the closest thing I've seen anytime soon, where Bellerin, pretty much 99% of the time, if somebody dies, it is a tank. It's possible for somebody to randomly die on Bellerin, but it's rare. Usually, they really fuck up, but they can. But tanks definitely are in the most danger of dying, so... I think me and my co-tank probably took more battle reses than anybody else on that boss. But in the case of, like, Is Shaman Reincarnation a defensive? Just like objectively, yes. In that case, it is an unreliable defensive just because it has a 30-minute cooldown. But there's a reason why, like, on Mythic Unat, the classic example people give is, like, the guilds were using tricks to reset Shaman Ankh because they had to use Shaman Ankh as a defensive on that boss. So, Shaman Ankh absolutely can be a defensive. Frankly, on my guild's Mythic Lura kill, our Shaman procced their reincarnation. Void Storm is what I need. But then one thing that like is just objectively true, no matter how you look at it, that I think a lot of people don't really fully understand, is cheat death mechanics like Purgatory, Last Resort, Battle-Scarred Veteran. I mean, really any cheat death mechanic. It is just a defensive, just straight up. Like, even regular rogue cheat death. A lot of times, because, like, if you know that something is likely to proc your cheat death anyway, then, like, let's say I know for a fact I'm going to go into Purgatory as a Blood DK. Why would I then waste, like, Vamp Blood and IBF if I'm still going to proc Purg? Because then, at that point, I've effectively wasted my Purg alongside my other defensives. So there are times when, if I know that like something's going to barely send me into Purg, but I have more than enough time to Death Strike myself out of it, I will deliberately not use another defensive like Vamp Blood, because then I'd save Vamp Blood for later, and then I go into Purg, I pull myself out of it, and effectively what I've just done is increase my maximum health for a period of time. And obviously, if you can preserve your Purgatory, like if you know for a fact, you know, I can do this without proccing Purg, then yes, that is ideal. You should do that first and foremost. But there are definitely times when, like, especially on Lura, as a recent example, where we would, like, something would get fucked up, especially if I see that my, like, actually, just what I was talking about before, that a kick gets missed and I get shotgunned in the face. Well, every single time I get shotgunned in the face, I'm going to proc Purg. Now, sometimes when that happens, because obviously that is a substantial amount of damage, I will use Vamp Blood on top of that, because Vamp Blood is like a shorter cooldown. So, if I know for a fact, okay, I'm getting shotgunned, this is going to proc Purg, I will then try to minimize the amount of other defensives I'm using, because now that I don't have Purg, well, now the rest of the fight's going to be harder. Now I need the rest of my defensives. Because there are some times where, like, if shit's going wrong, I can rely on Purg and know, like, okay, this is bad. Actually, wow, even better example that I should have thought of first. Literally on our Lura kill, I distinctly remember thinking to myself, because I have Purg, I'm able to be more aggressive with, I don't know if you've seen the end of Lura, P4, but there's all, like, the little Shawlings that are, like, running down outside of the well and running at the group. And when we got there on our kill pull, I was the person with the, like, the frontal cone, the tank that has to do that. So that tank's job is both to time the frontal cone so that it takes out as many of the little Shawlings as possible, but also it's their job to make sure that any stray little Shawlings that aren't part of the main frontal cone waves get soaked and don't run directly into the raid. Now, there is a bug, actually, where on our recent rekill of Lura, one of our DPS had a clip of I soaked a Shawling. You can very clearly see I run up to it, I soak it, it does damage to me, and it explodes. And it doesn't disappear, and then it turns around and immediately walks straight into our raid leader and kills him, despite the fact that I did soak it. So it's a little bit of a stupid, janky mechanic. The fact that, like, this was our rekill just this week. It just happened. It's still bugged, and there are guilds progging this boss. So that's kind of bad. Blizzard really needs to fix that. But most of the time, it doesn't do that, and you are able to soak it. But it can be really sketchy because sometimes there's like two of them at once. It's also really tricky to do in P4 because people are moving their lines out. They do like the left, right, left movement to not shotgun the entire raid with their lines. And sometimes there's a Shawling headed directly for a player with their lines. And obviously, if the Shawling hits the player as they're taking out their lines, well, not only will it kill them, which will lower your raid's DPS, but then if they're out of position, they might die a little bit too early, and then their lines will go off and fire directly into the raid group and cause a wipe. So there are a lot of times where you will need to make a really risky move as a tank to soak one of those Shaolings if it's in a bad position, even if it might, well, ideally not if it kills you, because most of the time you don't want to die, because the tank still needs to be alive to do the rest of the mechanics. But on our Lura kill, we had like a really, really out of position Shaoling, and I thought to myself, like, okay, well, this could kill me, but I have Purgatory. And at the last second, when I went to soak that Shaoling, one of our DPS sidestepped, aimed their line directly through me, shot me in the back, and I procced Purg. Thankfully, because I made that decision to go for that risky Shaoling, knowing I had Purgatory, I was fine. So I made like a risk with Purgatory as a defensive in mind, which is also why I didn't like preemptively pop Vamp Blood or IBF. But then, after that, after I procced Purg and then pressed Death Strike, got myself back, then going into the next set of Shaolings, there was a risky Shaoling that where I'm like, if I go for that, there is a chance that I die, and I cannot take that risk. So I had to wait, and then, like, right towards the end of the fight, then there was, like, another risky Shaoling, and I popped, like, IBF and Vamp Blood. I think in that case, I didn't end up getting shot. I managed to dodge the line, but somebody was, like, in a bit of a weird spot. But in that case, I preemptively popped defensives before taking that risk, whereas before I didn't use it because Purgatory is a defensive. And that applies to any sort of cheat death. But there's a lot of people who don't have that view, and they will basically view cheat deaths as, like, basically, a get-out-of-jail-free card. Like, if everything else has gone wrong, then they will use their cheat death. And that they will only ever rely on it as a last possible resort. But like, even playing as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, there were a lot of times where I would do, like, let's say a big pull in M+, and I would say, like, okay, I have no defensives here, but I know that I'm about to proc Last Resort here, so I'll just use that. Also, Last Resort puts you into meta for a period of time, and meta is just straight up a defensive. So you get the cheat death proc, which heals you for a bit, and then you end up with a big defensive CD after the fact. So as long as you can survive long enough to get value out of that metamorphosis, then yeah, that's just a defensive, plain and simple. And I think that is just a genuine truth about not just tanking, but really like World of Warcraft in general, that once people understand and once they can more aggressively use their cheat deaths as a defensive, you just become better at survivability. Because you're more able to effectively utilize other defensives when you know that you have this available as an option. These are mobs that I can fight, right? Yeah. I gotta show you a picture of our most recent bingo, and then the message you sent is the bingo sheet. I'll take a look in a moment. And then, what else? They killed Mythic Raid tools, so you can't track your other healers' cooldowns. Yeah. That, and, like, the ability to not track healer CDs and, what's it called? Like, healer externals is the biggest thing. It is honestly insane to me that, especially externals, they didn't provide any way in-game to reliably track that. Like, that is fucking insane. Because that is just a critical tool that tanks kind of need. Like, I say need, like, obviously I've cleared the tier without the ability to track externals, and, like, it worked. But, honestly, that, more than anything that I can really think of, made a significant negative impact on my personal ability to prog this tier. I did not realize how naked I felt sometimes when I go to, like, look for an external, and I realize I don't have my tracker, and I just have to, like, call for something. I'm just like, Ironbark. And I'm just like, I hope they have it up. So, it's a little bit tricky not having that. And it's such a critical thing that tanks have relied on for so long. So, not adding basic functionality like that is just really insane, considering they completely gutted add-ons. Huh. I got knocked back the moment I pressed Ultimate Penitence, and now I'm just gliding along the floor. Interesting that it doesn't cancel the cast, though. Dude wants to force us to play the game they want so bad, it's just fun to tech at every expansion. Yeah. Honestly, every single time this game turns into shit, it's because of something like that. It's because they just become dead set in their ways, they refuse to listen to the player base, they think that they're right about everything, And this trend goes on and on and on and on until eventually it hits a breaking point, like it did in BFA, like it did in Shadowlands, where players are just like, enough is enough. You either fix the shit or we quit, and tons of people start quitting, and then eventually Blizzard is forced to basically say, oh, we're sorry, we're listening. And they go through the same song and dance so many fucking times. The problem is, like, it works because there are so many people who just, like, haven't been around for that long, who only played recently. So every single time we do this whole, like, we're sorry song and dance, like, I end up being the negative one. I end up being the person who has to sit here and be grumpy and be like, you know, back in my day, they did this exact same shit. They fucking ruined the game. They did all the shit that absolutely nobody wanted. They made the game objectively worse. And then when a bunch of backlash finally built up, and people were saying that the game is just, like, not fun to play, people unsubbed in droves, and, like, I started playing Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2, most people I knew started quitting WoW. Oh, suddenly Blizzard's listening. Suddenly Blizzard understands that the community's upset about blah, 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 and then they start making all the changes that people have been asking about forever. And then, eventually, they just start sneaking it back in, doing the same old shit. They're still doing it to this day. It's just fucking exhausting, man. But then if you complain about it, right, there's this massive, like, toxic positivity side of the WoW community who either, like, doesn't remember, wasn't there, or just doesn't care that this has happened time and time again, and that Blizzard will repeatedly do this shit and see how much they can get away with before players just, like, eventually say enough is enough, stop doing this shit. And if you try to bring up, like, any minor criticism with the game, they just, like, fucking shout you down and say, like, oh, if you don't like it, then don't engage with it, and, like, over and over and over. And it's impossible to give any meaningful feedback on, like, the problems with the game, because I'm enjoying it, therefore your opinion is invalid. And then, because they just blindly defend the fucking billion-dollar company, they just eventually make it so criticism gets stifled for Blizzard, and we reach this point where it has to get to such a bad state of Blizzard doing shit that everybody's telling them to stop doing, until even the toxic positivity people are suddenly like, wait, I'm not having fun anymore. When did that happen? Wow. I'm surprised. It's magical. Like, I don't know why. Suddenly, Blizzard's making bad decisions for the state of the game. Now that it affects me, now that I am no longer having fun, well, now it's a problem. But when all those other people, for, like, years and years, kept saying, like, oh, hey, the game is getting worse because of XYZ reason, you know, easy enough to just tell them, like, if you don't like it, don't play it. Which is, that, I've always despised that argument, because, like, every single one of those arguments, it's so hard to discount, because there are, like, people, genuinely people out there who will, like, complain that they don't like something that is clearly not meant for them. Like, I accept that I don't enjoy PvP in this game. It's just not for me. Not my thing. But I have friends who like PvP. Now, am I going to go out there and say, like, Blizzard needs to change PvP to be, like, XYZ thing exactly what I want? No. Because I acknowledge that that is just something I don't personally enjoy, I don't engage with it, and I am perfectly content to not have to care about what Blizzard's doing with PvP at all. But if one of my friends tells me, hey, PvP is really bad right now because of XYZ reason, I'm not going to tell them, oh, well, I don't give a shit because, like, I don't care about PvP. I'll be like, wow, man, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that that's happening, and that this thing in the game that you like is worse because of some dumb Blizzard decision. And I don't understand why that's, like, so hard for some people to do. Of, like, just because you don't personally care about something doesn't mean, like, somebody else who cares about it is, like, invalid, but, like, apparently it's a really difficult skill for a lot of people, empathy. And then also the other thing is, there are some bits of content, like the big one for me is world content. The entire rant that I gave earlier about, like, Guild Wars world content being extremely good, every single time I complain about, like, world content, like the new Decor duels, which is just total slop. So that being complete shit. Void Assaults, total slop. Ritual Sites, total slop. And I can confidently say, like, I think it's absolutely trash garbage content, and I will give Blizzard shit for that. And I think it is well within my right to basically say, this is garbage content and Blizzard needs to do better, because it's not as if, like, this is just not something that I should enjoy. I like casual open world content. The main thing that I enjoyed in Guild Wars 2 was casual open world content. So it's not as if this is something that I just, like, don't like and will never engage with. I know for a fact that when it is done well, I do really enjoy open world content when it is done well, and I can recognize that like Blizzard is just doing a shit job at it, and so it's frustrating to see like, hey, if Blizzard did a much better job at this, like maybe World of Warcraft would just be an even better game, and then I'd be able to do the things that I remember fondly from Guild Wars 2, but in World of Warcraft instead. Wouldn't that just be ideal? They already copied Guild Wars 2 mounts. Shouldn't they be copying Guild Wars 2 world content? Somehow, I don't know how they can't manage to do that properly, but they routinely have dropped the ball there. But there are people who, when I complain about world content, will just be like, you're a hardcore Mythic Raider. Casual content isn't for you. Stop trying to complain that it's done poorly. Casual players still engage with this. It's like, okay, but like, this could be for me. It could definitely be something I enjoy. And frankly, I think like casual players deserve better. And that's like been my argument this entire time for years and years, that like casual players will just accept the slop that Blizzard feeds them instead of saying like, hey, why can't we have casual open world content to the level that like Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy XIV have? Like, why are we just accepting that like this is just what we get? Like even FF14, which like I don't necessarily know what has been the case like recently in terms of FF14. I've heard like mixed things. The upcoming FF14 expansion seems interesting, and I'll probably have to check it out at some point again. But I haven't played, admittedly, in a few years. I have not played Dawn Trail at all. I'll probably have to find time to check it out before the new expansion. But back when I did play Final Fantasy XIV, one of the things that I thought was really interesting is like my sister is not an MMO player at all. She was really into the game, and one thing that she especially really liked is the Gold Saucer. The Gold Saucer is all these like pretty fun mini games. They're not even that complicated. They're just like some nice little fun mini games, you know, that you could play without like it being tied to any other gameplay. It's just there for the sake of being there. Like Triple Triad was one of my favorite parts about Final Fantasy XIV. There's just like a card game built into the regular game. Cool. It's just a separate collection mechanism. Like that's just a neat thing to add. World of Warcraft doesn't really have anything like that. The closest it has is like pet battling, and guess what? They've just killed pet battling, so the closest comparison they have, they put absolutely zero effort into maintaining. And for the record, I really enjoyed pet battling. It's always been a system, or at least used to always be a system, that I put a lot of time into, and then they just killed it. So, like, they routinely fuck over casual players. They put absolutely zero effort into making good casual content. But, like, other games can do this, too. So, but the problem with that is, and, like, the reason why I always advocate for better stuff is because I see examples of, you know, trying to get my sister into World of Warcraft, and my sister was just not interested at all. But then my sister plays Final Fantasy XIV. She's not interested in, like, super hard endgame PvE content. She sees the Gold Saucer, and she's, like, actually really enjoying the game. And she eventually stopped playing. I think she's been, like, saying for a while that, like, oh, I should probably try it again at some point. But she did spend a lot of time playing the Gold Saucer, and especially things like the mini Cactpot. I remember she was really into, like, little scratch cards. And it's like a silly daily minigame. You do, like, 3 of them per day. Basically, it's just a scratch card with, like, some strategy to it. And the strategy isn't that involved, but there is, like, some intricacy to, like, optimizing your mini Cactpot every single day. And I remember, like, once I explained to my sister, like, the strategies to, like, kind of rig the mini Cactpot in your favor, she thought that was so cool. And then every single day, she would always, like, send me screenshots of her mini Cactpot scores. Because she's like, oh, I did the strategy you mentioned, and I tried to, like, go in a diagonal first. And even just small things like that. It just adds so much to the game. And somebody like my sister, which is like, should be Blizzard's main target audience, right? New players, very, very, very important to get them into your game. They are just not prioritizing that type of player. And the game, over time, is going to suffer as a result of that if they keep putting out slop like decor duels, like ritual sites. I don't know how they think they can keep adding content of this caliber, or also, like the fucking, this thing, the Dave the Diver minigame, which, like, doesn't even fucking work. It's just, the sad part is they clearly, and this I think is what makes me the most depressed, they clearly understand that this is something they need to be doing, because they're adding this. They're going through the motions. They're like, oh, we've added a prop hunt minigame. We've added a Dave the Diver minigame. But the problem is they're either, like, not willing to put in the amount of effort required to actually make this good, and they think, like, if we just put in our patch notes that there's, like, a prop hunt minigame, then casual players will be excited about it. And, like, they were right. Casual players were, by and large, really excited about the prop hunt thing, which, like, I could not have given a shit about. I was not interested in at all, partially because I've seen this thing before. I've experienced Blizzard putting in absolutely bare minimum, bottom-of-the-barrel effort for all of this world content stuff, so I did not expect anything from it, and lo and behold, it was complete slop. But the problem is, despite them putting in the patch notes and getting a lot of people excited for it, and it being a pretty big selling point of this patch, so many of those people tried the patch, realized it was absolute dog shit, and then posted on Reddit about it. I haven't seen, I cannot remember the last time I have seen a feature as universally hated as Decor Duels. People fucking despise that game mode. I have not even played it once, and I feel like I have a very intimate understanding of exactly how it works, because I've seen so many Reddit posts from players breaking down exactly why it is a failure as a game mode. And it's just so funny to me that Mythic raiding can end up being, like, basically completely broken. There can be critical bugs that, like, maybe not prevent a boss from being killed, but, like, severely hinder prog. Regular occurrence, right? And it just goes under the radar for, like, weeks, because, like, obviously there's not that many people engaging with it, so Blizzard doesn't really care that much to fix it. But, like, they add a casual game mode that is total slop, and there are just endless Reddit posts about how absolutely dogshit this thing is and how Blizzard needs to change XYZ thing to make it better. Because, yeah, that is the bulk of your player base. This is who you need to be making content for. So when these casual players see, hey, Blizzard's finally making content for us, oh, wait, they're actually putting in zero effort, it sends a very clear message of, we don't care about you. We are not going to put in any effort into making this game mode even remotely enjoyable. If you want good content from our game, you better enjoy endgame PvE. That is what it says to those people. It's almost more insulting, because it goes to show that they understand this is what people want, but they are, again, either unwilling or just simply unskilled enough to implement it properly. And I don't know, that's just depressing, man, because, like, as much as that is not my form of content, I recognize that if the game is going to survive, if I'm going to keep getting all the fancy Mythic raids that I enjoy so much, then this game needs to be successful for a long period of time. And obviously, I don't know where the Midnight numbers are at, but I can just tell by all of the reception I've seen, clearly people aren't loving this expansion. I was not a big fan of War Within, but I saw a lot more just, like, random glazing of both War Within and Dragonflight than Midnight. Every now and then you still see the occasional glaze post of, like, Midnight is the most fun I've ever had in the history of World of Warcraft, which, like, okay, fucking low bar, dude. If this is the most fun expansion ever, like, you just didn't play some of the better expansions, because Midnight objectively just isn't a very good expansion. Like, I'm still having enough fun to, like, do challenges like this, mostly because I at least enjoy the M+ the raids enough to, like, want to play the game. But there's also a reason why, instead of, like, actively playing endgame M+ and, like, my tank specs, I decided to do something like this, because my classes don't feel very fun to play. So, since I'm not really enjoying the classes that I normally play, well, I'm going to try something else, and I'm going to see if I can finally learn Healer, which I've been meaning to do for a while. Now's the perfect time, because I'm not really enjoying tank specs much right now anyways. So, just kind of objectively speaking, class design is, like, in one of the worst places it's been since, like, BFA. I think anybody who doesn't think that either happens to play one of the very few specs that has gotten good changes, like Guardian Druid, or they're just dumb, frankly. They're just really dumb or ignorant or don't actually follow how their class is meant to be played. But I think even then, outside, like, the other content, we are getting very frequent updates, but not necessarily very good updates. Like, obviously, the AI slop allegations are all over the place. I don't necessarily know if Blizzard is just, like, using AI to pump out these shitty patches. I don't even think they are. I think a lot of the issues you see aren't even necessarily related to AI, because AI, like, honestly, would probably do better than this. It's, I'm sure that they are probably using AI at some area in their workflow. Like, almost certainly, yes. But is AI the reason for all the issues? I don't know. So take ritual sites, for example. The only way in which like you could look at ritual sites and be like, this is bad because of AI, is if you assume that the way they developed ritual sites as a feature is if they opened up ChatGPT and just like in a text prompt said, "Hey ChatGPT, I am a World of Warcraft developer looking to add exciting new content to my upcoming patch. What types of features do you think I could add?" The theme is void. And then ChatGPT is like, based on, your current expansion being Midnight and looking at some of the previous types of content that has been added in 0.5 patches, I think you should add a Void Assault. Assaults are a popular style of content usually added by Blizzard in 0.5 patches, and given that the theme of the expansion is Void, this seems like the perfect combination. And then they're like, oh man, ChatGPT, you're fucking brilliant. Now, like, I need one more feature to sweeten the pot. Like, Void Assaults, I don't know if it would be really all enough of a selling point to add this, like, 0.5 patch. So can you look at, like, some other recent features that we've added to our game and give me a new idea of something I can add? And then ChatGPT just, like, reads delves and, like, spits delves back out. And it's like, but if you just add more delves, this wouldn't be exciting enough for players. They wouldn't be fully engaged because they just say that you're rehashing content. So what if you added, like, delves, but with a twist? There's, like, modifiers, challenge settings that you can add. And instead of Valera, you just get random healing orbs that, like, you have to, kill mobs to spawn. And it's like delves, but quirky and different. And, like, they went with that for some reason. I mean, like, you could envision a scenario where that happens, but also, like, that's just so absurd. And I don't think that's realistically how they are brainstorming the content, right? So the problem is, I think that a logical thought process I just outlined did not come from AI. I think, realistically speaking, that just came from a human. It came from somebody who fundamentally doesn't understand the game that they are supposed to be designing for, and is just like, what types of content should I add to this new patch? And they really just thought, what if we do delves, but with a twist? Surely players are going to love that. But, like, ritual sites just should have been more delves. There's just absolutely zero reason for this to just not be a new delve. Like, if instead of doing this, they just added yet another delve that, like, could have been done while leveling, that had Valera in it, and had 3 variants, like, don't do both the Alliance and, or, not Alliance, don't do both Eversong and Zul'jin things. Just focus on one. Do the Zul'jin one. Because honestly, I think it's better. So do the Zul'jin ritual site, but instead of spending time making the Eversong one work, just add 3 variants to the Zul'jin one. Boom. You've added a brand new delve. You've added, you can even add the challenge modifiers to delves. It's like maybe a way to increase difficulty past tier 11, where, if you add like special tier 11 plus modifiers, it'll like make it even crazier. Honestly, do we need that in delves? Not really. Just like, I don't really think it really adds much to ritual sites at all. But at least then it still interacts with the core system. But adding yet another, like, side system that only gives, like, a crappy currency that nobody really cares about, and also doesn't engage with Valera or any of the other tracks that people spent the entire season progressing, it's just, like, insulting. And that's not to mention, like, ritual sites, as a mechanic, are just so fucking weird. It just really doesn't feel like something that can even be generated by AI. Like, there's the classic post that I don't know how many people have seen. Somebody posted it in my Discord, so obviously I noticed it. But there, somebody like screenshotted all of the different ritual site descriptions, and they are uncanny. It's like, it doesn't read like an actual unlock description. It's just weird. It doesn't seem like AI. It really just, the best description I saw is, it feels like somebody wrote this in another language and then like translated it back and forth multiple times until it ended on English. Is like the best way to describe what the ritual site descriptions are like. And the grammar is just absolutely atrocious. It's all over the fucking place. So, no matter how you slice it, that was written not by AI, but probably by, like, some outsourced person who is not, like, English as a first language. Like, there's just no real way that was written by, like, a regular developer, in the US who speaks English normally. It was just a mess. A complete mess. And the one thing that you can't really say about AI is that it doesn't speak basically perfect English. And now there are some like AI isms sometimes where it's like grammar and sentence structure is really formulaic and you can spot AI writing if you've seen it enough times. But it doesn't get grammar and spelling wrong. Like, that's the one thing that it consistently does right. And often, something that really is like a telltale sign of AI is grammar being almost too perfect. Like, you know, okay, nobody actually writes like that. It just feels uncanny, but in a too perfect sense, not in a this is just really, really wrong sense. So I don't know. It's just it's fucking weird. But I think like 12.0.5 in general, and like all of the casual content they've been adding, really doesn't bode well for the future of the game, I think. But like I don't have the energy to like really publicly complain about this. Like, I used to make videos talking about this. Like, oh, this upcoming patch is a disaster, and blah, 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 blah. I still sometimes do that if it's, like, specifically related to leveling. Like, if a new leveling feature is being added and it's, like, a complete fucking train wreck, I will talk about it, right? But otherwise, I don't know. I don't really care enough, especially because I just know I'm going to have to deal with, like, people shutting me down and telling me, like, oh, this isn't meant for you, blah, blah, blah. Even though, like, while I understood going in that, like, the Dave the Diver minigame was probably not going to be something I thoroughly enjoyed, I do think that it is valid feedback when, like, I went in wanting to at least enjoy it, like, I did not think I was going to engage with it a lot, but I tested it on the PTR, and I was like, yeah, maybe I'll find this, like, at least kind of fun. I want to just try it to see. And I hated it so fucking much because it just felt off. Like, it was not properly tested at all. I genuinely don't understand how any single person could stomach playing that for, like, more than 5 minutes without wanting to scream. It's just so poorly made. And even if that was never meant to be, like, my intended form of content, I do think that it should at least not feel completely awful to engage with if you're not interested in, like, farming it for professions. And I feel really bad because I do know that it gives good profession materials, so I feel really bad for anybody who feels like they have to engage with it just because there is a relevant currency for them locked behind it. Thankfully, they don't really have anything for, like, gearing, so I don't need to give a shit about it, but... Also, funny, by the way, how they felt the need to add profession stuff behind it. They couldn't just accept the fact that, like, people are going to play this Dave the Diver minigame because maybe people like Dave the Diver, and having a little fun minigame like that in World of Warcraft would have players be interested. Just like in Final Fantasy XIV, is there any reason to do, like, Triple Triad? No. Like, the only thing you get by doing Triple Triad is more currency for the Gold Saucer, which you, at least in my case, use to buy more Triple Triad cards to fill out your collection. And, like, sure, are there achievements and stuff? Like, so for achievement hunters, obviously they're going to want to do it. Maybe, but you could say that about just about everything. But it's not like I get any actual value for, like, my crafting jobs, or definitely not, like, my actual combat jobs in Final Fantasy XIV by playing this card game. The reason why I spent so much time playing Triple Triad in Final Fantasy XIV is because I just thought it was fun. And every single time I went to, like, a new area in the campaign, oh, there's a new Triple Triad NPC? Alright, I'm gonna go farm that NPC, take, like, a 20-minute break, and play this until I get all the cards rewarded by the random drops. Because I want to build out my collection, and, you know, it's a fun little break to do from questing. And Blizzard, that has been, like, a consistent Blizzard-ism for many, many, many years now, of not being confident enough in their own content to just let it stand on its own. They constantly feel the need to tie some sort of power or currency behind whatever it is that they're adding, because they kind of know that it's shit, and they know that if they don't do that, then nobody will play it, and then they can't really justify, I don't know, their job. I made this new thing, and absolutely not a single person in the community touched it ever, outside of, like, 5 minutes. But if they add, like, profession currency or player power behind it, well, suddenly, look at these fancy playtime metrics. Look at this. Ooh. My job is important. Please don't fire me. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is. I missed a few messages on Twitch. Hold on, let me catch up. I went off on a little rant there for a bit. You know, it happens. It's also like, jeez, it's 3 a.m. I was going into this, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be a shorter stream. And then, I don't know, somehow I ended up, like, yapping for 2 hours before starting the run. That's how it goes. AI would do better than this is so bleak for Blizzard. I mean, unironically though. I mean, like I've said this before, but my dad is messing around with AI a lot. My dad has used AI to build like his own little game. Like there's I think it's like I think it's Claude that he's using. But my dad like coded his own little game that uses AI. It's like a choose your own adventure type of game, kind of like a little RPG. But he's used AI to like generate all of the encounters, and like there's the thing he's really proud of, which like he's never played Undertale, but the way that like he showed it to me, I'm like, okay, this is kind of like Undertale, but if it was like actually smart, where you know the whole thing in Undertale is you can choose to either fight the enemy or like, you know, have mercy options. So by like he's set up the code to where you have to basically have a conversation with each NPC, which is controlled by Claude, that will, like, depending on, like, your character's values and stuff, will have a completely unique, like, conversation with you. And certain enemies that some people will be forced to fight, because, like, the AI will always choose violence against, like, certain players who make, like, bad choices, will then instead have, like, the ability to peacefully resolve your conflict, and like you can meaningfully progress all of, like the little quests he's added in both ways, both through combat and through just like talking it out. And like, you know, it's a small game. Like obviously my dad just like made it for fun because my dad teaches classes for AWS, so he initially built this game as like a demonstration for one of his classes. And like, you know, one of the Amazon classes is obviously like AI focused, like just, you know, companies are trying to like hire their employees to learn how to use AI. So there's like AWS like AI classes, and one of the little like modules that he teaches, I think he calls them modules, is involving like creating your own game or something. So he built this, and as like every single time he teaches one of these classes, because like he goes through a different rotation of like sometimes different classes are scheduled, but every single time he does another one of these, he'll like add on to this game, and he's been like chipping away at it for like a year, and now he has like kind of a finished product. It's like mostly text-based, but it is, I'll give him that, it's pretty cool. And credit where it's due for my dad, like even before AI was like a thing, he was already trying to like build his own little games in Unity. So he didn't use the AI to like do, I'm sure he had help with the programming, because like at this point kind of there's no reason not to use vibe coding. But what's it called, he coded it primarily on his own. The only like AI novel part about it is that like the conversations are all AI generated, and like it's pretty good. It's, at least for what it is, interesting. Like ethical issues with AI aside, it can do some cool things. And from what I know about AI, like I said, like it doesn't really make all the sloppy mistakes that people seem to think it does. A lot of the time, the issues with AI are like user error. Like there was a story that my dad was telling me about with AI, where apparently a company's entire database was wiped because they, like, their AI caused a wipe. But the entire reason why that happened is because they gave their AI uncontrolled access to their database, and it had access to commands that allowed it to wipe the entire database in the first place, which, like, yeah, that's just, like, poor decision-making on that company's part. Like, they shouldn't have done that. And proper AI control and, like, making sure the AI is, like, only doing the tasks that you actually want it to is part of it, using it as a tool, quote unquote. And I don't know, like, AI is a very divisive subject, because, like, on one hand, obviously, like, I wish it didn't exist, for sure, and I think overall it's probably going to have a negative impact on our future, but I am also pragmatic, and I understand that, like, it does exist, right? And you can't close Pandora's box. The level that AI has reached already is kind of world-changing, and at this point, the only thing that we really can and should be doing is trying to regulate it properly, but our government is not interested at all in that. And I do think it is important to talk about how powerful and influential AI will be, because there are so many people who I've seen dismiss it as like it's a bubble, and like it may be a bubble in terms of like investment. Like, yes, are companies pouring absurd amounts of money into AI for pointless reasons, and are they trying to like force AI into like every single element of their products unnecessarily? Yes, in that sense, it is a bubble. But I have seen people compare AI to like cryptocurrency, which is genuinely fucking worthless and has absolutely no real like in any practical utility, I guess is probably a better way to put that. There is no real utility for cryptocurrency. It is fucking trash, and it's just a speculative investment vehicle. Always has been, always will be. I don't care what fucking crypto bros will tell you. It's just dog shit. But there is absolutely a lot of extremely powerful like use cases for AI. Too powerful. And if we don't acknowledge that, hey, no, this is real, this is happening, this needs to be regulated, then it will not get regulated, and people will continue to make money off it because they they let all the people saying, oh, AI is just a fad, AI is going to fall off. No, it fucking won't. It is world changing, and if we don't stop it, it's going to fucking kill the entire human race. Like, it needs to be regulated badly. So, I don't know. I definitely... I like, AI is weird in that sense, where I would say, mostly anti-AI, but also some people basically think that anything at all AI-related is the devil, and talking about it is, like, even, like, extremely taboo, but I don't necessarily subscribe to that. I mean, the problem with AI is, I think, like, if you asked, like, 99% of people, like, 10 years ago about the idea behind AI, like, almost every single one of them would tell you it sounds really cool. Like, if you told them that we'd be here right now, like, most people would say that you're full of shit. Like, this is sci-fi shit, right? But the unfortunate reality is the way it's being used, obviously people don't like. The classic case of, like, people want AI to do, like, the grunt work, the manual labor, the, you know, boring stuff, and they want, like, the creative things, like art, etc., to be done by humans, which I agree with. That's how it should be. But it will only end up being like that with proper regulation. Otherwise, we're fucked. So, I don't know. Random AI tangent. I don't even know. I don't think anybody even asked about AI. This was just like a kind of, I went on to this little tangent myself, but I do think it is kind of an important topic, and obviously it's something that I've been thinking about a lot. Let me, okay, actually catch up on chat, because I've missed a few messages, and then I was planning on reading it, and then I just got myself distracted again. I guess, technically, I mentioned AI, and then I read PS message about AI, so I guess I did kind of, but I think still, I started that spiral myself. Keenan Jubilet said, what's the 0 to hero challenge? You'll grind to a certain MM plus rating or clearing mythic grade. So the primary challenge, the challenge for me personally, I am trying to learn how to play every single healer spec. Now, I, in my head, do not have a defined level of, like, this is an acceptable amount of knowing how to play healer spec. Like, I will keep playing and keep learning until I feel I have achieved that goal. Now, in the meantime, what I think is at least an acceptable temporary measurement of have I at least gotten a basic understanding of all the healer specs is Keystone Hero. So, bare minimum for this challenge, I'm going to try and get Keystone Hero with every single healing spec on Europe. I have to level them first, and then I have to get Keystone Hero. Well, I have to level them, gear them, then get Keystone Hero. And then obviously, in order to get Keystone Hero, I need to at least have a solid foundational understanding of every single spec. Now, even after that happens, I do not think I will have learned them enough to basically say I know how to confidently play every single healer spec. I got Keystone Hero on Preservation Evoker twice before I really felt like I truly understood it. It wasn't until my third Preservation Evoker Keystone Hero in War Within where I actually felt like I really understood how to play the spec. And I'm doing it again now. So even though I already feel like I have a pretty solid understanding of Prez, I am still including it in this challenge, because if I don't keep up with all the healer specs I've already played, and well, really any spec that I played, and keep making sure that I know how to play it right now, that knowledge will eventually be lost. So that is just one step towards what I consider to be 0 to hero. Now, a stretch goal for me is after I've gotten Keystone Hero and all of them, I'm going to try to apply to a guild on Europe and maybe get cutting edge on Europe as a healer. I don't know which spec I'll use, honestly, playing that one by ear. Whichever spec I think either is needed for like applications, or whichever spec maybe I feel most comfortable with is what I'll apply with. But that is something that if I have time and if I'm just able, I don't know, schedule might not line up for that. Then I'd like to do that, but I'm not going to like hold myself to that. I think no matter what, long term, I'm going to do that. Whether I do that this season, maybe not. So it might be like this season I get Keystone Hero, I learn all the specs, and then next season, after I have more free time again, I get Keystone Hero again in Season 2 on all healers, and then I join a guild. Maybe if I have more time then. We'll see. But yeah, that is my personal thing. Am I talking about Blizzard or Creative Assembly? Man. It's unfortunate that it kind of applies to both, right? I was talking about Blizzard, but yeah. CA is kind of shit the bed, unfortunately. Void Assaults and Rituals are like Delves to me. Couldn't force me to do them with a gun if I had. I think Delves are way better than both of those. Ritual Sites and Void Assaults are just slop content. Delves are not for everybody, but Delves at least have some effort put into their design. So, I think they're much better. Remember when Blizzard would take content from other games and make it better? Yeah. Nowadays, they just take content and make it worse somehow. Like, you literally just copy their homework, man. It's not hard. You did the decor stuff just for the achievements and the rewards, and then you never touched it again? Yep. I couldn't even be bothered to do it for the achievements. It's mostly just an issue of the content cadence. Separate small teams working on random small ideas. They have a patch in X weeks. They grab one at random and push it to the front. Yeah. I mean, I agree that that's probably one of the main reasons why it happens, but either way, it is a problem, and they really need to fix it. Camera frames are going bonkers. Like, my camera? Yeah, I mean, my camera is not, like, super high quality. If it's the stream quality, let me check OBS. It looks like OBS may have had some issues. It has been intermittent, yeah. Oh, yep, okay. Well, that's strange. So I didn't notice that, like, the bug happened. I wasn't even actively tabbed in, and it wasn't causing the music to tear. Maybe because I was standing completely still. I think it's good now. Yeah, I don't know what caused that, but okay. Well, that's unfortunate. That is 2 times in one stream I've gotten that really, really nasty bug. Man, I really hope it's not this computer. I really don't want to have to get yet another new computer. I got a new computer last year, and it was really crappy. It had a lot of issues, and I had to return it. And so I've been using the same crappy laptop for like 4 years now, and I've only just gotten through setting up this new one. I don't know. I guess I won't really know for sure until I try playing other games that aren't World of Warcraft. I wouldn't be surprised if it is just World of Warcraft, because this game is just optimized like shit. But I also haven't run into this exact issue, other than recently on this computer. So I don't know. It's really, really, really annoying, though. Imagine being an achievement hunter like yourself and having to get 1,000,000 points for an achievement. Yeah, like, if... I know some people who are achievement collectors, and I'm just like, why do they hate themselves so much, man? Like, the thing is... I used to enjoy collecting achievements, like, back in Wrath and Kata, when I was a kid. But also, back then, the content in the game was actually designed for, like... people were meant to enjoy these game modes. Like, something that just pops to mind, right? The jousting minigame. That's something that was, like, kind of tertiary, wasn't really mainly part of the game. It technically are, like, dailies related to it, but mostly the jousting minigame in Wrath was, like, a separate thing. And I really enjoyed the jousting minigame. Was it, like, extremely complicated, extremely well made? No. It wasn't the craziest thing ever, but it was something. And I at least thought it was, like, a novel thing to try and, like, optimize. Pet battling, also, like, I enjoyed. It felt like they added that stuff back in the day because somebody was really inspired to make a really good minigame in WoW, and that's why it got added. And nowadays, they just, like, instead of somebody having inspiration and wanting to add something, it's just, like, they feel like they have to have this checkbox if we need to add XYZ thing. And when you go about it in the reverse order, when you start from, like, the objective and then go back and, like, build it from there, you just lose all of the passion that goes into creating that idea in the first place. And you're never going to have anything more than just a sorry knockoff, because there's no real soul in that feature. It's just a janky copy from somebody who doesn't actually understand why people enjoy playing things like Prop Hunt or Dave the Diver. You just look at the game, think, I wonder if we can rebuild this. But then you don't think about like the stuff that actually makes it fun. Like, if you want to have a mini game like this fucking Dave the Diver thing. Now, I haven't played Dave the Diver specifically, but I've played games kind of like this. And one of the most important things is making sure the most fundamental mechanic, the shooting, the harpoon gun, fucking works. Because if it doesn't work, why the fuck would I want to play the rest of the minigame? If the core fundamental mechanic is janky and doesn't fucking work, like, that's the entire point. But it kind of looks like Dave the Diver, so if it looks vaguely like this other feature, then we can take screenshots, throw it in our patch notes, and get people to fucking subscribe to the game. But then when you actually play it, you realize, like, there's absolutely zero effort that went into making this actually fun to play. They just went through, like, the motions of adding this game mode without any actual real thought into how it, like, players would engage with it. It's just so shit. My Blizzard rants are legendary? I'm glad you think so. I think it's your tabbing out. No, I mean, I guess, well, so I had tabbed out there, but, like, I had been tabbed out for at least, like, over a minute before that issue actually popped up, so I don't know what caused it. It's weird. Let's see. Am I leveling in Europe? Yes. Light SCT said, I joined in halfway through the conversation, so I don't know if you discussed this already, but FF14 gets a lot right, but the FF14 community has a much greater toxic positivity issue than WoW in your experience. That's probably true, yeah. I have not engaged with the FF14 community as much, obviously, but I definitely noticed that it is a lot more pronounced there. 1 second. There's a bug on my wall, real quick. But yeah, whenever I played FF14, I did notice that was the case. But I don't know. I think the difference I feel is, by and large, FF14, I think always the developers at least seem to do a better job about, like, at least communicating with the community and, like, acknowledging their concerns. I've always gotten the impression that FF14 is happy with what it is, which is good and bad, right? I think that the developers understand that some players want, like, something out of the game, but they are like not interested in developing that game, and so they're not willing to add things to the game that they don't personally think would work well. I don't know, but at least I've seen them communicate enough to get that impression, to where at least they're listening. They just might not necessarily think that that's something that the game needs, and they're content to focus on, like, the important stuff, which to them, I guess, is, like, the story. I don't know for sure. Again, I haven't played the game. I played FF14 quite a bit, but definitely nowhere even remotely close to as much as I played WoW. So I can't comment on it that confidently. But definitely you are correct that I think the toxic positivity section is much louder than in WoW. Natty said not even level 90 yet. Look, I'm taking a lot of breaks to, like, read messages like yours. But yeah, it's been like a chill stream. I'm not doing a speedrun. There's a reason that there's not a timer here. If I was doing a speedrun, then I'd have to be, like, more locked in, but did I intentionally enable robot mode in my microphone settings? I'm guessing that was when the mic was bugging out. So hopefully it's better now. If the people developing AI cared about humanity and not just money, it would be much better. True. What's the latency like in Europe? You've always wanted to try it. Not that bad, honestly. Like, right now, I'm getting, like, about 100 MS. Like, it's... Like, you can kind of notice it in, like, some content, but honestly, I get worse latency in, like, oceanic servers when I get with, like, a Frostborn group or something in North America than I'm getting right now in Europe. So, honestly, having played a lot of oceanic keys and having to deal with really, really, really bad latency, this is, like, really not that bad, honestly. It feels pretty chill. Okay, set name said, yeah, it's fine now. Is my guide for catch-up for alts or fresh players at 90? Both. If you're talking about the gearing guide, both. I, at multiple points, will basically say, like, if you're brand new, if this is your first character, you'll have to do, like, XYZ thing. This is, like, a once per account unlock. You won't need to do this on future characters. And then a lot of times I'll take, like, a detour to basically say, hey, if you're a brand new player, you won't be able to benefit from this immediately, but for any people leveling multiple alts, this is a system that you can keep in mind going forward. Like, a good example would be Delves, right? So the later tracks of Delves are extremely powerful for catch-up gearing. Like, if you get to level 8, level 9, you get, like, Warbound champion pieces, you get random hero pieces by looting the bountiful coffers. This is absurdly powerful for catch-up gearing. But obviously you can't benefit from this as a new player. And when I actually did that video, the gearing guide, I did not have this unlocked when I was initially doing it. Like, early on in the recording when I talked about Delves, I didn't have this. Later on, when I unlocked it, I showcased it, and I said, like, hey, this is an option you can benefit from, but obviously, it, like, that gearing guide discusses everything. I mean, it's 11 hours long. Did I include the moral vendor? No. That video, I added that video, or posted that video, like, at the end of last month. But, I mean, it's 11 hours long. So the goal is every so often I'm going to do, like, an addendum video. So right now, the crest cap being removed, the Ascendant Void Cores, the Marl Vendor, what else? The fact that you can basically use the Ascendant Void Cores to upgrade hero items to give yourself a discount on Myth Crest, like, little quirks like that. That stuff obviously wasn't known about when I made my original video. Most of it wasn't added yet. So initially I was going to make just one video on the Ascendant Void Cores, but what I figured I'd do is, because I was already planning on doing this, like, European catch-up gearing thing, I'll basically showcase the process through these characters, and then, like, by the end of next week, I should have gathered, like, more than enough footage to demonstrate the gearing process again, and then I can make, like, a detailed, maybe, like, 30-minute long addendum video for that 11-hour video. Basically, here is all of the small things that have been added since that video guide was posted. And that way, if people want to watch that video, like, a month from now, let's say 6 months from now, and they click on it, most of that information is still relevant. And then for anything new that's been added, there is an updated list in the description and the pinned comment of, this is all of the new things that have been added. So it's like a detailed, ongoing guide for everything related to catch-up gearing. That is the goal. And obviously when 12.0.7 comes out and they add, like, the new Void Assaults and whatnot, like, those I will discuss in a video, and I will post that on my second channel, and then link that in the description of the 11-hour guide, etc. 11 hours is a long time. It is a long time, but believe me, I spent a lot of time working on that video, gathering the footage, doing the narration, editing it all together. It is 11 hours that, if you are trying to learn how to get caught up in endgame PvE, it is well worth the watch. It is, like, it is definitely one of the videos that I am, like, the most proud of. I think it is a very, very good video. It is not just 11 hours because there's just, like, aimless footage of me fucking around doing whatever. Like, that is a month's worth of footage condensed down into 11 hours with narration, right? Like, the entire thing is meant to be a guide. So it's not just like, watch me do random gearing things. It's, I'm going to do this gearing thing, and then as I go through it, I'm going to explain what I'm doing and why. And then there's multiple times where, like, while editing the video, I will have to, like, step in and record, like, bonus narration and, like, edit, like, the footage a little bit to showcase, like, okay, in the moment, this might have been a little bit unclear, but here's some, like, extra explanation to really make sure that you fully understand this particular subject. So there's a lot of work that went into that video. For sure. It's and there's also a reason why there's like extensive timestamps in that video, because like some people may already know a lot of that, but then you can just skip to the part that you really need. But the idea that I went in with that video, and a lot of people have already told me that this was what they approached the video with, and it was really helpful for them, which I'm glad, is I wanted there to be just like one video that literally every single thing that you need to know to get caught up in World of Warcraft, it's in that one video. You don't need to look anywhere else. And like, obviously that's partially because like, you know, that I think would be entertaining from a viewing perspective. But it can be very confusing trying to like piece together little tidbits of information across like multiple different videos. Like you'll see tons of different like 10-minute video or 10-minute long videos telling you like all the important things you need to do for catch-up gearing, but so many of them often leave out small details, which, even though they are like relatively minor, could actually be pretty important in the grand scheme of things. And if every single video leaves out like one tiny small detail, then eventually you're just going to have like a very incorrect overview of like what gearing should be like and what you should be doing and prioritizing, and you're just going to have like knowledge full of holes that lacks like all the proper context. So I tried to showcase every single little step, even the really minuscule ones. There's like somebody in my guild watched the video and kind of joked that they skipped around, and it seemed like I'm constantly saying that like I'm constantly talking about things that you shouldn't do, and I'm always saying like, don't do this, don't do that. And the reason I have to say that is because there's so many videos out there that give incorrect information. So there's a lot of like existing incorrect knowledge that people have about what they should be doing for gearing, and I need to basically break that knowledge down and say like, no, you have been taught wrong for all this time. If this is what you think you should be doing for gearing, change your assumptions and basically wipe the slate clean. This is how you should actually be approaching gearing. So a lot of people may take something for granted as like, this is what I should always be doing. But no, don't do that. Like a good example is like spending crests, right? There's a lot of stuff that we as like Mythic Raiders understand intuitively about like how to efficiently spend crests. But the problem with like crest spending is so many like, okay, I'll say it. So many like absolutely dogshit slop YouTubers will post these like 10-15 minute gearing videos where they recommend horrific gearing strategies that will really like negatively impact a player's long-term experience with the game, because they just want to say like, if you do this like one little trick, then you'll be able to get like 15 item level increase like really fast. Like this is how to like actually get geared extremely quickly, and then it's basically blow all of your limited resources on temporary item level increases so that I can justify saying that this trick gets you up to X amount of item level. Like so I'm not going to name this person, of course. There is one YouTuber in particular who has been doing this for years. It's a smaller channel, mind you, but obviously these videos still get like some thousands amounts of views, and there are people who do get misled by this stuff. So every time I see it, I'm just infuriated by it. There's this YouTuber who I've seen who, on 3 separate occasions in Dragonflight, War Within, and now again in Midnight, has made basically the exact same video talking about how to very easily get gear. And the thing that he recommends doing is basically wasting all of your crests and sparks on getting, or what's it called? Wasting all of your crests and sparks on getting crafts, but then another one. So that one's kind of bad, because like technically there's some truth to that in crafting, but like the way that the video is structured is like, did you know that if you spend all of your hero crests on Sparks of Radiance, you could, in theory, have a full set of like hero crafted and then eventually, in some cases, myth crafted gear? Like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's how crafting works. That doesn't magically mean that you're going to get a full set of Radiant Spark crafted gear with hero track and myth track stuff, because sending hero track crests on crafts is absolutely dog shit recommendation. Like, do not do that. It's bad. It's just genuinely actively a waste of your crests. But also, like, there's not enough Sparks of Radiance for that. So what does this guy recommend doing? And this is, again, really? Why are we gripping me? Why are we doing that? Why are we being an asshole? So that one's bad enough. And he's made that video 3 times. Every single expansion, he's made that video. Another video I've seen is him actively saying how to easily... what was the exact... I'm trying to remember the exact like way the thumbnail was... thumbnail and title was written that like pissed me off. Yeah, oh right. It was how to get a 285 weapon... And, like, he did the same thing, but, like, whatever the number was back in War Within. I think he's made it even more than 3 times. I think he made it again in, like, Amir Drasul, and, like, started War Within. How to get a 285 weapon with LFR. LFR? You can get a 285 weapon in LFR? How do you get a 285 weapon in LFR? Well, you see, guys. You see, here's the thing. So, if you run LFR, you get Great Vault slots. Did you guys know that the Great Vault exists over here? If you go here, there's this thing called the Great Vault. And... when you run LFR, you get boss slots. So even if it's not a high item level, you can, technically speaking, get full boss slots just by running LFR. And then, because you have now run LFR, you can take, instead of anything good out of your Great Vault, you can take the tokens. And this wasn't even like the whole Nebulous Void Core thing. This was before that. You can then take the tokens out of your Great Vault, and if you use the tokens, you can talk to the NPC, the vendor by the Great Vault, and you can buy an extra Spark of Radiance with your tokens that you've gotten by running LFR. And then if you just get 80 Myth Crests, boom. Now you've gotten a 285 weapon out of LFR. Genuinely, this is the type of shit that this person says. But, like, part of me wonders, like, does anybody watch this? Like, is there anybody out there who's actually, like, looking at this video thinking, wow, so-and-so YouTuber, fantastic advice. I'm so glad I clicked on this gearing video. That was just blatant clickbait. But they've done it, like, multiple times. And, like, they get, like, okay views. Varies depending on the video. But, like, all of their videos are like this. They're just pure fucking slop. And, like, obviously, I checked. There are some comments saying, so helpful, thank you. Which, like, I don't know, are they're like, paid bots or something? Like, did an actual human read this and think, like, wow, this was useful advice? Like, it's just, it's so... not only, for the record, is this just so actively misleading, because, like, it's telling you to waste your Great Vault to buy something that you should never, ever, 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 ever buy with your Great Vault, just to justify the clickbait. Like, in what universe are you able to get a Myth-Track weapon by running LFR? Oh, well, only if you literally do the exact same, like, content, but then make a poor choice, and then even after you've already made this terrible decision that nobody should be doing, that this person is actively recommend that players do, even then, there is no way for him to, like, realistically say, oh, yeah, and then this directly gives you a Myth-Track weapon, because it doesn't. So even then, he has to do the whole fucking draw the rest of the fucking horse thing, and say, and now just get 80 Myth Crests. And I don't know if, like, that's explicitly the way he says it. I'm sure he uses some flowery language to be like, oh, now if you do, like, delves or whatever, you can get Myth Crests. It's so easy. Just do delves and LFR, and then, like, if you're just a casual player who only does delves and LFR, like, you too can be Mythic Raid geared, which, like, obviously is bullshit in practice, right? Even if you stretch your imagination to its fucking limit and say that maybe theoretically somebody could actually do this if they just had, like, negative brain cells, like, why? But the reason why is because it looks really good in a YouTube clickbait thumbnail and title to say, like, run LFR to get fucking 285 weapons. Because there's going to be some player out there who doesn't know how the game works, who's like, wait, is that actually possible? You can do that now? And of course, no, you can't. But they don't know that when they click in the video. So this person gets away with doing just absolutely dogshit egregious clickbait. And it makes my fucking blood boil. I genuinely, like, there are very few YouTubers who I hate more than this person. Because, like, they genuinely, like, it's one thing to make, like, all-right videos. Like, maybe, I don't consider them to be, like, good videos. But, like, videos that I just think don't really have that much informative value. They're fine, and then you add some clickbait title, whatever. Like, am I gonna dislike it just because obviously I don't think the video is, like, good, and, like, obviously I know, like, my video's better, duh. Like, you know, obviously I'm gonna think that. I'm biased. Like, that is just, duh. But it's one thing for somebody to just make, like, a not super helpful video and have, like, kind of some light clickbait on it, and somebody basically just completely making shit up for the purposes of clickbait, but then also doing it in such a way that is actively harmful to the viewer. Because if somebody follows that advice, they are genuinely not just like making, like they're not just wasting their time. They are actively like tanking their progression. So even if somebody watched that video, let's say, and followed those steps and then realized this is dog shit, well, now let's say they finally end up finding my gearing guide and they finally go to a good source. Well, the problem is because they follow this other shitty YouTuber's gearing guide, they've already wasted a lot of resources that now they can't use. They're permanently fucked, right? Because that's how WoW gearing works. So that is why, all that to say, so often in that catch-up gearing video, I'm talking about, like, you know, you'll see a lot of videos out there telling you to do XYZ thing. This is bait. Do not do this. If you do this, you are going to permanently put yourself behind. And the entire message that I repeatedly try to stress throughout that 11-hour video is delayed gratification. It's to understand that, yes, you might be able to theoretically get to slightly higher item level right now if you blow all these resources immediately, but we are trying to optimize the amount of time that we have to spend to get to the highest item level possible. And if you are trying to get into like endgame content and try to really get to a higher item level, you need to learn these practices. There's a reason why when progging Mythic this tier, I had to gear 3 separate characters for Mythic prog, and by the end, by the time we killed Lura, my 3rd character that I had to gear was above our average guild item level. Because I know how to gear characters well, because I don't blow all my resources early, and I play the long game, so that by the time that it matters, by the time that my character needs to be ready for the relevant Mythic kill, I have done everything that I can, I've saved up all my resources, and now I pull the trigger. And now I send all those, like, really limited crests and sparks and whatnot, because I've waited and I've been patient, and now I can make the right choice. So many people don't recommend doing that. And the reality is, YouTube guide formats like that, like 15-minute videos of like, here's how to hit 280 item level, and they have 15 minutes to tell you how to hit 280 item level? Fuck no, they can't. There's absolutely zero way to convey all relevant information for hitting 280 properly, at least, in 15 minutes. No matter what happens, you are going to skip over something, intentionally or not. Now, some YouTubers may, like, without intending to do a poor job, just understand that they need to make faster videos because they know that, like, that's the type of format that works. So they will, at the very least, do their best to make an informative guide in the 15 minutes that they have. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that they may, like, overlook some details, because they may, when making that video, consider this to be, like, a bit too niche, and maybe this won't apply to everybody. And, like, okay, that's fair, understandable. But there are going to be some people who miss those details and make a mistake as a result, and that's a problem. Like, this is a complicated game. Do you necessarily need 11 hours to tell that guide? Not really. Is my video a little bit longer than it, like, theoretically could be? Sure, but also, you can only spend so much time editing that much footage without it just taking an unreasonably long amount of time. Like, I did a lot of work editing, but, like, at a certain point, I need to be like, okay, this is good enough, right? And then also, you know, I did try to make that video more entertaining, right? Like, there is the gearing aspect of it, but then also the entire reason why it's 11 hours is because there's, like, a story to go along with it. It's not just the, you know, this is what you need to do in order to get geared. It's also documenting my process on my Prot Warrior of how I went from fresh level 90 to being able to tank for my guild's Mythic raid. And that narrative is, like, something that I try to weave throughout the different, like, lessons and whatnot that I give. And does that add a little bit to the runtime? Sure. But I would like to think it also makes it a lot more enjoyable and interesting to watch, because I try to embed my actual real experiences playing the game and gearing a character into the guide. So this isn't just like me talking out of my ass. I'm showing you the process. Basically, that video is a 0 to hero condensed into 11 hours. The entire process. Not just 0 to hero, 0 to, like, whatever you would consider cutting edge. It's a fresh level 90 up to literally cutting edge, condensed down to 11 hours. Which, I mean, I think it was pretty interesting content. But it was definitely made to be informative first and foremost, but the entertainment value was secondary. But I figured, hey, if somebody's going to watch 11 hours, I don't want it to be bland as shit. I want there to at least be something interesting to follow along with. So I thought those parts were relevant to include. And, like, the final like, pretty much the entire final hour of that video is more just me talking about, like, you know, the rest of the season. Like, okay, now all the gearing lessons have been done. Here's how, like, the narrative ended. Here's how the rest of my guild's prog went. And here's, like, the decisions that I made. And I do still think that is relevant because that basically shows you, like, okay, here's all the stuff that I've told you how to do. Here's how I personally put it into practice in order to get cutting edge this tier using these lessons. And I think if you are looking from a perspective of, like, I want to get into endgame PvE, I do still think that is relevant information because that basically is, like, my lived experience of what it is like to raid at a high level and what it actually feels like to put these things into practice. And that is still important to know, I think, because it gives you an idea of what you're getting into if this is something that you want to try in game PvE. But yeah, it's a long video. I put a lot of effort into that. And like, even after the fact, even after all of it was said and done, I still had to sit down and record like hours of narration to overlay onto all that. So it's a lot. So you're saying after watching your video, I can be a CE raider? I am not, but the nice thing is, if you watched the 11-hour video, you would also come out of it knowing, oh my god, I have so much more to learn. Because I do stress that, right? I don't try to sugarcoat it, and I don't try to say, like, oh yeah, this is the only thing that you need. Repeatedly, throughout my video, I basically say, hey, if you want to get into this, you're going to have to do a lot of homework on your own. And, like, basically, I'm just giving you the primer. I'm giving you the really intro important steps that you need to make... I know you're joking, by the way, obviously. I know you put a smiley face. But I do think that is relevant to know that, like, I didn't try to pretend that this video was, like, the last resource that you'll ever need, and, like, if you watch this, you'll be able to, like, you'll be a CE raider in no time. Like, I do think that if you want to be a cutting-edge raider and you're just starting out, it is very important viewing, but I do make it clear multiple times that, like, yeah, this isn't a walk in the park. You're not just gonna, like, you know, do a quick read on, like, you know, a 15-minute guide and, like, all right, let's get cutting edge now. Like, even after watching an 11-hour video, there's still so much to learn. And one of the things I even show throughout the video is, like, I've gotten cutting edge time after time after time after time, and I am still learning new things as I go along. Like, that was a big part of, like, the log review section of that video. I talk about why, like, what I'm looking at when I look through logs. Like, I went through Lake Blinded Vanguard logs, because that was the boss that I was progressing at the time when I recorded that segment. And I look at, like, Dratnos' logs. And I'm, like, going through Dratnos' logs, like, oh, why did Dratnos make the decisions that he did? And then there were a few things where I'm like, huh, I haven't been doing this on my Prot Warrior. I wonder why they're doing this. And then I look at a bunch of different logs, and I see, like, a bunch of them are doing, like, the same thing that I'm not doing. I'm like, okay, maybe I should, like, look into why they're doing that. And then, like, okay, I've been approaching this wrong. I should change this talent, etc. And there was even a case where one of, like, the top parses for Prot Warrior was stacking, like, an absurd amount of haste. And at the time, most Prot Warrior guides and sims were showing that it was better to run, like, a balanced amount of stats, and, like, running a lot of haste was not recommended. Well, currently, after like, updated sims have come out, Prot Warrior right now just stacks a shitload of haste. Like, that has actually proven to be, now that, like, sims have been updated, the better way to play Prot Warrior. So I was looking at this log, and at the time, I'm like, this seems wrong. This isn't what the guides are recommending, but, you know, maybe this dude's onto something. Turns out they were. They did actually understand what Prot Warrior should be doing before the sims were updated to accurately reflect that. And so I was reading this, I'm like, and I thought to myself, I'm like, that doesn't seem to track with everything I've been looking at, but you never know. So I kept it in the back of my mind, and which is why I included that clip in there. And then in the moment while doing the editing, I double checked, and I'm like, let me look at some updated Prot Warrior sims. Sure enough, now they're all stacking shitloads of haste. That actually is better now. I included an editor's note in there, basically saying, like, turns out, no, this actually was the better way to play. So even I learned brand new things while both recording that video and while editing it. And that kind of goes to show that it's a never-ending learning process. You know, doing or playing this game at a high level, which is also why I love it. I never feel like I've kind of reached my limit. There's always something else that I could be doing to improve, and the moment that I feel like I've peaked, then I will be bored out of my mind. But until then, I still really enjoy endgame raiding, and I will continue to play it. I yapped for a bit. Hold on. Let me... what am I missing? Okay, I'm missing the headdress. Just need to do that. I think, honestly, I'm at a point where, like, if I just do Twilight Crypts and then do the turn-in, I might be fine. Because we're close.
Now that the shrines are lit, the eagles are on the move.
Obviously, I'm going to do, like, these quests here, because obviously this is very fast. Temple of Akazul and stuff. Is Follow the Arrow free? Yep, 100% completely free. It's not like all those other shitty add-ons that are like, oh, free trial up to, like, level 10, and then you have to buy it for whatever absorbent price there is. It's like fucking, was it $50 for some of them? Fucking insane. Imagine paying $50 for a worse add-on. Like, crazy shit. I do, like, so I was already thinking that if people know there's a free alternative out there, I don't know how these paid add-ons exist, but I think at this point, like, most people, faster than I had expected, most people have come to realize that, like, my add-on is already better. And I'm still improving it. Like I said, the moment I'm done with stream, it is pretty late, so probably not immediately after stream. I think I will probably go to bed after this, but the moment I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to immediately begin finishing that update that I said I was going to add. And then, like, sometime afternoon tomorrow, boom, new update for the add-on. And obviously I'm going to continue updating it over time. But it's a continuous process. So my add-on will just keep getting better and better and better, while theirs remains static and dogshit and also $50. So, big L. And my add-on will also, more importantly, continue to remain free. Do I do this questline? I think, you know what, since this questline is pretty good, I will at least do this, and I might barely overshoot by doing this, but this should be 100% safe. Like, I should not be short XP after doing this. Cygor's gonna be coming for me? Oh no. Dude, like... Honestly, like, the funny thing about Cygors, I think everybody who's, like, obviously followed along with, you know, the history, the lore here, knows exactly who my main competitor is, and who I mostly have been targeting this entire time, right? And it sure as hell isn't Zygor. Zygor's like a fucking afterthought. Like, it's just, people keep bringing up Zygor guides, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Like, those exist, technically speaking. But, like, every single time somebody's like, oh man, I used to use Zygor guides, and, like, now that I've used Follow the Arrow, I realize, like, I never have to use them again. And then I'm just like, oh yeah, people actually use that. Like, that's a thing. That's not just, like, those guides that I heard about when I was, like, a kid. It still somehow exists in the modern day, which is, like, fucking crazy to me. So yeah, I guess, like, technically speaking, that is also partially hit. Though I think, like, for what it's worth, Zygor at least tries to do other stuff than just, like, leveling guides, from what I've heard. Which is why I've never really viewed Zygor as, like, a real competitor. Like, Zygor's gonna do whatever the fuck it is Zygor does. But I've never really heard of Zygor as, like, an actual realistic speed leveling option. I don't think anybody who actually knew what the fuck they were doing ever considered that to be a viable guide. But I don't know, maybe they did, and they were just misinformed. But, you know, the Voldemort add-on has always been, like, the main one that I've been targeting. Which, don't get me wrong, Voldemort add-on was not good for retail, ever. But now, especially, like, I mean, the Voldemort add-on is made by people who don't actually play the fucking game. Which is just crazy to me, that they've, like, gotten away with just, like, blatantly copying my routes for so long, and then putting a price tag on it. So then it's like, okay, well, what are you gonna do when I put my routes out there completely for free, but in a much more better streamlined format that I can constantly update because I'm the one who actually fucking makes them? Uh-oh. Your business model's fucked. What are you gonna do when I start making classic guides? Oh no, your main business model's even more fucked. That's gonna be tough. So, we'll see. Why not level a Shadow? I think Disc is pretty good. I mean, Disc has been fucking cranking. Shit. You don't think you've ever heard of that add-on? You only said Zygor because it's the only one you know other than Follow the Arrow? Gotcha. use your guide for leveling and WoW Pro for old content and Lore Master. Yeah, and like, so there are obviously are other add-ons like the like WoW Pro, like Azeroth Autopilot or whatever it's called nowadays. And like, obviously, I think so. WoW Pro I know has like different things, right? It's not just for leveling. And obviously, I know that my route is better than both WoW Pro and Azeroth Autopilot, but I don't mind those existing because, like, they're free. They're also free add-ons. So, you know, they, at the very least, have, even if they weren't always, like, the fastest routes, they've at least always been free, and I can respect that. And, like, so, at one point, Azeroth Autopilot, like, one of the developers reached out to me and basically said, like, hey, do you want to, like, work with us to, like, add your route to our add-on? And, like, I politely said no. And when they asked, like, because they were like, oh, well, wouldn't it be great to, like, have your route represented in an in-game add-on? And pretty much what I told them, this was, like about a year or so ago. But I said, like, at some point, I'm probably going to make my own add-on. And definitely, if I'm ever, like, if I'm going to invest the effort into making my add-on, or making my route in the game, in an add-on format, I'm going to do this. I'm going to invest, like, full... like, go all out, make sure that I build my own add-on with all the features that I want in it, and then I'm going to build it from the ground up in the way that I want it. And also, frankly, it's going to be entirely by me. I do not work great, especially for, like, creative projects like this. Like, obviously, for things like raiding and whatnot, like, I can work with people in a team, right? Like, it's not like I can't play in a team. But anything that's, like, creative-focused, I'll be honest, I work much better alone. It's why, like, multiple people have reached out and been, like, offering to help with Follow the Arrow. I said, no, I want to do this entirely on my own. I do not like having to, like, share my creative vision with other people. Now, I'm still open to, like, feedback and advice and stuff like that. And, well, advice less so. Some people, the problem with saying advice is some people don't understand what, like, it actually means to give advice. And they just start backseating in a really annoying way, so I have to be careful when I say that, because then I open myself up to, like, really annoying people. But I'm definitely open to feedback, and, like, I have a running list of planned updates in my Discord, almost entirely driven by people saying it would be awesome if the add-on could do X. And there are some things, like, for instance, some people have asked, can you make it so TomTom can be used along with the add-on? No, I will not. And, like, that is just a simply, could I do that? Absolutely. In fact, I actually already know how I could do that. I refuse to. One, I don't want my add-on to have dependencies, and two, anything that TomTom could theoretically add to my add-on, I would want to make sure that I just added something that worked better for my add-on as, like, a core feature. Because TomTom is, like, it's not meant to be used for this purpose. Like, you can technically use the TomTom arrow, like, for certain, for, like, similar things, but it's an entirely separate add-on, and I'd rather make sure that mine is entirely self-contained, and that the features are relevant for what Follow the Arrow does. I don't want to just because somebody likes TomTom's skin or whatever. The reality is, like, the arrow cosmetic appearance is a very tricky thing to do, and I can't just, like, copy TomTom's arrow. Like, I would have to actually use TomTom's code, which is a thing that they allow with proper attribution. But I just don't want to include that at all, because then I would need to make TomTom a dependency, and I just fundamentally do not want to do that. So things like that, I will just say, like, nope, I am not doing that, sorry. But if it is something that I'm like, yeah, I could probably add that, like, it might not be soon. There might be other things that I, need to do first, but I'll throw it on the list, and then if I have time, I'll get around to it. But definitely in terms of, like, accepting help, the only thing that I probably will open up, like, volunteers for is translations. Because obviously, I don't really speak any other language. I speak a minimal amount of Spanish and a minimal amount of Portuguese, and, like, not enough to even really hold a conversation. Just, like, basically high school level. So, in theory, I could, I could add crappy translations to it. But if I'm going to add, like, full-on translations for the add-on, which some people have requested, the only realistic way for me to do that is to have people translate it. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to hire paid translators for a free add-on. A few people have volunteered already to translate into different languages. The problem with that is it's easier said than done, right? Like, I can't just magically say, like, okay, yeah, go translate it, right? Because I'm constantly updating the add-on. So what I'll probably do, also, I need a way for the translations to work, right? I need a way to select your language, and that's like a whole thing. I don't want to like half-ass it, where it's like you have to do some janky download to get the different translation. No, if I add translations, it's going to be added in an intuitive manner, where there's like a drop-down option of like select your language, English, French, Spanish, blah, 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 or whatever languages happen to be available, which is going to be entirely dependent on volunteers who translate it. But in that case, I would need to add some implementation. So what I'm probably going to do is after Follow the Arrow 1.0 is finished, which my definition of 1.0 is when the entire routes here, so like when basically levels 1 through 80 or 1 through 90 are all fully implemented, everything is done for both factions, that will be version 1.0. All of the routes are finished. So that will be like when I say, okay, at this point, I can start looking for people interested in translating this. A few of them already said, like, yeah, I'd be willing to do it. Just reach out to me whenever you're ready to add that. Who knows if they'll still be interested in, like, 6 months, which is probably when everything will be done. Maybe sooner, if I'm fast. But that is the earliest that I'll consider, like, getting translations working. But for something like that, that will 100% be community-driven. If I cannot find a translator, I just won't be able to add that. But everything else, I am going to be doing entirely myself. If I eventually add, like, custom art, like, maybe I'll hire, like, an artist or something to do that. But, and that's only because I just genuinely can't. I'm unfortunately not very good at, like, drawing. I really wish I was, but I'm just not. So, that is, what the heck? What is this NPC doing? But all of the actual, like, the route design, the coding, all that stuff, I don't want any help. And, like, I don't know, I had a few, like, kind of unfortunate interactions with some people early on who, this happens a lot of times. It happened when I first made my website, which my website is not clean. It's not, like, extremely well made, and I'm aware of that. The only reason I even made it is because I needed some place to host my written guide that wasn't Google Docs. And when I made my website, like, so many people kept asking me if they could, like, update it. Even some people said, like, oh, it's part of a school project. I'd love to, like, update your website and, like, make it look fancy. And it's like, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't care. And I don't want other people, like, messing with my shit just because they think that they can, like, improve it. And, like, I'm sure some of them probably could, but they also might end up improving it in a way that goes against my vision. And at the end of the day, like, I'm very anal retentive about, like, preserving my vision. I have an idea of how I want things done, and if people don't do it that way, I get annoyed. Like, that's just how it is. So I just, I save myself the frustration, and I just make sure that I always work alone. And honestly, it's worked out pretty well for me so far. Even though, like, that is generally counterintuitive advice, it has worked out. Like, back in school, every single group project, I would walk up to my teacher and say, I don't want to be in a group, put me alone. And sometimes they would say, I can't do that. Sometimes you have to be in a group. Most of the time, I would be so insistent of, I do not want to do this group project. Because then the problem is they're always like, oh, well, you understand that you're not going to get judged, like, more easily because you're solo. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm confident I can do the work of 3 people myself. And I always did. Every single time. Because, I mean, that's just kind of a slightly separate issue, but my experience with group projects in basically every single level of education is that nobody ends up doing fucking any effort whatsoever, and then if I want the thing to actually get done, I need to basically do all of the work myself, and then I'm basically doing, like, in that case, like, I'm doing 80% of the project anyway, but I end up having to do so much, like, micromanaging, because nobody's fucking doing their job. So, like, I distinctly remember, like, multiple projects I had in high school, where I am doing all of the fucking work, but I'm also spending extensive amounts of time, like, hunting people down and saying, hey, you said you were going to do this part of the assignment. Are you going to fucking do it? It's due tomorrow. Where the fuck is your part of the assignment? And then they just never respond. And so I have to do it anyway. But then I also wasted, like, 30 minutes trying to hunt them down and see if they were actually going to do their job. So, like, I've just wasted 30 minutes that I could have been spending doing this part of the project anyway. And then because, you know, everybody needs to feel included in group projects, right? Like, you always have to kind of capitulate to random stupid ideas that other kids have. So even though I know that it would be much better if I did it my way, then, you know, I don't want to tell somebody that their idea is dumb, so we try to basically, you know, put everything in the pot. And everybody has, like, you know, some little idea that they want to contribute to the group project. So then, not only am I doing all the stuff that I would want it to do, I'm doing all the other kids' shit because they have this idea that they throw out there and then never do the work anyways. So then I'm doing other people's ideas that I think are fucking stupid, but I have to, you know, at least do it convincingly, because if I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna half-ass it. So it's just much better if I have my own vision and I can do my own project on my own. And genuinely, that was successful for me every single time I did it. Because, like, I just hate a lot of other people, and I'd rather work on my own. Which, I don't know, probably not a good character trait, but, like, I'm just being honest. So. Alright, right, this part won't work for me because I didn't do Parhelion Plaza. But, I mean, I know what to do, right? So it's like, whatever. I can just adapt. You loved my 11-hour gearing guide? Awesome. Glad to hear it. And we'll turn this in. We'll pick up Arator's Journey. And I think, yeah, there's no follow-up from Lorthamar, right? So yeah, this should be more than enough, I think. Yep. Alright, let's do grab you. I missed a few messages. Let me just finish this, because I mean, we're like literally at the end, right? So I'm gonna finish this section. Well, I say this section. I'm gonna finish the leveling process, and then I'm going to make sure I read everything in chat, and then I'm going to take a well-deserved rest. Then I can't remember if I did this, so I'll just do this now. Alright, yep. And then buy a bunch of piles of junk. Okay, I already have a bunch. And then, yeah, buy this. And then, how many Evercores do I have? 94 Evercores, right, yeah. So this is the thing, I bought like a bunch of extra on my last character just to make sure that I had an easier time with it. Okay. So, engineering, and then we do Evercore Shades. That type of video is aimed for a casual audience. If you watch that before your gearing guide, you could have found it helpful. Depends on which type of video you're talking about, because then after Pia said you can get Myth Weapon out of LFR, just get 80 Myth Crest from Mythic Plus is diabolical. Yeah. Definitely, it depends on what you mean by a more casual audience, because you may have said that before I elaborated on what I mean. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making, like, a very tightly edited, 15-minute guide that's just trying to explain the really important things that you need to know. And like I said, there are some people who just prefer to do that format. Obviously, nobody wants to do 11-hour guides. Like, I'm the only person who makes videos like that, right? So, it should go without saying, like, yeah, this is definitely the exception, not the rule. But there's a reason why I chose this format. I think it's better. But within the people who do those 15-minute guides, there are people who do try to make a good guide in those 15 minutes. And then there are people who make the slop that I talked about earlier. There's a very big difference. Alright, I mean, I know what to do from here. So. This, and then, okay, perfect, we got 35. So we do all this. And then we craft these. What I'll probably do is, instead of doing enchanting, because I don't even know if I need enchanting, I think I may have overshot. We'll find out. I am going to instead go and turn in my delve stuff. And then if after turning in all my delver's calls, I still am short, then, and only then, am I going to do enchanting. But honestly, I think I have overshot a little bit. I did expect that would happen, right? Earlier I did say I think I could stop right now, but I might, overshoot. But it's fine. This does mean I get to save a little bit of materials and not do enchanting. Mic audio is a little choppy. Oh god, is the issue happening again? So people have said the mic audio is like choppy in general in Silvermoon City. So that is, I think, just like the game slowing my computer and causing issues there. I don't really know what I can do about that. Unfortunately, it seems to be a recurring issue. Yeah, okay, this is definitely enough. But then there's also just been another bug that keeps happening where, like, World of Warcraft just kind of crashes into itself, and I have to Alt F4 and restart. So, doesn't seem to be causing any issues right now, because I would definitely notice if it was completely breaking apart.
If we deal with that problem, the elders will be more favorable with us. Take egg gremlins. They are always up for a meal.
Alright, this might be enough. Ah, barely off. But okay, Grudge Pit gets us there, for sure. Alright, nice. Well, that is 2 down. 4 to go, for leveling at least. And I should note, these are probably the first 2 that I'll do. So I did a poll on YouTube. Nice. There we go. Level 90. I did a poll on YouTube for... Oh, my Hearthstone's still at Dornegal. Yeah, whatever. I'll worry about that later. To determine which one would go first, and Preservation Evoker won. So I did that for leveling first, but that was just more like I decided I think it would work well. But I will be doing that for Keystone Hero first, and then Disc Priest won second place. Now, I wasn't initially certain that I was going to do, like, first, second, third, fourth, etc. I don't think I'm going to do it for third and fourth, but Disc Priest was convincingly ahead of the other options. So it was like Preservation Evoker at, like, what, 36% of the votes, and then Disc Priest at, like, 29%. And then Resto Druid and Mistweaver only had, like, about 10% each. They were, like, fairly low. So it was very clear that, like, Disc Priest was the runner-up. And honestly, I like Disc Priest. I'm looking forward to playing it, so I don't mind doing it second if a lot of people want to see that. And then also that works well because I was going to do another YouTube poll to determine, like, the ones after that, and you can only put 4 things on a YouTube poll. So that way, if I eliminate 2 of the healer specs, then I can put the other ones on there. Obviously, Holy Priest will be done at some point afterwards. I'm not going to, like, do Disc and then Holy. I'll do Disc, and then I'll do some other healers, and then eventually I'll come back and I'll do Holy, probably towards the end. We'll see. I don't know if I'll necessarily do it literally last, but we'll see. I'll do a poll. Probably not super soon. This will be probably, like, sometime end of next week. We'll do another one. That's the plan. Messages that I miss. Oh yeah, and then Valkyrie said, I use your guide for leveling and Gold WoW guides for... Or WoW Pro guides for content, right? Yeah, so I read that before. I read that message before. But I don't think I fully, like, addressed it. You use the full 100% completion? Yeah, I know some people who enjoy that aspect of it. And again, WoW Pro is free, right? So I have no problem with it. TomTom also randomly breaks with some add-ons and just doesn't appear. From what I'm aware, that's if they don't use it properly, but... Again, that is one of those things where, let's say TomTom has an update, and I don't update my add-on to account for, like, TomTom's updates, then now my add-on is broken because I have a dependency. So from the jump, I wanted there to be 0 dependencies whatsoever. I really don't like when add-ons do that, where you have to have, like, multiple little packages to make it all work properly. I understand why some bigger add-ons need to do that, but usually that's also, like, you can download Handy Notes and then multiple little subsection dependencies of Handy Notes. and they're all made by either the same person or like users can submit their own handy notes thing. And in that case, at least it fits into that. But I don't like the idea of relying on another person's add-on to make sure that mine is working correctly, because I want to make sure that if my add-on's broken, it's entirely on me to fix. And, ideally, my add-on just doesn't break because I do a good job of coding it. And then, I don't have to worry about there being bugs or anything like that because I always know what is wrong with my add-on because I'm the one who built it. So, definitely one of the main reasons why I don't want to do that. But, I understand at least why people were asking for that to be a thing. What is this? It's just a damage buff. Let me kill this rare. Since I'm, here, may as well. And why is this not clearing? I mean, even with, pretty poor gear at, a fresh level 90, the rare mob is doing basically no damage to me. It helps having, really good self-healing. Get chunky for a little bit, but then also Atonement heals for a lot. Again, refresh Shadow Repain. I don't know. I think, Discrease might just be kind of good for world content. I've kind of been, discussing this in passing throughout the entire video, but I guess as, a final observation on how this went, this was just good. Is this the fastest leveling spec ever? Maybe not, but this is just objectively a... Oh, nice. Well, I'll use that, sure. But yeah, this was just objectively a pretty solid leveling experience. I think, without a doubt, Discreased ends up in, A tier for leveling, when I eventually remake my tier list. Now, I don't know where Shadow would end up. I remember the last time I played Shadow, it felt, decent for leveling. I think I put it, low A tier or something like that. But, I have heard a lot of complaints about Shadow leveling recently. So, if most people are telling me that Shadow feels awful to level, and I just tried a healer spec for leveling, and it feels really good, then, I don't know, this could be the best option to play for priest leveling. At the very least, it is a good option to play, even if it isn't the best. So, no matter what, priest does have a good spec to level as. So, that is more than can be said for, rogues, where I know some people were defending outlaw rogue, but, it's just not very fast. It's not... It's not I think for... The other thing is, while Outlaw Rogue, if we're looking at purely 80 to 90, honestly might be able to outpace, Discreased. That is at specifically 80 to 90 when it has access to its entire kit. But another thing to keep in mind is Priest is a very strong low-level spec, and Rogue is a horrific low-level spec. So it might be, around even with Priest for the final section, 80 to 90, but it's pretty significantly below for just about everything else. You haven't played Hunter for decades. Which spec would you choose for leveling? Survival. 100% survival. So when I leveled my Hunter recently, I did level to 90 on my Hunter in North America already, and I played Marksmanship Hunter for that. And Marksmanship definitely feels, very janky. It's not it's not a good leveling spec, but now that I have a better understanding of MM, it's, surprisingly not terrible. The only problem with MM is you need to play with not Lone Wolf. You do need to have a pet. So you can't run, the standard Lone Wolf build. You have to play around that. But if you do that, it's actually not awful. I think, generally speaking, it's pretty safe to say that MM is better than BM in most cases for leveling. You would think BM would be really good for leveling because it's, very mobile and, your pets can tank for you. But at this point in time, pet tanking is still perfectly effective as marksmanship. Just as much as BM, and pets are more of a liability than anything. Marksmanship damage is always also, less bursty, at least while leveling, right? Bestial Wrath and all of those other CDs, they tend to not do, really, really quick burst damage in a leveling environment, whereas, MM can set up these, gigantic, ricochet aim shots and rapid fires that delete a pack really quickly, and... BM in that time will have to, set up Beast Cleave and then get, kill commands going, and it doesn't flow quite as well. BM is not a bad leveling spec, but I think when I made my tier list a few years ago, I put, BM in think it was like high B tier, and then I put MM slightly lower than it in like mid B tier. But honestly, I think now that I've gotten more practice with MM, if you know how to play it, it's like, it's not good, but I would probably put it like at high B tier and BM like ever so slightly below it. Actually, I do think BM is actually worse. But Survival is by far the best Hunter leveling spec. The problem is people don't like to hear that because a lot of people don't like to play Survival, so they don't want to have to learn it just for leveling. But Survival is just good. Like, if you want to talk burst damage, I mean, Survival has fantastic burst damage tools. Wildfire Bomb is a really, really, really good tool for leveling. Survival is very easy to, like, round up mobs with, and melee DPS just in general tend to be better for leveling. It's just a much more fluid playstyle. Survival is just very strong, so... And that has always been the case. Right now, Survival's in a very good spot, but even when Survival has historically not been super good, it was still the best option for leveling. Huh. But anyways, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end... I need to set my Hearthstone, so I'm going to do that before I forget. Key to the Arcantina, and then I'll set Hearth. But I believe I have fully caught up with chat. Yeah, I think I read every single message. Do you think there's a clear winner spec for Warrior leveling 1 to 90? So the entire 1 to 90 process, at early levels definitely play Prot. I think the clear loser, historically speaking, has been Arms. Arms has always kind of struggled a little bit, at least recently, right? Within the last few years. Arms has gone a lot of, like, has undergone a lot of changes over time, and its identity has kind of, like, fluctuated. With the recent versions of Arms over the last, like, 3 to 4 expansions, it's been pretty consistently a subpar leveling spec. It's not bad. I think I put it in, like, B tier, like, high-ish B tier. It's fine. It's just nowhere near as good as Furi and Prot. Furi is definitely very good for leveling when it has its full kit. Furi at low levels is extremely bad for leveling, up until, like, level 40-ish. So, up until level 40, Prot Warrior is the clear winner. And beyond that, I think, actually, I think, like, kind of from level 40 to maybe, like, level 80-ish, Furi is the clear winner. Because Prot is, like, not especially strong for leveling. It's fine. Like, I think I put it, like, solid mid-A tier. Same with Furi. But Prot Warrior just is consistently good. Like, you just have Thunderclap and Shield Slam. You're a tank, so, like, you can't die. It's just a solid spec for lower levels. I mean, it's a solid spec the entire way through. But because Furi is in such a bad spot at lower levels, and Arms is just kind of Prot ends up being the best option pretty clearly at lower levels. And then once Furi gets its, like, most, like, core part of its kit online around level 40, I would say then it becomes really good for leveling, because you can kind of just, like, spam Whirlwind and then Rampage and then just kill a bunch of stuff. And that kind of just works for a large chunk of the leveling process. And then at higher levels, Furi is still good, but Prot also gets a lot of really nice tools in the later section of its talent tree that makes it pretty convenient to level as. So I don't necessarily say if I can pick a clear winner from, like, 80 to 90 for Prot versus Furi. I think Furi would probably be faster if you had better gear and you were more comfortable with it. Like, a good Furi player could get a faster leveling time than a good Prot player. But I think the average Prot player versus the average Furi player, honestly, Prot might even be slightly faster, just because it's very hard to fuck up Prot. Like, if I had to tell, like, a brand new player which spec to level as, I'd say Prot, because you could kind of just hold W, press Thunderclap, Shield Slam, and you just do good damage, you never die. Like, it's just a good option. And in terms of utility, neither spec offers anything particularly unique, so it's not like, it's not a case of, you know, like Survival Hunter, where it just has much better burst damage, and it also has, like, really good roundup tools and much better survivability than, like, MM and BM. Both of them kind of have the same kit. They have the same mobility. Like, Survival also has Harpoon, so its mobility is generally better. That's not the case for Furi and Arms. They, generally speaking, have the same tools available to them. It's just that Prot is obviously... Or I meant to say Furi and Prot. Prot is just a lot tankier, a lot more consistent. Furi has, like, some interesting playstyles where, if I recall, there was a talent, I think it still exists, where you can, like, sacrifice your health to get, like, a stacking damage bonus. And that is like very high risk, very high reward, because you could very easily kill yourself by using that improperly. But if you min-max that, and you learn how to balance that and get a lot of bonus damage, like that's what I mean when I say a perfectly played Fury would probably be the best option. But I think most people will probably hear that and assume, oh, I'm God's gift to Fury Warrior. That's definitely me. And in reality, most people are not that. Most people would probably struggle with Fury, at least trying to level it really quickly, and they would just be better off pressing Shield Slam and Thunderclap, but hard to say. Death Wish, yeah. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know if it still exists as a PvP talent, but if it does, then I remember playing around with that in like Dragonflight and the War Within, and it felt very strong. And you could, like, if you really, really, really like balanced it on a knife's edge, you could do some crazy pulls and just ramp up Death Wish and then just delete everything. So Fury has a lot of potential. The problem is, in order to like get Fury to its maximum potential, you have to put in a lot of effort, and it's very, very high risk. And then you could just play like Havoc Demon Hunter and do more damage and just never die and have way more mobility. Windwalker Monk, same thing. Windwalker Monk is a little bit trickier to play, but it still does, like, honestly, more damage. It has much better survivability and definitely much better mobility. And then, obviously, there's Guardian Druid is just fucking nuts, right? What else? Like, Protection Paladin. Protection Paladin can be a little bit tricky to play these days. Its kit is a little bit wonky, but it's still very strong for leveling. Even Rep Paladin. Rep Paladin is not as flexible, I think, as like some of the other specs I mentioned, and obviously its mobility is a little bit weaker, but it is pretty much unkillable, and it's also pretty easy to pilot. You can just very consistently do really good damage with single target and AoE. So compared to that, like, Fury Warrior could maybe match their times if played absolutely perfectly, but I don't know. Like, there's, so on launch day for, like, Midnight, or really every expansion, there's a lot of different, like, people who like to try and get like solo world records of like the fastest person to get to 90, etc. And one of the best Fury Warriors that I've seen, Rizixi, who's in a Hall of Fame guild, right? Like, Rizixi always plays Fury Warrior, and it absolutely can work. But Rizixi is one of the only people I've seen level on launch day as Fury Warrior. Most people play Windwalker Monk or Guardian Druid or something like that, because it just, generally speaking, is better. But if you are very good at Fury Warrior and you're very committed to making it work, it can really work. And also, I mean, it is fun. Like, the times that I have played Fury Warrior, I have enjoyed that playstyle, but also it's not for everybody. You'll stick to Prot for your Warrior then? You're leveling a few different ones because you can't decide in a race? Yeah, there you go. And definitely, if you like Prot, perfectly serviceable as a leveling spec. Arms is the only one that kind of struggles. But yeah, okay. I will stop myself there. Before anybody else sends any messages that I go off into a long tangent again. I do appreciate it still, though. It was a good question, for sure. But yeah, got the leveling run done. Just to recap, like I said, I am not going to be streaming tomorrow. I am going to be making sure I get the Follow the Arrow update done, so these like temporary sections with like more information on these different sections of the leveling process, these will be included. Some more Sojourner quest lines will be added, and then a few small quality of life features, and then that should be done tomorrow afternoon. And then I will almost certainly be streaming on Monday. What I will be streaming on Monday, I don't know. Probably one of the 1 to like 90 runs. So I'm going to be trying to level my Monk and my Druid off stream. I'm going to, as I develop the Follow the Arrow Sojourner routes, I'm going to chip away at leveling those characters. So I'm not going to bother like streaming that process, because honestly, it's mostly going to be coding. Like, do a quest, code. Do a quest, code. Not exactly an interesting viewing experience. And also, I've done like a million Druid and Monk runs, so you don't need to see that again. But for Shaman and Paladin, I will stream both of those, and we'll do one of them on Monday. Maybe I'll put up a poll in Discord or something to decide which one I do on Monday. We'll see. But either way, thank you all for watching. Had fun this stream. Disc turned out just as good, honestly, maybe even better than I expected. And it was a pretty active stream, so I had a lot of stuff to yap about. Always love that. But yeah, thanks again for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.